Along the sun-drenched shores of KwaZulu-Natal's magnificent north coast lies a destination unlike any other. A place where golden sands meet the warm Indian Ocean, where rich culture, adventure, and community come together in waves of unity. Celebrating 57 unforgettable years, the world's longest-running professional surf competition is also Africa's biggest beach festival. In 2026, the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill becomes more than just a surf event. It's a celebration of sport, music, and national pride. And this year's theme, Waves of Unity, holds true as the event unites athletes, music lovers, families, beachgoers, and visitors from around the world for 2 unforgettable weeks of entertainment, competition, and celebration. The action begins with the future stars of surfing, the O'Neill Smith Shapes, Ballito Rookie Rippers, and Ballito Pro Junior. Tomorrow's champions showcase their skills and begin their journey toward international success. As one of Africa's premier World Surf League events, the Ballito Open attracts a powerful mix of local favorites and the next generation of international surfing talent, with every heat bringing high-stakes action and world-class performances. The Ballito Open delivers a thrilling glimpse into the future of professional surfing, where tomorrow's stars are forged on the waves of Ballito. The road to surfing's biggest stage begins here. In 2026, the World Surf League Challenger Series returns to showcase the world's most talented surfers, and leading the charge is stop number 1, the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Set against the spectacular backdrop of Quadacooza's coastline, the opening event of the Challenger Series will welcome the next generation of global surfing stars, alongside established contenders, all chasing valuable points and the opportunity to make their mark from the very first heat. And in a landmark year, the World Surf League celebrates 50 years of the World Tour, making the 2026 Ballito Pro a truly historic occasion. In 2025, South Africa celebrated a champion. Luke Thompson's historic victory ignited national pride and showcased the strength of South African surfing to the world. Now, in 2026, he returns to defend his title on home waves. Every wave counts, every performance matters, and every competitor arrives with one goal: to launch their championship tour dream. From rising international talent to South Africa's finest surfers, the journey begins on the iconic shores of Ballito. Where champions rise, where communities unite, where memories are made. This is the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. Ride the waves of unity.
It is a Sawubona good morning greeting to you from the beautiful sights and scenes of the east coast of South Africa. It is a good morning as we will be getting competition underway. What a great tease and so much content to talk about. And welcome to the show here in Africa's biggest surfing festival. 2 weeks of content and so much to break down this morning as we greet you from the beautiful offshore scenes here at Ballito this morning. It's a very, so as we said, the Sawubona is the greeting of the land. Kixeliers alongside former national champ surfer and someone who knows the coastline intimately, Tash Mentasti. Morning, Tash. It's been a big couple of days already as we welcome people to the biggest surf festival on the African continent.
Yeah, good morning, and so great to be here. I mean, it's so wonderful to come to Ballito every year. It's the pilgrimage that we know about, but we're into the Ballito Open, a qualifying series event for us here in South Africa, but also something really important regionally.
Yeah, absolutely. We started the action a number of days back with the rookie rippers. Of course, the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior kept the JQS discussion alive. Lots of stars appearing in that lineup. And now we are in what I think is the most star-studded QS 2000 the world may ever see. It is loaded with big names, and we'll get it straight underway with surfing action coming to you from Willard Beach in Ballito this morning. No introduction required for Cade Matson from San Clemente. He'll take on Ollie Zietz out of Kauai in Hawaii. Watch for the man in white. You see him there in the background. He is here with a focus and a mission in 2026. World Junior Champion, current World Junior Champion Dane Henry out of Australia. And, young South African amongst it all, Kieran Murphy making the finals of the Junior Qualifying Series event yesterday. He got to mix it up with Dane Henry and a number of Brazilians. And that's a feather in the cap for the young Australian, the young South African this morning.
Yeah, I think it's so right. I mean, we don't know of Kieran Murphy so much on the qualifying series. He is still a young guy. He's in the Pro Junior division, so under the age of 20. But a Cape Town surfer and really showing what his talent is all about locally on that South African surf tour. So it's great to see him featured here, and it was wonderful to see him in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Amongst names like Clay Turrell and Simon Winter and a number of other names getting their way through the draw yesterday. Kieran Murphy just slipped past Ben Esterhazy, I think it was, in that semi-final. And he finds himself in amongst what you could call almost a CT level heat here, Tash, as we get stuck into competition. Just a quick opening ride we've seen from Cade Matson. So surf fans just plugging in. Most of the world by now, Tash, knows Ballito. They know what to expect when they plug in as viewers. It is this crisp offshore every morning around this time of year. And always consistent swell, and the sandbars are good this year. That is the feedback.
That's the key. That is the key. These banks have really changed from what we saw in 2025. A lot more sand here at Willard Beach. And the locals have been scoring for weeks on end. So let's hope that Mother Nature comes to play and really delivers for us throughout the next couple of days. One of the big things at the moment is just that high tide. We've got a high tide kind of going into the morning, and that low tide only towards the afternoon. So that could be a factor with some of these heats.
Yeah, we will see the landscape of the lineup change a little, Tash. You mentioned the tide there. Local time, we're on 7:40 a.m. and that low tide is about 2 hours. The high tide, my apologies, is 2 hours away. So that does sometimes play a part in the lineup here, Tash. We've seen that over the seasons, over the years. The waves do tend to climb up a little bit more onto what is a very deep trough out the back and a shallow sandbar on the inside.
Yeah, super shallow. The sandbank is shallow. We're not on full spring, so we're kind of lucky with that one. It's we've seen with the junior comps, there's a certain part of the day where those kids are going for those big closeout maneuvers and just unable to hold and complete that final maneuver because of how low it is, because of how much that water is bouncing off the bank.
So we speak of the tides here in Ballito. The other thing that always factors in, as is every surf location, is the winds. You'll see it a gentle brush of texture going right to left across your screens. We are east facing here at this Willards Beach location in Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. So these are southerly winds across the lineup this morning. They are expected to increase and maybe go a little more side shore as the tide falls out through the course of the morning. And these are all the factors that the surfers will know. Yesterday, an opposite discussion with the wind coming out of the left of screen across the northeaster as we know it. And certainly that gave surfers like Dane Henry, who's about to get his QS campaign here going, he was going to the air regularly on his way to the finals yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I actually heard him in an interview say, like, when that onshore wind came up, he got really excited because it just gave more opportunity to get up and above the lip and perform those crazy aerial antics. It was exciting. I mean, such an exciting Pro Junior final yesterday. And, you know, we see Dane Henry in round one, and we wonder why. But the reality is it is a small qualifying series regional event for the Africa region. These guys are pretty much just doing some heat drills.
Yeah, exactly. Good word there, heat drills. On screen, Cade Matson, who already opened with a 3. This is his third wave, and we haven't seen any other surfers get to their feet just yet. I just also wanted to make note to the fact that it is quite a compressed time. It's a 20-minute heat, 4-man heat, so there's an automatic pressure from the start, Tash.
Yeah, these 4-man heats, 20 minutes. If we go back to amateur stuff, this is all normal. But now that we're in the big leagues and we're into the professional side of things, 20 minutes can also be quite challenging. I think the big important thing to take out of it is there's enough opportunity. We know that officials and our tour manager, contest director, they're looking at it the whole time. They're considering what's good and what's bad, what's needed. But I think there's more than enough opportunity gigs. So we see that two-turn combo. What we've been seeing throughout these previous events in 2026 at Ballito here is the two-turn combo seems to be the way to go. Some surfers have been fortunate enough that it's opened up to fit a third maneuver in, but the common waves are those two-turn combos.
Yeah, I was listening to Etienne Bass, head judge of the JQS event yesterday, and there was strong emphasis on combination of maneuvers was the major highlighted thing, along with critical progressive surfing. So they'll carry that theme. The judging panel will morph in shape a little bit. It will be basically the same focus from the panel as we go into this qualifying series event, and that'll transition right. As you said, these are drills for a lot of surfers that have come here, particularly names like Cade Matson this morning. He's here for the Challenger Series, but as you said, framework for contest heats and getting time in the lineup because,
I was going to say getting time in the lineup without any crowds.
Exactly.
I mean, that's the key factor. A little bit of pressure as well because you're in the contest, but I think it's just great heat drills for these guys. And we're very lucky as surf fans and Ballito, the locals, the members of public on the beach to be able to see these guys surfing,
Absolutely. It's wonderful that the local talent, and there is a lot of push of local talent in South Africa with especially the nurturing that Geordie and his dad Graham Smith have done, investing. It's nearly a decade of investment into the junior level.
Yes.
And we saw the support of the City Surf Series quite a few years back already from Smith Shapes.
Yeah.
And he's continued all the way through to the JQS level. So a lot of young surfers will be just chomping at the bit to hang, to see surfers like Cade Matson out in the water now, a former championship tour surfer looking to get back to that level. And of course, young stars, we saw Dane Henry really lighted up as a wild card in Bells, had that absolute tight heat with Griffin Colapinto. If you haven't seen it, go back and have a look. Round 2, he only just lost to Griffin Colapinto, and Dane Henry is the full package. There's a lot of talk and discussion about him, and we'll continue with all of that. And then young names like Ollie Zietz out of Kauai, he's featured in a final of a QS over in the Pacific region already this year, Tash. So the young kids get to see all of this energy coming. We're talking about championship tour surfers like Cade Matson. I mean, I'm looking down the draw here. There is just a ton of names sprinkled. Emai DeVault is coming up in Heat 3. Luke Swanson, we've seen him perform well here. Former World Junior Champions in Finn McGill will be in the lineup this morning. Ian Gentile is here to find his way to warm-ups in the up-and-coming Challenger Series, Tash. So there's a lot to talk about. Lucas Silveira, former World Junior Champ from quite a few years ago, still ready to take on the high level of the sport. Jackson Bunch is a name I'm looking forward to seeing as well. So Lucas Messina, there's a lot of names that are coming up. And this is a QS 2000. We love it.
It's exciting. It's so exciting. And I think you were right. You started off this heat by saying, a QS with some of the biggest names globally. And I really do think that the Ballito Open is a QS with the most nationalities featured. Usually it's just a regional qualifying series.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here it's a very much international component.
I was going to, as I said, as we started the broadcast, this might be the most star-studded QS 2000 on the whole annual calendar, and we love it. And as you say, this all fits into part of a very big 2 weeks here in South Africa, the full focus of surfing this year in 2026 right here in Ballito.
Yeah, and we saw the date shift slightly this year. We've moved straight into July. It's just peak school winter holidays in South Africa. And we say winter, I mean, it's really balmy in Ballito always.
Well, live action, Dane Henry, quick tap to the lip there. He'll get incomplete, and a surfer of his caliber has used up half the heat here, Tash. So we're into the second half of this heat already. So a little testimony to it may be a touch trickier to read in the lineup than what our viewers at home might be seeing on screen.
Yeah, so true. I mean, we've had 5 waves being ridden in over 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes. For me with Ballito, you want to hunt, especially in these smaller conditions. You want to kind of keep busy and keep moving. I think that, it's still, we don't have a full priority system happening just yet. We still need to see waves from Oliver Zeitz and Kieran Murphy. But
yep. Good point you make there, Tash, is that it's really just been Cade Matson sort of pulling the trigger. Dane Henry's finally got to his feet, but still it's open season out there with wave selection as we get down to already just 9 minutes to go. And as you said, Tash, nothing yet from Ollie Zeitz or Kieran Murphy. And we mentioned Kieran Murphy at the beginning of the heat. He was in the JQS final yesterday, so he's got some reps in the lineup, so to speak. So we'll be watching eagerly, as will the rest of the South Africans, to see where Kieran Murphy finds his opening ride.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, the guy's done so many heats over the last few days. He was also part of the rookie rippers as well. So it's interesting to see him sitting and waiting, but clearly with a game plan. With 8 minutes 30 on the clock, though, I'd start wanting to get a little busy and really just try to put some scores on the board. But it's, for me, just Kieran Murphy in that final for the Ballito Pro Junior was so good to see. The kid's been working hard. He's really been putting in the reps, and it's wonderful to have him featured in the finals. And I think there's so much that you're learning.
Was that his gateway to this QS 2000?
He
probably was qualified for QS.
Yeah.
Yes.
He entered for QS. He just is under 20 still, so Pro Junior was the focus. But I still think, even just competing with these big names, you're going to take something from it. You're going to learn something from it. There's nothing negative to take away from a loss with the caliber of surfers that you've got in this event.
Absolutely. There's an excitement that's transmitted with the locals and the internationals all mixing together, and certainly young names like Kieran Murphy will be lapping up every moment of it. No matter the outcome, the experience is what you take away. You're seeing some lines approaching here at Willard Beach. Of course, surf fans, Tash, have known this lineup since 2008. We were here for the very first time under the Mr. Price banner back then, and we almost cue in our South African as Kieran Murphy gets his roll. This is from the southern end of the beach, a little bit conservative, I'm feeling, as he approaches this, and maybe just an attack to the lip line for a single maneuver. You might find that just one big impact turn is the kind of way to fetch scores in the lineup here, Tash. Let's see if Dane Henry will cue that up. Again, a surfer with so much to talk about. He's just in and out. So effects of that high tide already at play here, Tash.
Looks like it a little bit. You can see that water pushing. I was surprised, especially with the time on the clock with Kieran Murphy. I would have tried to go for that closeout maneuver and just start building a house a little bit, get that foundation going with the time remaining.
I think single turns. I remember a single turn yesterday. It was basically the same size surf conditions for the JQS finals yesterday, but just a light onshore. But there was a turn that a young South African lady did, Louise Lepront, and she got almost a 5. It was just a well-paced single backhand turn, and I think that might be the way to just fetch some medium-range scores and find a heat advance here with the current conditions.
Yeah. Well done. It really is. I remember that wave from Louise Lepront, and that's it. I mean, it's only an average score that's coming out, but it's definitely better than a 0.33. So wanting to build, needing to build, but now priority shifts into play, and this is where the game can change as well.
And I think also perhaps not waiting for sets might be the call, is to stay busy.
Good call.
Seen Cade Matson already fetch a 5 under the priorities, or the partial priorities at play. He was quick to his feet for the first wave as well. So the 8 for the heat leader is made up of a 5 and a 3. And, those are not scores to brag about, but horses for courses. You work with what you've got. And Cade Matson already showing his experience here. And just over 5 minutes left, Tash. This thing has absolutely whizzed by. So I think Heat 2 going to the water is going to have to go and learn straight away from this that you've got to stay busy and get going quickly. It's exactly what Kieran Murphy is doing here, the South African. A little snap there. The high tide just lets him down. He'll be almost elements of frustration here. And here goes Dane Henry, current world junior champ. And he'll just get a couple of grindy turns out in the high tide conditions. Might go over a step. He doesn't. So it's going to be playing to what's on offer here. And Cade Matson as well will just remain busy. And that's going to hand the priority to Ollie Zietz, who still hasn't opened his scorecard. And now he's facing a just over 4-minute heat.
Wow, I know, that's pressure. That really is pressure. What does he need, though? I mean, he's looking for a 2.43.
Well, that's the thing. It's a game of low numbers right now. You can roll a 3 on the dice and go up the ladder, so to speak. So let's just have a look and see how Ollie Zietz figures his way through the next 4 minutes here. Of course, I'm sure that Ollie is family of Sebastian Zietz. Remember, Seabass was just always a favorite on tour, and such a character. Will send shout-outs to everybody in Kauai. Meanwhile, the Australian Dane Henry, this is what I said, you've got to find medium inside waves. Don't wait for the sets. And just even that single turn there of Dane Henry is going to just play a part on the scorecard here, Tash, with 3:45 now to go.
Yeah, clever surfing, really clever surfing. Keeping busy. I said it earlier, you got to hunt with these type of conditions. We don't have a growing swell just yet. We've kind of, nothing much is going to change other than the tide today. But, you know, we still haven't got that score for his third ride, so it's going to put pressure on Kieran Murphy as well as Oliver Zietz. We're going to see a change in the situation. But what I really liked is that he just kept busy. He's kept his speed, fitted in that one turn. That's what's happening right now.
Other thing that's happening is monitoring of the ocean conditions. You see the boat floating out back. You see the skis. This is called the Dolphin Coast, and there is a regular servicing. In fact, how's that for those aren't dolphins, folks. Those are swimmers in the background. But it's just a beautiful Indian Ocean here. Water temperatures in the high 70s Fahrenheit, almost 80 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 22, 23 degrees. So it's as tropical as we can offer on the South African coastline.
Yeah, tropical in the middle of winter. I mean, it's chilly in the mornings down here. We've seen around 10 degrees Celsius, but then it goes up to 25, like you said, 25 degrees Celsius. It's really a great place to be.
It's fantastic. It's absolutely just a wonderful winter escape as we see some methodical but useful surfing underway. Ollie Zietz will just tag that one quickly. He's got 2 minutes 20 to get back out there and add another one, and he could just go climbing all the way up. Having a look at numbers, though, the heat is being sort of set by Matson in the lead, and Dane Henry's other score has come in. Tash has him in second with a 6.17, so third and fourth, green and blue respectively, are chasing some fair numbers in the 4.67 requirement for the South African in green. We're waiting for that score for Ollie Zietz, and I think he'll be chasing a lesser number, probably in the threes. We'll find that out shortly, but we're down to 145 as things flying by.
Yeah, and I just got a little story. Ollie Zietz, he's definitely family with Seabass, but representing New Zealand. You can see up on his name there, and New Zealand, my apologies, the Netherlands. But he's been working with Beric de Vries actually when he was a bit younger. Beric was involved with the Netherlands team and doing a bit of coaching, so we've seen him at El Salvador before, and it's great to see him here.
Well, great stories. We'll unpack all of them this week. Heat leader Cade Matson, former championship tour surfer, wants to join his San Clemente crew on tour in 2027. And names like Jet Schilling as well will be here for the Challenger Series to get a quick start on the CS this year, or the as the Aussies call it, the Changers.
Changers.
Yeah, the Changers is the new the Australian term for it. I love it. Meanwhile, talking of Australians, Dane Henry down the line, useful. He'll just bring that to the party with the last minute unfolding here, down to 40 seconds. Ollie Zietz just got a 2.17, so he's chasing a 4.01 and maybe a bit more now, because I think Dane Henry's just cleverly been boxing himself into a progressive situation here, Tash, because I think that Dane Henry last ride is going to maybe even threaten for the lead.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And, you know, he's picked up those mid-sized waves, like you were saying, so not waiting.
Well, motoring with intent here is the South African Kieran Murphy. You can see a little bit of high tide chatter going through the lineup. That's a good bash. That's just the kind of thing you've got to use to approach the lineup. And like that, it's done, Tash. Scorecard is open for all 4 surfers, so they'll be thinking of Cade Matson's approach to the lip. They'll definitely get the biggest number for Dane Henry, who zipped down the line and went to the front-hand rotation. Kieran Murphy's going to lock in a score, which is going to leave him down in the non-progression of this heat. So it is going to be a Cade Matson, Dane Henry advance. It's just a matter of settling those numbers. But just, as we say, we're loving the brushed ocean conditions here, but that was the first comment you made, Tash, was the tide this morning, and it has played a part.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to get a little challenging in the next few hours. But we needed to get started. We've got a round of 56 for the Ballito Open. Then we do have, as well as a pretty good round for the women as well. We're starting with a round of 48. So they need to get through a couple of heats today. It's a 3-day event. But there's some good surf on the way, so we're looking forward to it.
Well, an early start here with the QS 2000 level with a lot of stars in it. Just edging another counting score was Cade Matson, adds a 4.23 to his 9.23 heat total. Judges still thinking about last of white, and it's going to come in as the best wave of the heat, we feel. One judge has thrown a 7 at it, the other a 6. So it's going to average out at a 6.5. So Henry will just squeeze over the finish line for the heat win. So it is Henry and Matson advancing. We'll sit back and take a quick break from the first and interesting heat of the morning. Stay tuned. We've got lots of surfing action coming your way. We'll just continue here. Round 2. I mean, round of 80, heat 2. You said there's a lot of surfing to get through here, Tash. So next one teeing up, Kai Kobayashi, representing Japan. He's been around for quite a few seasons. We've seen him campaign here in Ballito before. New names like Hayden Rogers making their way up the regional ladders, representing the US. Of course, Ben Lawrence in Australia also on his way up the charts. And one of the newer names from Brazil as well, Vitor Ferreira. So let's see how these 4 surfers approach the lineup, Tash, because there was quite a lot to take out of that first heat.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, we know those guys were watching that first heat and really kind of fine-tuning their game plan going into heat number 2. And we saw different scenarios. We saw a game plan to sit and wait for the sets. Well, that didn't work in heat 1. We saw another game plan, which was kind of just keep busy, find waves under priority, and that seems to have worked.
Well, think about Cade Matson's approach. He did finish second, but he was the first one out the blocks, and he, in fact, had 3 waves before any of the other surfers had got to their feet. So it's pretty clear that busy strategy is going to be the way to approach it as we get the Brazilian Ferreira up and riding for his first visit to Ballito. Squares it nicely. That's well-defined backhand surfing right there, and that's going to sting a nice score onto the card for our Brazilian in green. And that was a very useful way to start a heat, Tash.
Yeah, that was great surfing. I mean, just the basics done right, but really critical. Squared it in that pocket, got it nice and vert. I'm going to be interested to see where the judges go with that, because we didn't see any type of wave like that in heat number 1, so nothing to really compare to.
Yeah, good call. We saw some progression from Dane Henry for the first heat win of the morning. Just efficiently doing what he's done and does and is going to do for quite a while.
So true.
Dane Henry, 2 ISA world titles in juniors and opens. And he got that heat win fairly easily, I would say, over Cade Matson in the end. But we haven't seen a good old grindy wave like we're about to replay.
Yeah, look at it. I mean, almost a check turn to start. You can see a little bit of wobble in the wave, but there is the money, and then he gets round the corner here and gets it tight in the pocket again. Fitting that last one, and I mean really compressed going into those turns. He's got the power coming out of them, so good start for the Brazilian for sure.
Good coiled up backhand surfing from Vitor Ferreira. Of course, we think of the Brazilians over the years that have come here. So many performances, so many clutch performances as well, and victories as well. David Silva's one comes to mind very easily, the backhand surfing of the Brazilians, so many of them. And Vitor Ferreira, one of the younger Brazilians on his way here to challenge at the Challenger Series. We'll warm it up with the drill heats here, and he'll get a 5.67. So that sets a nice pace for the heat, Tash.
Yeah, I think it's a great score. It wasn't one of the better waves that came through the lineup, but he just did what he needed to do. And I mean, Vito's not on my radar, but it's some really good surfing, just textbook surfing.
Well, he's up against Kobayashi. Kai, a very experienced surfer who's sort of represents the Japanese flag, but gets most of his surfing done over in Southern California. Lawrenson, a relatively unknown name to us at the high level. And he'll get his own backhand stings going there, so good surfing there from him. Just a shorter, compressed version of what we saw from Ferreira, who appears back on screen for a quick second wave. So busy approach from the Brazilian in green. It's the right way we feel to get some numbers in early. And, well, that'll hand almost, I think, there's no first priority just yet. So we'll bring priorities up to date shortly. That'll start factoring in. But for now, no rides yet for either surfer in red or blue.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I was just looking at this pulled back view of the lineup, with priority. Like, is there really a main peak? Do you know what I mean?
That's a great question. And Greg Emsley in the booth yesterday alluded to that quite a number of times. All the coaches are here early in the morning with their athletes studying the lineup. There are years where it is very defined as a takeoff zone, and there are years where it's spread out. And certainly this year, there's a number of multiple opportunities, especially if you've got a slightly fractured line in the swell as well. Then it's giving you 3, even 4 takeoff zones to work with.
Yeah, absolutely.
14, just under 15 minutes to go as we just get the action stinging along with Ferreira. Let's try and get down and hear from Dane Henry. I'm keen to see what he has to say about a tricky lineup this morning in Ballito. .14.5 on the clock. Judges just bringing those scorecards up to date. They owe an opening ride to White. And as we said, Tash, Kobayashi and Rogers still waiting to get their opening scores for us. These 20-minute heats are whizzing by, Tash.
They are whizzing by. Very, very quick. We can see that they've seen something in the lineup there, and there's a movement going north. So is that going to be that left that we see sometimes that opens up here at Willard Beach?
It does happen on the higher tides, Tash. This one's going to be a right-hander. Kai Kobayashi, nice stinging turn for him. He'll come around the section. And again, evidence of that high tide, but a good, useful wall and a respectable opener from Kai.
Yeah, it's wave number 1. You've got to start somewhere.
Yep.
You got to build house as well, I think, in these conditions. What's challenging though is you see how he took off. He had to race. It's almost like that wave was running ahead of him.
And then backed off.
And then totally backed off and dissipated. I mean, it's not easy out here at the moment, and we knew it was going to be.
So this is probably our weakest, lowest period of swell. It looks like on the next few days. We're seeing more swells on the charts brewing further south of us. This is Hayden Rogers getting his opener. So quite a few goofy footers littered through the lineup here this morning. And that clock just keeps ticking, just under 13 to go. But all surfers now on the scorecard, Tesh. So now it'll be the battle of the backups.
Yeah, battle of the backups. What I love, that 5.67 to start like that. I mean, that's exactly what the Brazilian needs to keep doing. And we're going to be watching to see if anyone else can find a wave that you can fit 4 maneuvers in. I mean, he fitted 4 turns in. That first turn was a check turn, but he got 4 maneuvers in. And I just think...
Well, Ben Lawrenson got a 4, Tash, for his opener. So nice fundamental surfing on the backhand for the young Australian in white. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, this is the 4-point ride. Gets in the 2-turn combo. Wanted to fit another one and kind of just got caught up the top. But those are where the bulk of the 4 points came from.
Yeah, absolutely. The takeaway from that's a wide angle replay of it. A short, compressed ride, Tash. But as you said, just fitting in 2 sound turns. This was the backup score of Vito Ferreira, which was a 207. But his opener was worth a whole lot, the 567. So good stuff on the underway from the Brazilian. 11 and a half to go. And here's that replay we spoke about for Kai.
The 273. Just got, you see, you got to turn off the top. Not as vert as he probably wants, a little bit more lateral, but had to adjust because of the wave, because of what's happening on that bank.
Yeah, absolutely. So brushed conditions here. It does look pretty on screen, but there is a bit of a plaguing high tide, and almost I feel like two sizes of swells in pattern and sequence. We're finding that some of the surfers are waiting for the bigger sets, and there's maybe only one or two of those in the heat, in the window of the 20 minutes. But a lot of sort of smaller, wind-driven, lower period swells running through as well, and maybe that's where the unlock to the heat lies.
Yeah, it is interesting. You know, we saw that pullback shot of Ben Lawrenson, where he caught that wave, right? If you're looking at the horizon on the right-hand side, closest to the rocks, where we've seen the takeoff point has been a little bit more to the left, a little bit further out. So you can find scores anywhere, but you've got to hunt.
Well, you see the lines on screen, some of them materializing, some of them not. I'll tell you what is materializing is the scorecard for Vito Ferreira, the energetic Brazilian, waiting for a fourth ride of his to become a number from the judging panel. You can see the pullback shot here. We spoke about some left starting to perhaps play into, and that's going to be just fine for Hayden Rogers, who'll like the wind on this. Oh, and he falls in the pothole at the end, and that's such a throwaway opportunity right there. That was a chance for Hayden Rogers to really put his flag on the moon surface right there.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting in second now, but there's nothing separating third and second. A 0.07 is what Ben Lawrenson needs. So Hayden wanting to try create some space, and unfortunately incomplete for that third ride, or second ride, my apologies.
Well, that's the first attempt of air into the southerly wind that we've seen. I've got a feeling that that'll be the theme for quite a few heats this morning as we get the opening round underway here. And his clock has slipped down to 9:20, so this one is whizzing by, and Vito Ferreira has edged himself ahead. This is a 6-point ride, Tash.
Yeah, you see, watch, he gets that critical turn off the bottom, off the top. Really tight surfing here from the Brazilian. He doesn't extend it onto the shoulder of the wave. He keeps it really tight, keeps it really low and compressed, and it's just so stock standard Brazilian surfing in my eyes, you know.
Back to live action here as heat leader survives that drop off the lip, and he does. It'll be interesting to see where that score goes, because his previous two counting rides, a 5.67 for his opener. We just saw the replay of the 6, and we quickly transitioned back to coverage for a single maneuver. So we're going to see where that single maneuver lands, because that was one of the meteor waves of the heat, Tash, with 8.5 to go.
Yeah, a critical section. I mean, only one turn, and that compression is what really saved him, you know. So the Brazilian's on fire here. He definitely means business. And he's looking like he's got the lineup quite comfortable.
Judges have emphasized critical in the discussion this morning. Combinations of maneuvers is playing a part. Critical was a word that was used, and also progressive. So we'll see how the judges interpret that single maneuver. We want to see how it compares against the heat leader's current two scores that has him out front, the 6 and the 5.67.
Sure, quick.
Tightened that up, hey?
Yeah.
Almost didn't drive it down the line, literally got up, pegged it in the lip, and spun it down again. So we'll see where that lands. You can see Vito's curious himself. He has his hand raised. The panel is still puzzling that, because these are all elements of the discussion. Got a feeling, though, that he didn't really get a lot of speed.
And he didn't drop down to the bottom of the wave, so he didn't utilize the full length of the wave. But you could see he had to react and shift a little bit.
It was reactional.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
There was no power in that turn.
Less intention, more reaction, and it's not going to feature much other than a casual banter and discussion in the booth, because it's going to settle just under a 3-point value. So heats are up to date, top left of screen, except for Ben Lawrenson, the Australian in white, who we owe a score for a second counting ride. and it is going to come in as a reasonable number. I've got a feeling that it's going to, well, might even climb him one slot up. And as I say, right now, to me, the surprise in the heat is the slow work in the lineup for Kai Kobayashi, who definitely comes to this heat draw with the most experience.
Yeah, took the words right out of my mouth. The most experience with this heat, and maybe waiting for the perfect one, and that's not going to be helpful right now because we see this shifting lineup. We know that this tide is still pushing in. There's just so many factors that are not playing into sitting and waiting.
No, absolutely. As I say, local time now around 8:10 South African time here on the east coast of South Africa. A high tide around 1 minute and, well, an hour and 50 away. So just under 2 hours still till the high. So that is going to be part of the discussion. We might also get a few high tide lulls. You'll see these moments where the lineup just goes quiet. But I tell you what has worked out right now is Lawrenson, the young Australian, fetched a 5 as a backup score, and he's changed the shape of the heat. The Brazilian in green leading now with the Australian up to second. So the American in blue will chase a reasonable number, actually. A 5.93 in the lineup is not the easiest score to find this morning. And, well, Kai Kobayashi just sort of getting here for the heat drills with the challenger a focus. He's down in fourth.
Yeah, you know, the requirement for Kai, 6.27. We've only had 2 6s so far. It was the 6.5 in heat number 1 with Dane Henry getting that forehand reverse. And then it's the 6-point ride from the Brazilian, which was a 3-turn combo, you know.
Well, here is the Australian in second, just trying to defend that, trying to up the requirements for both Rogers and Kobayashi respectively, as we slip under the 5-minute mark. But Tash, you mentioning there the 6 of the Brazilian, just good stinging backhand turns, showed some venom, some intention, and he is out front with that 11.67 heat total.
Yeah, he really has managed this heat well, is Vitor Ferreira. He hasn't kind of got in the way. He's done his own thing, you know. There's just building house, really.
Good combinations. They actually found waves that have had a bit of lip line to them and they have run.
Yes.
Where Kobayashi found that stretched out right-hander that led him down. So let's have a look at the replay of this. This is the last of White Tash, and it actually doesn't feature in his scorecard, but he gets a few good clobbers on the backhand.
Yeah, you know, it's not easy out there. These guys are doing exceptionally well for how hard these conditions and how difficult these conditions are. You know, Ben had to get that lip line floated to start, keep his speed, try and catch up to the wave, and then fit in that backhand turn. But it's definitely difficult out there. I mean, I think just sitting and watching, if I'm just imagining myself being on the beach with a coach and trying to figure out a game plan, I'd probably have about 3.
And you know, watching the South Africans over the years, they always want to go over to the right-hand side of screen. You just kind of, it's a natural thing on the East Coast is to sort of get as deep as possible, right? And it's not always the solution. So middle of the beach here is Lawrenson, who's just trying to tick away, trying to improve on his low score of a 4 in his current top 2. He's on a total of 9. It's made up of a 5 and a 4. So he's just trying to nudge that 4 along, Tash, just trying to add a few more decimals to the Rogers and Kobayashi requirements.
Yeah, he wants to create space because both Rogers and Kobayashi can definitely surf to those scores that are required. It all depends on if they find the wave that's going to give that opportunity. But very clever for Lawrenson to just wanting to try create more space.
So heat 3 hitting the rip current in the lineup. Having a look at Rogers, who went to the air earlier on a left-hander, and I feel that could have been a near excellent number if he'd landed it. He's perhaps just trying to look for a cut, copy, paste of that now and bring a landing. And that will be the way for him to fetch the 5.93 as we're down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. As I say, this one hasn't whizzed by as fast as the first one, Tash, but certainly with heat leader doing exactly what Rogers needs to do, go to the left, look for the air. It's brought us a few interesting stories here with a little over 2 to play.
Yeah, some really interesting stories, but You know, just seeing Vito wanting to go to the air now as well, I think we're going to see more and more of that as the day progresses.
Well, Hayden Rogers, the American, is up and riding, and exactly what we were just speculating. Going to go to the air. Brings a nice landing. It was very cushiony at the end, but there was some nice loftiness to that. The tail went high, and that could put a lot of pressure on the Australian in white. We'll just watch very eagerly to see how the judges attach a number to that. In reply, still trying to up that 4-point ride we spoke about, Tash. He has the combination on the backhand. It's worked for the Brazilian. And that was a nice, good, solid hammer as well. So maybe there's a little bit more than a 4 in that. So a nice little showdown at the end of the heat as we're almost at the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight. It is going to be tight. You called it with Hayden Rogers, looking for that, hunting for it, and he got it. But I think Lawrenson as well has... I like that second turn on that last wave. I like the flow of what he was doing. First turn straight into second turn. There was no step in between, you know.
Scorecard open for the discussion between Lawrenson, the Australian, Rogers, the American. And it's a tight set of numbers. We'll see how those play out. What do you folks think at home? What do you think, Tash?
Oh, well, you can see it just even his stance straight away. All he was going for was to get that board above the lip, get the rotation in. Like you said, landed a little cushiony, but rode out of it. It's complete. If I have to compare it...
Does he improve a score on this one, Ben Lawrenson?
I do think he's going to better a 4.
All right, so to answer that, we'll start with Blue. Last of Blue, a 5.97, sees the situation change. Clocks on 10 seconds. Judge is still working on white. And where is Kai Kobayashi in all of this? He has just sort of let this heat slip by. It's been more just orientation in the lineup, perhaps, for Kai, because we know his ability, we know his pedigree. And that hasn't come to be showcased here in this heat. We are on the edge of our seat waiting for Ben Lawrenson, who now needs to replace, how's this for decimals? I spoke about it. He has a 4 as a counting score. He now needs a 4.05.
Yeah.
And we were speaking about he was just trying to nudge that up.
Yeah.
And we're just going to stay with this moment because we want the score to land for last of white. That is how tight that little show-off was for second and third here, Tash.
Yeah, and you know, you can't fault Hayden Rogers. I mean,
he did what was required. He knew that the scorecard was maybe going to get squeezed, and it wasn't a special wave that he went on, and we felt that he surfed that score up.
Yes.
And it has exactly happened. 5.2, squeezed that right-hander. And, well, what a great show-off between Hayden Rogers and Ben Lawrenson. But credit to this man for getting the advancing slot. The Brazilian Vito Ferreira pretty much sailed that one start to finish. But this young Australian gets his way into the next round. We'll sit back, we'll take a break, and we'll be back for more from beautiful Ballito.
presented by O'Neill, and we are through to the next heat, the round of 80, heat number 3. I'm being joined here in the booth by Mike Frew, and we are very excited to take you through this heat. So it is a stacked Hawaiian heat. Introducing blue, Luke Tima up against Imai Kalani DeVault in the red, Luke Swanson in the white, and young Bo Yu Chen in the green. So international field here. We've got 3 Hawaiians in the heat, Mike, and getting underway, it's the young surfer in the green.
Yeah, Johan, look at that nice clean wave to open up his account. So this youngster has come through, surfed the Pro Junior as well, young Bo Yu Chen. He's from Chinese Taipei. So all the way from there down to the east coast of South Africa against an absolutely loaded, stacked other side of the heat, which is those Hawaiian names, as you mentioned. So we've got Imai Kalani DeVault, a previous championship tour competitor. We've got Luke Tema, one of the standouts young surfers from Hawaii at the moment. He actually won the Pro Junior event here last year. And then we've got Luke Swanson, also from Hawaii in white, a previous world junior champion. So incredibly stacked heat.
Yeah, 100%. And these guys are just looking to get a good start here. I mean, the first heat of the day, we saw a little bit of a slow heat, but the previous one was a really good one to watch, and getting more consistent down here at Willard Beach. It's white, Luke Swanson, up and riding, as you mentioned, world junior champ, Mike. And he's 22 years old from Pupukea in Oahu in Hawaii. And just looking to get a good start here is Luke Swanson.
Johan, even though Luke Tema and Luke Swanson are still kind of young, I feel like they've been to Ballito a number of times. This must be their probably 3rd or maybe even 4th visit to Ballito. Imai Kalani DeVault also has been here a couple of times. And these heats go really fast, 20 minutes in duration. And not a lot of set waves out there, but up and riding and getting one. This is Imai Kalani.
Yeah, the server from Maui in Hawaii is looking for a decent one here and gets the opening carve, and it runs off into that deeper water channel. So as you were mentioning earlier, Mike, high tide in, what is it, about maybe an hour and a half from now, maybe a little more than that. So it's going to be pushing a little bit more into the later stages of the morning, and it looks like we're going to throw down to an interview. It's Emma down on the beach with Vitor Ferreira, winner of the previous heat. So we'll get that interview going shortly, I'm sure. Back to live action with just under 15 minutes to go. That opening score, Mike, for red, Imai Kalani came through to 3.17, and just a smaller score for the surfer from Chinese Taipei, a 1.07 for green. Up and going. This is Imai Kalani DeVault. He is going to go down on that one, and as you mentioned, Mike, former CT competitor. I would say he's the most experienced competitor in this heat in terms of different tours and the level of surfing at that championship tour. Last year he had a 49th in the Ballito Pro. He is a surfer from Maui, and he's got a strong forehand, and my favorite move with Imai Kalani is definitely that forehand hack that he has. And we are going to go down to that interview. It's Emma down with the winner of the previous heat. Thank you so much, Emma. Down with Vitor, previous heat winner, the Brazilian, and getting a good start to the contest. As mentioned, not a bad thing, Mike, to come out of your heat and first heat of the day and come away with a W. So we'll see him a little bit later, and he'll be stoked. So straight back to live action, a couple scores have dropped in. The opening score for white, Luke Swanson, came in at a 3.67, and the second to last score of Surfer in the Red, Imai Kalani Devault, was a 4.33. Last the blue, Luke Teamer, we actually saw him in the background with a couple of forehand turns, came through to 4.40. And last of white, Luke Swanson, the second scoring wave for white, came through to 5.17. So, Mike, with 11 minutes remaining, what do you make of this opening situation? It looks like Luke Swanson now is at the top, but it's still pretty tight out there.
Yeah, so it's a battle for that first and second position between the three Hawaiians at this stage. Very, very close. Just having a look at the scores, there's really not much to split them. Luke Swanson's had the highest single wave score of 5.17. Luke Temer's had a 4.4 and Imai Kalani a 4.33. So very similar. It's going to be incredibly close between these three Hawaiians in terms of which of the three advance. With only two surfers advancing through all these four-man heats, one of the Hawaiians is definitely not going to make it through. And then, we got a bit of a dark horse in this heat with Bo Yu Chen, the young surfer from Chinese Taipei. He'll be using this as an incredible learning experience. He's a lot younger than the other three competitors out there. Just starting with a 1.07 at this stage. He's in second priority. The other thing that's really coming into play here in these heats, especially these couple early heats this morning, is the tide, Johan. Like I mentioned earlier in the heat, the current time here is 8:25 in the morning, and high tide is at 10:20. So the tide's still got another 2 hours to come in. And if you have a look at that white water on the inside there, those little ones are not really breaking because the water and the bank's getting a lot fuller. So you're really going to want to position yourself out there to be on the set waves. There's not going to be a lot of scoring opportunity on the small ones.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in the opening heat. There's definitely some waves out there and some potential, but it's all about playing the patient game, and that's exactly what these four surfers are doing. So priority is with Red, the Hawaiian Devault. At the moment, he is in second position, and second priority is with Bo Yu Chen to the right-hand side of the screen. So what that does mean for the viewers that are tuning in is that Surfer in the Red does have first choice to paddle for a wave that comes through the lineup. And Mike, we're just going to look at a quick recap of Last of White.
So we're having a look at Last of White, Luke Swanson. This was quite far to the left of the break. Oh, he really found a nuggety little section there, straight into another one. Look at the spray that goes up in the air. So even though the tide's high, like we were saying, he's caught that quite far down to the left-hand side of the beach and found a critical little section there. And that certainly could come into play as we go into the second half of the heat. That was the 5.17 for Luke Swanson, which took him to the lead.
Yeah, here we go with Surfer in the green. This is the young Bo Yu Chen. Finds a finish, and he's just going to get stuck in the foam. Yeah, so we saw Imai Kalani Devault up and riding, and then, of course, another score to come in for Bo Yu Chen in the green.
When I saw this heat last night, when I was looking at the heats and preparing for this morning, I was so excited to see Luke Temer and Luke Swanson surf, because I don't know if you follow these two on Instagram, but Luke Swanson does the most incredible aerials and backflips and technical airs back home. And then Luke Temer was charging last year in Hawaii. He's become part of that very entrenched young crew at Pipeline. Paul Canning from O'Neill and his son Matt were over in Hawaii last season, and they said that Luke Temer is really establishing himself there as one of the main crew in Hawaii. So always cool for us South Africans to have the Hawaiian contingent here. Hawaii still for us is considered the sort of home of global surfing. We grew up with the iconic Hawaiian images and videos. And it's always great to have them travel halfway around the world to visit us here in Ballito.
Yeah, it's obviously a really unique, famous place in surfing, and it's great to see them here in Ballito, as you're saying, Mike. And I think they really enjoy it down here. It resembles Hawaii, Willard Beach, on the right day. We've had a couple years of heaving barrels that resemble a backdoor pipeline. So, of course, if you look out to the ocean right now, it's not one of those days. Smaller 1 to 2 foot conditions. But, yeah, we've had a few years, and the Hawaiians have done really well. I think it was, more than 10 years ago, in 2012, when John Florence was actually in the really early in his career, and he came down here to Ballito to compete and got some of those heaving barrels. So the Hawaiians are right at home at Willard's on the north coast of KZN. As we see, our surfer in the white looks like he's in either ramp. Swanson going for one of those big airs that you've just talked about, Mike. He sticks it.
All right, so that's what I wanted to see this morning. That's what I was hoping we'd see from Luke Swanson. Really a nice amplitude on that air. And what's happening is the wind today, well, early this morning, it's blowing a strong northwest. It's got a little bit of more of a westerly into it, so it's blowing from right to left on screen. So you see Luke Swanson takes advantage of it on that left. As he punted for that air, the board sticking nicely to his feet and great control. This is going to be interesting. This is young Bao Chen. Just a quick in and out there for him.
And it's going to be a paddle for Imai Kalani D-Vault. And he's going to try and find a nice hook in the pocket. Drifts the fins. And he gets a little finish as well. So Red really getting a nice little closeout turn there with the opening carve. And he's going to put a score on the board. So with 5 minutes remaining, things are getting interesting in this round of 80 heat number 3. And we do have that aerial maneuver coming in for surfer in the white, Swanson. And then, of course, that right-hander for Red. But here we go. Luke Tima up and riding, Mike.
So look at that, snaps it right in the pocket. You can see how critical is surfing. You can use the spray that comes off the back of the wave really to judge how critical that turn was. And if you do the snap right next to where the lip is breaking in that steep section of the wave, it throws a chunk of spray in the air like that. And good critical surfing there from Luke Tema. So a real battle here between Imai Kalani, Luke Tema and Luke Swanson. And with only 2 slots going through to the next round, it's a real battle between these 3 surfers. Of course, we'll also see all 3 of them in the Challenger Series next year. So if one does go down, their Ballito campaign isn't over, but certainly using it as a bit of a warm-up for the Challenger Series event next week.
Of course, all 3 of these guys are going to look at this as some great time in the water to get some heat time under their belts and water time under their belts, and to really just train and practice for the bigger event next week. But it wouldn't be bad for either of them, either of these surfers, to take home a title here at the Ballito Open in 2026. So as we wait for these scores to come in, Mike, I'm really interested to see how things shift up here. 3 very different waves. I mean, Luke Swanson went to the air with that lofty frontside reverse. Luke Tima had a really good start, and the waves sort of died out through the inside. And then, of course, Imai Kalani D-Vault. But let's go through this last one from White.
Oh, you could see exactly what he was planning to do there in terms of his sort of body positioning. He coiled himself like a bit of a spring, and he was just waiting for that right ramp section. He boosted off the lip, nice rotation in the air, and landed clean. And the judges reward him, and finds himself in the lead at the moment. There is still a score outstanding. I think, Johan, if I'm not mistaken, the air score is still outstanding from the judges.
Yes, so scores still to come in for surfer in the white, Luke Swanson. Second to last score of Luke Tima, that right-hander that we watched, was a 4.13. And surfer in the red, Imai Kalani D-Vault, opened up with a 4.0 in his last wave. So a 4-point ride for red, a 4.13, and score still to come in for surfer in the white, Swanson up and riding. It's the young Bo Yu Chen. So with 2 minutes remaining, the young surfer in the green from the Chinese Taipei is now looking for a 7.03 against some of these bigger names in the heat. So there he is in picture, paddling back out. Still a young teenager, Mike. As you mentioned, he competed in the Pro Junior, and what a great opportunity it is to compete against past championship tour surfers and Challenger Series surfers for the young surfer in the green.
Yeah, and it's all the surfers in this heat have traveled a long way around the world, from Chinese Taipei to Durban, and on to Ballito is a pretty heavy haul, as is a flight and travel from Hawaii. And for those back home watching this heat, welcome to all the folks online supporting their surfers in this heat. And it's young Bo Chen. He's going to have another go. This time he finds a nice little open face getting to work, but you feel like he's going to need something a little bit more significant than that to get that 703, Johan.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Bo Yu, and some nice backhand surfing there for the goofy footer. But unfortunately, as we were talking about earlier, you need a wave with a bit more size and a little bit more power. So unfortunately, a bit of a smaller wave for surfer in the green, and most likely not going to be what he's looking for. And a big paddle up and going. It's going to be Imai Kalani devault. Very important wave. He's in third position, slashes a turn, busts the fins, and he does not find the finish. So that's what he was looking for in terms of a wave. But unfortunately, 30 seconds remain, and you can see he knows he needed something on that end section. Unfortunately, he couldn't pull it through.
So it looks like at this stage, we'll wait for that score to come in, but the two Lukes moving through. Was so nice to see Luke Swanson get one of those airs in that heat. And I really like those 3 turns that Luke Temer did on that steep little nuggety insider. Wow.
Yeah, this one's winding to completion, and in picture there, devault. Paddling in, and that score comes in. Unfortunately, not enough for Imai Kalani devault. It is going to be Luke Swanson taking the win ahead of Luke Temer. So the two Hawaiians advance through this one, and we're going to move straight into the round of 80 heat number 4. So if you guys have been watching with us, thank you so much. We have moved into the next heat here at the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill, and entertaining heat to watch in heat number 3. Beautiful view of our beach down here at Willards. It's going to be another great day of surfing. Day number 1 of competition here at the Ballito Open. And welcome back to action here at the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. Up and riding, it's Dylan Wilcoxon, the Indonesian surfer from the Mentawais. Grew up at Kandui resort, and he is going to find a finish. And we just saw him competing at the Pro Junior Mike. Will Coxon, 17 years old, as mentioned, raised in the Mentawis, and he's been raised on barrel riding pretty much, living in a place like that. I think that must be every surfer kid's dream, to grow up in a location like that.
I was just thinking, that is incredible. Imagine growing up in the Mentawis, and that's your home break. Well, he might get some opportunity to ride some barrels, because looking at the forecast, the next 2 or 3 days ahead definitely looks like there's going to be a bit more swell here in Ballito, and the tides are better in the morning. So there's certainly going to be some opportunity for some barrels. That's a lovely opening turn there for Thiago Carrique.
Thiago Carrique, the surfer from Biarritz in France, opens up his campaign. So far, his best result, Mike, is a 25th at the Pro Tagazout Bay in terms of the QS this current season. And a talented surfer representing the French flag is going to make his way back out into the lineup. So, opening score for Angel Jardine, that one was during the break, was a 2.50. And of course, a score to come in for Blue, the Indonesian surfer, as well as surfer in the white, Thiago Carrique. And they are being joined by the super talented surfer in the red, Finn McGill, in this current heat, watching last of Blue.
So Dylan Wilcoxon, our surfer, as we said, from the Mentawis in Indonesia, finishing off his wave on the inside there. He's had a bit of wave time, like you said, surfing the Pro Junior as well. And then there was the one turn there for our surfer from France, Thiago Carrique. So surfers from all over the world. This is another fully stacked international heat. A lot of Hawaiians we've seen this morning. So we've got another 2 Hawaiians in this heat, Angel Jardine and Finn McGill. 2 will make it through, 2 eliminated at this stage. But a lot of these international surfers are surfing the Ballito Open QS 2000 very much as a warm-up for the Challenger Series event. So flying, all the way from Hawaii, or like we saw Bo Yu-Chen from Chinese Taipei. It's a long way to get to South Africa. And there's no sort of repecharge or anything in the Challenger Series. There's no second chances. So to be able to get a bit of heat time out there in the Ballito Open for these international competitors really is incredibly beneficial in terms of their campaign for next week in the Challenger Series. They can get to sit out there with just 4 people in the water, get their bearings in the lineup, have a look at the land, see what they're going to line up with in terms of where to take off and things like that, and just go into next week with a little bit more preparation. So that's why we see so many internationals. And it's also why you see the internationals in round 1 and most of the South Africans in round 2, because this is an Africa Series QS event. So the South Africans are all seeded on the Africa ratings. And as an international competitor, if you enter this event, you automatically go into round 1.
Yeah, so that's the round of 80. And as you mentioned, Mike, it's an Africa QS regional event. This is actually the second Africa Regional QS event of the season, the first of which being the Vic Bay Surf Pro and the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill being the second QS 2000 event. So this one's a very important one for the Africa ranked athletes, but of course these international surfers, as you mentioned, looking to just get some good reps and practice. And these guys are professionals. Looking at surfer in the red, Finn McGill, as I say, professionals looking for a strong finish. McGill's going to find it. So that was a nice wave from Finn McGill. But these guys are pros, and every little bit of equipment and analyzing the surf needs to be technical. They arrive here at least 1 week before. They make sure that the equipment is dialed in. They try and get as many heats in the lineup or mock heats with their filmers or coaches as possible. And this is their career. So they need to make it through a couple heats if they want to keep this dream alive of being on the Challenger Series and qualifying for that championship tour. So this qualifying series event is vitally important, and I think that's why we see so many of these surfers come up early and make sure that they sign into this event. So with 12 and a half minutes to go, I really like that last one from Surfer in the red Finn McGill. I hope to see a replay. It looked like it was a really strong start for McGill.
He went into that turn. Looks like we're going to get a replay here. Check this out. Wave stands up really nicely on the bank. Great bottom turn into the top. Adds a little bit of flair, putting a lot of pressure on his tail pad and flares the board all the way around, and then finishes off the wave with a good exclamation mark on that second turn, which was quite interesting. One thing I noticed on that wave, looks like he's riding quite a short board. When I get a chance, when we have a break, I'd like to go and have a look at some of the boards in that competitors area. You can see when Finn paddles as well, the board's not very long, sticking out the water. So I think it's quite a short board that he's riding, and it's fitting very well into the sort of nuggety power sections of these waves.
Yeah, I mean, that short board would definitely help, as you mentioned, Mike. And these guys are traveling with probably 5 or 6 different boards, if not more, some of these surfers. So small conditions, and he must have just grabbed that one and bit of a wider, shorter board in these types of conditions to really fit into that pocket, and specifically on those closeout waves on the sandbank. You need to really just jam your board in the pocket. You don't want to catch any rails or nose dives. He's going to go for a massive backside reverse. That one just gets away from him, and up and going is surfer in the blue, Wilcoxon. So the Indonesian surfer finds the finish. And look at that wave, Mike. It sort of like drops out over the sandbank, and that's potentially where that shorter board is really going to help to get that board up into the lip, to make sure that you ride out nice and clean, and have enough foam beneath your feet in those sort of punchy, small conditions to find the finish.
Yeah, interestingly, so Finn McGill had those 2 turns on his opening wave, which was the 483. So he did that first turn, he slashed it and then drifted the tail, and then he went into the second turn, where if I have a look at Tiago Carrique's last wave, the 417, that was just the one big aerial maneuver. So the judges rewarding one big air, similar to what they're rewarding two turns. We saw it in the last heat with Luke Swanson. Luke did that big frontside punt, and that sort of gives me an early indication that if the guys are going for those high-risk maneuvers into the wind on the lefts like that, and they're able to land it, the judges are going to reward them really, really well. Do you imagine if was it Dylan Wilcoxon? No, it was Finn McGill who did that giant backside one now. If he'd landed that, goodness me, that would have that would have almost comboed the others, I reckon. But you can see his strategy there. This is it. Johan.
Yeah, let's take a look. So on the backside, the regular footer pumping down the line. He was looking at his friend Luke Swanson in the last heat, and you could see there his body wanted to rotate, and his board unfortunately didn't rotate with the body. So unfortunately, he got lots of loft there, but he couldn't find a finish on that air. His feet just couldn't stick to the board. And that was just a quick replay for Blue. Wilcoxon up and going once again is Finn McGill. So he waited in the first part of the heat, and now he's getting busy, Mike.
Yeah, that was a nice turn. A slightly bigger wave initially than that opening ride. A similar type of turn, but he didn't drift the tail. He basically projected straight into the second section with that one. And I feel like he could consolidate the lead or distance himself a little further from the other 3 competitors with that one. That big air that he did in his backhand, the replay that we saw just now, this is his ride that we've just seen. Nice big slash. You see how that wave stood up? It was a little bit bigger on the inside, so very peaky out there, but there are those nuggety ones, which are just sort of overhead as you take off. But I was talking about his air. If he had managed to grab the rail on that one, he probably would have been able to keep the board under his feet. Mm-hmm. But there is a little bit of wind out there. You can see the ruffle on the surface of the sea, and that wind kind of just blows the board away. So in those type of aerials, you've got to keep that board under your feet. And if you're not relying on the wind, you've got to use your hand to try and retain it under your feet. But the guy's certainly going for it. And we have seen one big air landed in the heat so far, and that was from Surfer in White, Tiago Carrique. Very exciting heat. Johan, I noticed in the event so far, if we look at the whole Ballito Pro sort of festival, it's made up of a number of events. We had the Rookie Rippers, That was the very first event. It was a Surfing South Africa event with under 12s through to under 18s. Then we had the Pro Junior the last 2 days, and we're now in the Ballito Open. There's a significant a big jump in terms of the performance levels out there this morning. There's a big difference between those junior events we've seen the last 2 days and what we've seen this morning so far. The standard of surfing is radical.
Yeah, 100%. These qualifying series surfers are all in this to compete as professional athletes, as we were talking about, Mike, and compete on that highest level. The goal of all these guys is to get onto that championship tour, that coveted CT, and we've seen a couple of these surfers in the draw at that highest level. If we look at that last one, Imai Kalani D-Vault, we saw Cade Matson in the first heat of the day, and we've got a couple surfers coming up that have competed on that CT, and that's the dream. So a whole bunch of these scores have just come in. Finn McGill, his last ride was a 4.17 for that right-hander, and that second scoring wave for Tiago, a 4.17 as well. So your situation is the Hawaiian Finn McGill is currently in the lead, with white Tiago Carrique, the Frenchman, in second position, needing a 4.83. Surfer in the blue, Dylan Wilcoxon, in third position, looking for a 4.34 to advance. And Angel Jardine in the green in fourth position, requiring a 5.17. So Finn McGill currently up in the top position. We've seen him here at the Ballito Pro pretty much through the Ballito Juniors, the QS events, the Ballito Pro for, I want to say, the last 10 years. Finn McGill, of course, he's from the North Shore of Oahu. His best result so far in the QS was a second at the Local Motion QS in Hawaii, where he actually got a 10-point ride, Mike. He's getting up and going again, and he's looked like he's got a nugget of a right-hander. Let's see if he finds the end section. Unfortunately not.
No, he's doing well, though. He's down to the left-hand side of the beach, and he's really seems to be applying a similar strategy on almost all the waves except for that left. He's had those 2 turns on each of his waves, varying the levels of sort of scoring. But he's got a nice flow. He's in the groove in the seat, and he finds himself in the lead. That was just a quick sort of in and out there for Angel Jardine, the other Hawaiian competitor in the seat. He's actually quite good friends with a young local surfer from this area in Durban, Surprise Mapumulo. Surprise has spent a bit of time with Angel Jardine over in Hawaii, and it was nice to see Surprise being able to host his mates over here at the Ballito Pro this year, and great to see the sort of international friendships that develop through and from these competitions.
Yeah, Angel, 18 years old, and of course a newcomer, as you mentioned, to Ballito, and it's good to have him here. He's got some good friends and some close, tight-knit community already in South Africa as Angel, and that was surfer in the blue, Dylan Wilcoxon. So Dylan's sitting down in third position. He's not looking for a massive score. He's looking for a 4.34, but he's just struggling to find a finish on some of these waves, is the Indonesian in the blue. So a score is going to drop in for blue. We have a score coming in for red as well. And looking at that timer, Mike, we've only got 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. So it feels like this heat has flown past.
Dylan Wilcoxon really needed to land that last turn. He had a couple of good turns, and you feel like he definitely needed to land that last one in order to take that second place, not needing a lot. Here are some replays, Johan.
Up and going. This was your heat leader, Finn McGill. Nice opening carve. Got another little snap, and that one sort of just died on the inside on McGill. And that was just a quick one. Angel Jardine went down on that last one, and then it looks like surfing the white Tiago Carrique, surfer hanging on to second in picture there. So live action. And we missed that one from White, so he had something. And that score from White is going to come in shortly. So 3 minutes remaining, and current situation, it's still red in first with White in second. But the scores that are required for surfer in the blue and the green are not massive scores. So still anyone's game. It looks like we might run through a couple of replays here, Mike.
This was last of White, so this is Tiago Carrique. Comes hard off the bottom, slashes it, looking for that section down the line. And just goes into that section, gets a little unstuck by the white water, so that's not going to go up into his top 2. 2.5 minutes remaining. Look at this. Tiago is in second. Dylan Wilcoxon, he didn't make that last turn on his previous wave, Johan, and it did improve his score though. So he required about a 4.2. He now only needs a 3.71. With 2 minutes remaining, you feel like that second place by Tiago Carrique is certainly not locked in if Dylan Wilcoxon or Angel Jardine can get a wave.
Here we go, live action. Angel Jardine, the regular footer, the Hawaiian, looking for a strong finish, and he finds the finish. Does Surfer in the green. So he's going to put a score on the board, and that's what he was looking for. The young 18-year-old in the green singlet. And priority now with red. Finn McGill, the heat leader. Dylan Wilcoxon is going to take a look, but he has to give way to Finn McGill. So Finn McGill now up and riding. Bottom turns it, eyes the lip. Beautiful opening carve. Another slashing turn, and he's going to look for a finish. So that one dies into the channel. But Finn McGill had to turn. He had to go for that one. And wise choice, as Dylan Wilcoxon wasn't not looking for a big score.
Yeah, Dylan Wilcoxon would desperately have wanted that wave because he could have got out of that third place position. However, he uses his priority now with 1 minute to go. This is a very important wave for the surfer from Indonesia. Gets front turn in, slashes it back. Now he's hoping for something on the inside. Just a little tiny section there allows him to do it. Sort of a bit of a slash, but is it enough for the 3.71? He's quite close in. He's got 45 seconds, so if he paddles really hard, he might get back out there if there's a left. But I feel like he needed that wave that Finn McGill was on. And incredibly, Finn McGill did another 2 turns there. So almost he's had a copy and paste almost every single wave. He's had such good flow this heat, and a very well managed heat there for Finn McGill. And the strategy he had to go and sit on that right and look for those 2 turns certainly paying off.
Yeah, watching Surfer in the white. Tiago Carrique looking for the finish. Unfortunately, he goes down. So this one's coming to an end. And in picture is White, the surfer currently in second position. And not sure if there was an opportunity for Surfer in the blue, Dylan Wilcoxon, to get another wave. So it does look like the official results are Finn McGill taking out the win in the red ahead of Tiago Carrique, the Frenchman, in the white. So those 2 surfers advance through to the next round, and we are going to move straight into the round of 80 heat number 5 here at the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. So thank you guys for sticking with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers, it's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an events tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food, and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning, and team-building destination, which is enabled by its close proximity to King Shaka Airport. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, Kwadukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to Kwadukuza today.
Welcome back to the surfing action. It's the Ballito Pro, the QS2000, with some of the big names here to do heat drills for the up-and-coming Challenger Series. It's a very good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Tash Mentasti for the call as we frame up the current heat in the water, round of 80. Watch for young Josh Malherbe, the young South African. Ian Gentile, the name needs no introduction, former championship tour surfer here. And Lucas Austin will represent the USA. Gabriel Klausner, seen him as a wild card at the CT level. And we're looking forward to peeling out the heats for you. It's a good morning, Tash. The last time we spoke, the high tide was a little bit of a plague. I feel like the waves have almost climbed up onto the inside sandbars, and we saw some fantastic performances. Finn McGill, former world junior champion in that last heat, really just taking it to town.
Oh, yeah, I was actually watching live on the beach there, and he just seemed to have found the waves that opened up a lot more. He also looked like he had more time to fit maneuvers in. So just really good wave selection. And, yeah, you're right, Giggs. It almost looks like, the waves have pushed in. They're a little bit closer to shore, but they're more on that sandbar, exactly what you said.
Just after 9 a.m. local time here in South Africa. We are on the East Coast, and it is, of course, the home of beautiful Willard Beach. The Ballito Pro every year showcases and anchors a big week of activity. Of course, a 2-week surf festival this time around, with all the focus being on the young South African right now in the heat, as he will just try and work his way amongst some big names of the sport. And as we said, no championship tour surfer on the schedule for the South Africans. Everyone has really just embraced and just drilled into this 2-week surf festival here in Ballito.
Yeah, pretty much everyone's in Ballito. It's so wonderful to be here and be able to be a part of it all. And, for me, it's just to watch these surfers, the caliber of surfing. And like you were saying, for our South African junior surfing, it's really, really good.
Absolutely. Young names like Klausner out of the talent pool of Brazil. Got a shot at the championship tour level last year. Had that opening heat with Medina and Geordie Smith. Actually came in ahead of Geordie, and then he had to surf off against Geordie, and Geordie did get him. But Klausner able to mix it up with the big names in the sport. He's got that big match temperament, so watch for him when we get to Challenger Series time next week. But conditions on offer, and the guys are getting scores out of the lineup, Tash.
Yeah, they've been getting scores. We saw an excellent ride from Luke Swanson a little bit earlier. So that 8-point ride. We saw 6s, mid-range scores as well. So it's definitely contestable. We were saying the last time we sat in the booth together, maybe don't sit and wait and maybe hunt a little bit. And I think that we saw that in the previous heat. Red was keeping really busy. He was hunting. And let's see what happens here. Josh Malherbe, the South African in the green. He's also done many heats. He surfed... we're into the third event of this beach festival here in Ballito. And he surfed in the Rookie Rippers. He surfed in the Ballito Pro Junior. He's now in the Ballito Open. So let's hope he's gained a lot of knowledge and really figured this lineup up this year in 2026 to have a good performance.
Yeah, absolutely. Now 18 years of age, young Josh Malherbe. There are 2 Josh Malherbes, by the way, in the South African surfing story. We'll talk about both at some stage. But right now, the one in the water is the natural foot version. The other is a goofy. And Josh Malherbe is a unique story. Growing up at a deserted beach on the Transkei coast, there wasn't even a school in place in the little town of Coffee Bay where he grew up. And so Dad Dave, a former very competitive surfer and still remains so in the national scene, and Australian wife Belinda really putting together a great backpacker there, the Coffee Shack. It's a beautiful part of the world. But Josh and his young sister pretty much grown up on an empty beach just with Dad to guide them. And what a great story for Josh as he finds his way all the way to this level.
Yeah, you're going to see young little Maya as well. I mean, she's a little pocket rocket. She's tiny, and Dynamite does come in small packages. But she was charging. We had some really big swell the start of this beach festival, and you saw young Maya. And I think it also comes from surfing a spot like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a beautiful part of the region, the Wild Coast. and took a visit down there. Not a pothole on the road. It's the best I've ever seen the road in my entire life. And I can say that firsthand because I don't enjoy driving on the bad roads. But there's been a complete turnaround for surf tourism there, complete turnaround for eco-tourism as well. A lot of hikes, a lot of trails through the Transkei, and of course that beautiful hole-in-the-wall region. And, well, that is where Josh and his sister and dad and mom call home. And they really have done a fantastic job with community. And, well, they've done a great job raising 2 world-standard surfers as well.
Yeah, they have, and I just love how you say community, because I think that's exactly what Ballito has done as well in the Ballito Pro in this event, and how it has brought community together. Very different, not a rural part of this coastline, quite developed on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal, but this event and how it brings community together is incredible.
Absolutely. The vision of the qualification municipality in what they did, they just went one step beyond looking at local community. They've made this a global community, and it really is been the accelerator for economic investment development. And the word Ballito is now a worldwide name.
Yeah, so true. And maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it wasn't on anybody's radar.
Yeah,
you know?
I think back to 50 years ago, these were rolling sugarcane hills, part of the Hewlett's empire at the time, and just a small couple of beach cottages, a really little coastal hamlet. And I can't think of any town that's been through such a... I mean, there are other towns that have been through growth curves. We think of Scottburgh on the south coast, south of eThekwini, the city. But, you know, the city's always been the city, but then there's been these coastal pockets. Yes, Mhlongo's also taken its growth, but nowhere quite like the Ballito area. And it's kept its coastal charm along with the economic growth.
Yeah, absolutely. It hasn't become a concrete jungle. It really is still tropical. You really do feel like you're in the tropics. You've got all these beautiful palm trees, banana trees. I mean, I've been really enjoying doing the morning commute, you know,
Yep.
from Salt Rock to Ballito, which is all in the same area. And to see... before the sun has risen, you've got people running, people walking, dog walkers. You've got everyone literally right on the beach just enjoying what this area has on offer. And I like what you said, Gigs. KwaZulu municipality really investing and having a good vision to know how important this surfing event is for this area.
And that vision has continued as well, Tash, with the new Club Med global investment over in Tinley Manor, just a few beaches to the left of us here. So that will be the gateway to a lot of eco-tourism, and of course the game parks as well. There are so many of them, Pinda, Shlishlui, and so many other world-class game viewing, just a short drive from Ballito. So we're looking so forward to seeing how that unfolds in the next few years. But we love it when everybody from around the world, we look at a heat that's in the water, for instance. We spoke of the South African, but we have Hawaiians, we have Brazilians, and it's a global picture, the Ballito discussion these days.
Yeah, and I love it. Round of 80, so our first round to start this QS 2000, and it has been such a stacked international field. You know, I look at these names, Ian Gentile. I mean, the guy is just, he's so well known. He's known for really having some incredible performances over the years in all different places. And here he is on the Dolphin Coast at a QS 2000. But like we've said again, it's just heat drills. It's heat reps right now for these guys. But we are very grateful for you because it definitely elevate the surfing performances.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see championship tour surfer level coming to even a QS event here. Think of Ian Gentile and his excellent results at the right-handers mostly, so he's always enjoyed his visits to South Africa. Former competitor at the championship tour stop in Jeffreys Bay. We think of his good results from places like El Salvador and such. And a relatively unknown name of this young man here, Lucas Austin, who's keeping his rails nice and clean on that. 8.5 minutes to go, Tash. This heat just kind of fizzled by, and really no big numbers jumping out at us just yet. You feel there could be a little breakthrough moment for any of these surfers at any stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the talking point is a 4.33 by the Brazilian Gabriel, and he found a wave that opened up a little bit more. It looks like he's found something similar. No, choosing not to go. It's interesting. Can you see sometimes you get that little bit of a warball? There's like a little bit of a bump in the wave, and sometimes those waves almost cut in half.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that previously. It's actually only been as the swell has just dissipated. But when there was a bit more swell, it was running across that sandbank from the right of your screen all the way across through the left.
Well, you say that, Tash, and it alludes to a transition in swell. There is a new south swell that is starting to build in the lineup. So we might find a little bit of a crossover of water movements, two swells in the water through the window of today, particularly that southerly wind out the back will drive and increase more swell from right to left. And as I say, on the east coast of the continent here, those are the big sweeping right-handers that really did make Ballito famous back in those early years. Think of 2008, 2009, of course the 2011 edition
That was the one.
with John and Julian and Geordie just standing in these 10-foot pits. That really put the flag up for Ballito, and it's been such a great story ever since. To think of all the various winners over the years and how important Ballito has been to setting surfers up for championship tour qualification.
So true, Gig. So true. And you know, that's the one thing about this event being such a legacy event, is it has played a massive role in surfers' careers, especially having to qualify for that championship tour. And you know, this year the Challenger Series stop number 1 is Ballito. I think it puts even more pressure on those surfers. But what we like as surf fans is we get
more emphasis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so everyone's going to cluster in on this first Challenger Series event. Last year it did start in Merriweather, and it was quite a drawn-out calendar for the Challenger Series of last year to extract top 10 on the men's side and top 7, I think it is, on the women's. But this year, I think that there is going to be a lot of championship tour surfers making that trip down here and putting the emphasis on the calendar start for the year here at Ballito. So it's exciting stuff, and it really just adds to the value of this massive 2 weeks, and that's why we said it's the biggest surf festival on the African continent.
Yeah, and it's definitely here to stay. And sure, time does fly, hey? 6 minutes remaining, Gigs.
It does. I just want to talk a little more. We're talking of Africa. We're talking of Ballito, and you've been an administrative role inclusive of things like Morocco. You know, that's on the other end of the continent, up in the other hemisphere. But certainly the Morocco picture also really coming into discussion when we talk about surfing on the African continent.
Yeah, it's you know, Morocco is so strong actually, and it's we definitely seeing more Moroccans starting to compete, starting to enter these Africa events. We've got a Moroccan qualifying for the Challenger Series through the 25-26 Africa qualifying series, and we haven't seen a Moroccan yet this morning. But they're coming, Gigs.
Yep, exactly.
They've actually, there's a bit of seeding going on because of the previous year. We're into the 26-27 season now. So just keep your eye on those Moroccans, because there is some incredible talent coming out of that surfing nation.
Well, always an interesting topic, the continent of Africa. I do think that in a lot of ways it is the last outpost for many undiscovered waves, amongst also undiscovered talents from various regions. And watch that picture over the next decade as the sport continues to flourish globally. 4.5 minutes to go. Tash, you spoke about the time starting to whiz by. We saw a quick wave from Ian Gentile now in picture. Klausner, our heat leader. This is that young Brazilian who's had a bit of championship tour experience as a wildcard invite in Rio de Janeiro. Right now he is out front. It's no numbers to brag about, but he is keeping his scorecard ticking over, and he did and will drop a low-scoring decimal out of his scoreline. So for now, he'll be increasing his lead with this heat.
Yeah, he's playing a clever heat. He really is. I mean, this wave, you can see it's more on the sandbank. It didn't open up. It was more shutting down. But he got that one turn in. He got rid of that very small score on his scorecard. And then Gentile, yeah, he's battling out there at the moment, unfortunately.
Seeing the waft of the high tide going, the water movement, you spoke of maybe the two swells there, Tash. But certainly there were moments, I feel I almost can't put my finger on why this particular heat has gone a bit soft to us, because really the previous heat and the one prior to that had a really good run, and some great scores came out of the performances.
Yeah, I mean, we always know when we don't see, when the charts are not showing signs of good swell period and large size swell, we always know Ballito can be difficult. It can be hard, and it can change literally every 30 minutes. So it is interesting. Well, let's see here. This is Gentile. It looks like his last ride that came through, and it wasn't a big score to talk at all, a 1.57, but it goes into his top 2 gigs.
And right now he is in third, Tash. But look at the requirements. It's a very tight set of scores, 1 through 4 in this heat. We're already down to just over 2.5 minutes to go. It might just take one special wave to change any outcome right now, with Klausner leading over the young surfer in blue, Lucas Austin. We don't know a lot about Austin. His first visit to Ballito in 2026. And the priority is with the South African. Let's see if this is a smart turnout. The surfer in green is down in 4th. And that there, Klausner behind the section. Still a little over 2 minutes to go. It's going to get a little bit sort of scratchy at the end here, Tash.
Yeah, a little scrappy. And I'm interested to see what they call with that from a priority point of view. 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, it was pretty much unnecessary to kind of get into that little incident, but we haven't seen a lot of opportunity. We saw green who had priority. That was looking red and white were right next to each other.
The waves on offer definitely have been slower on this. So, yeah, a little moment there to just sort of hang a question mark on with 90 seconds to go. My biggest talking point now is, does the South African holding priority and only needing a 2.44 use the priority and find himself just a reasonable size wave and crack out even one turn?
It's
you
one
can find
turn.
that score, Tash.
Yeah, one turn, Gigs. That's all he really needs. 2.44. Not anything to talk about, but one turn, if it's in a critical section, if it's completed correctly, he can definitely advance through.
Got a feeling there's some movement in the lineup here, and with 1 minute to go, just having a look at this, haven't heard any real jibber jabber outside about priorities or such and such. So we'll maybe just leave that one out of the discussion, Tash. Again, 45 seconds to go. Very, very close, 1 through 4 in this heat. Let's see if Alston can defend his second place position here. This one has sort of faded away, and here is the gateway to the moment. We spoke about 30 seconds to go. Young Josh Malherbe, has he got the big wave and the big match temperament? That's a single turn. We're asking for a 2.44 for heat advancement. Couple of questions, Tash. Did this previous wave of blue up his own scores?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say, is we are also waiting for a score for blue, who's sitting in second. You know what, it was one turn, but quite lateral, Gigs, for last of green, for Josh Malherbe.
And, well, the clock will count down as we see heat. We speculate heat winner Gabriel Klausner. Judges' scorecard now open for all 4 surfers, Tash. So you were always going to see a little bit of a scrap. We said it was going to get scrappy and scratchy at the end. We saw sort of 2 surfers converging on the same peak on the paddle. We knew it was going to get squeezed at the end, and now certainly the judges are going to, they'll want to actually just sit back and just dissect that, because it's a game of decimals now with such a tight scorecard.
Yeah, and very fortunate there is a judges replay system in action at the moment for those judges and the panel. So I know that they're going to be reviewing these waves, reviewing that incident that happened, and the right call will be made. But so small scores dropping in all over the place.
So Lucas Alston, surfer in blue, replaced a 1.53 with a 2. So he upped the requirements by half a point, Tash. Half a point, that's all it was. Josh Malherbe's not going to find the requirement. He got a 1.77. You spoke of that turn being a little lateral, a little soft. And so the South African in green will be out of the event, and he'll take much from the experience. And it's just a matter now of settling the scores. And that is top left of screen for official results. Klausner and Alston are going to get through this one. Ian Gentile, Championship Tour surfer, is going to be out of the QS 2000. He'll pack his bag and he'll just go a couple of 100 meters to the left or the right. He'll keep surfing. There are plenty waves in and around the zone here at Willard Beach. And for now, we'll just take a quick break, and we'll be back for more from the Ballito Open. welcome back to the beach here in beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. It is a big 2-week festival with junior qualifying series and now into the qualifying series event this year, the Ballito Open, opening day of a big field of surfers, 80 men and close to 60 women. Looking for qualifying series points here, and alongside me, Tash Mentesti used the words perfectly. A bit of drill time, a couple of heat exercises for a lot of them here to challenge the Challenger Series of 2026.
Yeah, it does get quite busy in the water out here at Willard Beach, and I think that, we do have 4 events under this Ballito Pro Festival, and to be out in the water, 3 other guys, it's really just a practice run,
Okay, so just a little update here. There is still some review taking place from that last heat. There was an interference call. We saw that convergence of 2 surfers, Ian Gentile picking up an interference, but that is not going to affect the outcome of the current heat about to start in the water. And before we do that, let's go down and hear from Emma Smith with the winner of that last heat.
Gabriel, a heat win is a heat win. I know you mentioned it was a slower heat, slightly slower scores, but you managed to hold on to the lead. Talk us through the heat.
Yeah, it was super slow, but in the beginning of the heat, I led one wave to the Lucas. Wasn't a good wave. And right after, I had the priority and got the 4. And after that, I made a 2-point ride, and that was it pretty much. And unfortunately for Ian, he made a interference call. But yeah, happy to made it.
Nice. I know it's your second time in Ballito, but first time competing. We're stoked to have you here, and yeah, good luck for the next round. Cool. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emma. And young Gabriel Klausner is through to the next round. It is the round of 80 this morning. Did see the opening ride of the current heat in the water unfolding behind our interview there. Lucas Silveira just getting a quick start. And interesting, a 3-man heat in the draw here as well, Tash, as we get stuck into heat number 6 of the morning. It's been intense. There's been some moments. There's been some wave-starved heats. There's been some real action and some good numbers as well. And a lot has unfolded in the first few hours of the Ballito Open, Tash.
Yeah, it's a busy morning. Heat number 6 already. I can't believe it. But like you were saying, a three-man heat. It is a bit unique, but I did just get a notification that unfortunately we have a no-show from Owen Moss, unfortunately. So that's why you're seeing only 3 colors on the screen. And another Brazilian in the water and keeping busy already.
Well, of course, Lucas Silveira, not a young athlete anymore. He won a world junior title back in 2014, somewhere back there, if I recall, over in Portugal at Ericeira, which does feature as one of the stops on the Challenger Series for 2026. But a 3-man heat, and right now Silveira in the green is our Brazilian out in the lead. Of course, Douglas Silva, relatively unknown name for us, as well as Iago Domingues. And look at this big opportunity for Dominguez. He'll slice into that, and he actually completed that, and then the inside rail grabbed him. So opportunity to go into a very good number to start just goes missing for the surfer in blue.
Yeah, such a pity, Gigs. It really was. I liked that turn. Lots of commitment, very critical, and it looked almost like a slightly bigger wave that had come through the lineup.
Yeah, I'll agree with you, Tash. That was one of the more solid. It wasn't a set either. It was just a single wave, but definitely one of the taller waves we've seen through the morning.
Yeah, it's exciting. I feel the same. Iago, not really on my radar at all, but I just like that start to see from him, and it shows that he means business. And as we know, Gigs, that sandbank, I mean, we're going to keep talking about it all through this broadcast, but we have got a lot of water on the bank right now, and it can still throw you off. And that's just the power of the waves that come through on the Dolphin Coast here, on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dolphin Coast, just a beautiful stretch, and it's that warm Indian Ocean water. Of course, the Mozambique current just continues to feed that tropical warmer water all the way down this east coast section here, and it's just one of the rare bubbles in a South African winter where it just has that year-round tropical feeling, and it really is a special place to be this time of year. And certainly so many surf fans, a lot of the surfers and their families just taking the opportunity to escape the colder regions of places like Cape Town and Jeffreys Bay and just get up to the warmer climes and certainly get amongst the world's best here.
Yeah, all the Cape Townians that have been coming and arriving in Ballito have all like arrived and gone, okay, I can thaw out a little bit. It's been freezing, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the one boasting thing about Ballito. It's year-round tropical, and this will be an interesting moment. We'll go split peak. We'll follow Silver as he goes to the left. Nice, tight, intense surfing from him for the first turn. He'll just let that second turn go. I'm wondering if Douglas Silver is not a relation or family of David Silver. We'll dig into that. Of course, David Silver, a former winner here back in 2019 and a regular at the championship tour level. And, of course, we mentioned Lucas Silveira. And then young Diego Dominguez, relatively new name for us here in Ballito. And we'll see how he fares here in the lineup. And I've got a feeling now that the ocean's just sort of giving us, the last heat, they starved us out.
Yeah.
And this heat, there's a bit more rhythm and a bit more motion in the ocean, so to speak, Tash.
Yeah, don't we love the sport of surfing, hey? It's just, sometimes we don't have any control and we've just got to adapt. Oh,
Well, again, he's done the same thing, same approach. It's actually finding the right waves to fetch scores, Tash. But Diego will go down on that. So 2 opportunities, 2 spills, perhaps some nerves getting to a younger competitor in that you just got to stick to your fundamentals and your basics, you know, and not think of the big match moment that you're in.
that's what
Play the shot.
I was about to say, that it's almost like he's pushing too hard when he doesn't need to, you know, not just yet. That's going to build. But I like his surfing. He definitely looks loose. I'd love to see him find a wave that has a wall to work with and see him put some turns in. But for the time being, I mean, the talking point is that first wave of the heat from Lucas Silveira, the 4-point ride. That's all that we can really talk about in this heat so far. And you can see all 3 surfers on the screen right now. Big gaps in between all of them. And that just showcases that there really isn't that one common dominant takeoff zone.
Yeah, it is spread out across the sandbars here. It's a little bit of a leftover east swell finding a new south-southwest wind. You see the tops of the, especially as we start going through close to the high tide mark now, Tash, that wind I think is going to also kick up a notch or 2. Little frustrated paddle on screen from Diego Dominguez there as he tries to find his way into the next round here. As you said, Tash, a big field, round of 80. It's a lot of the surfers. It's one of the most packed QS 2000s we'll see this year.
Yeah, and we're not seeing a lot of South Africans in that first round, and the reason being is it is an Africa QS event, so these international surfers that have come in, they're not getting seeding at all. That's why you're seeing them in the first round. So the next men's round, we're going to see a lot of our top South African guys coming in, and potentially even the following round after that, our really big seeded guys from the Africa region. But, you know, for me, I'm happy to watch some new surfing, see some new surfers.
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is where the emerging talent comes through. Looking at Diego Dominguez's track record of last year, he was pretty effective and got to most of the Challenger Series stops. Got a 33rd in Ballito this time last year. Same for the opening event, the Burton Automotive in Newcastle up on the east coast of Australia. He made his trip to Portugal, a throwaway result there as well, and he campaigned in Brazil. So watch for the young Spaniard. Of course, he is from the north coast of Spain, is Diego Dominguez. And we'll see Douglas Silver. Wow. That is a stinging turn right there. Beautifully done from Douglas. Strong surfing from him. I noticed in that his first forehand ride, I mean, it didn't pay out a lot of money with a 2.2, but there's some strong maneuvers locked into that Douglas Silver red jersey right now, Tash.
Sure, and how quick can he pivot? I mean, that was 12 o'clock, a very quick pivot, but with power, and that's what I like to see from Silver. Only a second wave, still lots of time on the clock, but that is really that first score, can we even say consequence? Not really. I think they're going to all build house.
We love the technique and the approach of Douglas Silva. And we spoke of looks very strong, Tash.
Oh, you see, he gets low.
Boom, love that.
So gets nice and compressed in that bottom turn, able to get that nose to 12 o'clock and pivot really quickly off the top.
And meanwhile, live action switching going the other way. Iago, who's just having one of those troublesome heats, just needs to maybe reel it back 10%, 20%, just slow it all down. Opposite side of the discussion is the sort of calm approach to the lineup of the heat leader, Lucas Silveira. And down the beach, Douglas Silva's going to be back at it. Single turn, perhaps. That one a little softer. But you've got a feeling that at some stage, Douglas in red is going to find one of those big banging scores.
I agree.
And turn this heat inside out. Just looking at Douglas Silva's run through the qualifying series last year, Tash, very busy in that South American picture with a number of final appearances as well to talk about. In fact, a win in Iquique as well. It's a QS 2000 ranked event there. And so this will be his first visit to Ballito and his first run perhaps in the Challenger Series.
Okay, well, welcome. It's great to have you here. No, but, and I mean, if he's had a couple of results on that South American side of things, I mean, that's a tough draw. There's a lot more competitors
That's
that
got
are
to be the
coming-
hardest qualifying
region.
series rankings to work through.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, everyone is so hungry that comes from Brazil. And yeah, I really do hope that we see him get an opportunity to showcase his talent and showcase his skills. And I had a thought while you were chatting about his results. I mean, we've got two Brazilians in this heat. It doesn't look like they're actually, working together, kind of trying to block Iago or anything like that. But I'm wondering if Iago is just a little bit spun, and kind of needs to get out of his head and get back into the game a little bit. But you're right as well, Giggs. He seems to just be pushing too hard for the start. Just focus on the basics, focus on the fundamentals. And, he's got second priority at the moment. 9 minutes on the clock.
Well, Lucas Silveira just kind of keeping this all together. Tash as a heat leader, 8:45 to go. Lucas from Rio de Janeiro itself. Of course, we know that is a regular stop at the championship tour level. Of course, the event has moved from Barra to Tijuca, which is Lucas Silveira's local home beach, along with legends like Carlos Burle and a number of other great Brazilian characters. Of course, these days, Saquarema, which is about an hour north of the central Rio de Janeiro beaches, is where the championship tour finds its new home. But Lucas Silveira has featured many times as a wild card at that event. And Lucas has got a lot of experience. To me, I remember when he won his World Junior title well over a decade ago, probably about 12 years ago now, the amount of support, the Medinas, the Toledos, everyone was messaging him directly, just going, "This is it, you're on your way." And it's been a slow burn for Lucas Silveira to get to that top level. There's, as you mentioned, so much talent out of Brazil, but you almost feel that Lucas kind of just has stayed at that Challenger Series level. It might be a different story for this Brazilian talent. Douglas Silva has really got a nugget approach to the lineup here in Ballito. We're loving what we see. And he's found a long runner here. This one's stretched all the way to the shore, Tash. So adding to his momentum here, he might be threatening for a heat lead at this stage as we move down to a little over 7 minutes to go. But there's a tangible fire and intensity in Douglas Silva.
And look, he found a wave that ran across that sandbar really well. It opened up for him a little bit. We haven't seen anyone make it through that deep, shallow trough and onto the shore break. So he only needed a 2.61. I mean, he's already sitting in second in an advancing position. I'm really interested to see where the judges go with this.
Lovely intensity, Tash.
Yeah, so much. Keeps his speed. He stays high, but then sets it up for another little corner hit. For me here, I mean, he did well working through this, keeping his speed and then just getting that little tag on the end. I know most of the points are going to come from those first two turns. And if we have to compare it to what we've seen in this heat and maybe the heat before, for me, he's definitely in that average range. I wouldn't say it's a good score, but definitely.
See little hints of Jadson Andre in that as well, but even more nuggety in his approach, a little bit stockier in frame. But we'll wait and see where that number lands. Judges' scorecard open for that last left-hander, and we do see a switch in the situation. And it's the first meaty score that's come to us here, Tash. That one hitting in at the 6-point mark.
Yeah, good score. So low good, but it does come out at a 6-point ride, and that's a definite keeper. Now, you can see how both competitors have shifted straight across to where Red caught that last wave.
100%. So little reactions in the lineup here from it. Is just a 3-man heat. But this man on screen, Diego Dominguez, he's out of the Basque Country, that beautiful region that just borders on the north coast of Spain, where it meets France up in the Bay of Biscay. And, of course, that region producing a women's winner last year here in Nadia Aristaba, who, along with Luke Thompson, got their wins here and now feature. And really, Nadia, to me, has really stepped up to the championship to a level. She's kept that strong paced backhand and just kept the power in the pocket. Different story for Luke Thompson from this time last year. Really kind of hasn't got out of second gear in the CT jersey. But certainly the Basque Country can be very proud of surfers like Diego Dominguez, and on the women's side, a number of talents just emerging from that region.
Yeah, it's so beautiful to see. I mean, I did get to visit Mundaka many years ago, and, you know, no one was talking about Basque surfers.
Oh, it's a fantastic region, that. It's just beautiful.
So beautiful. But you're seeing more and more Basque surfers coming out, so it's quite incredible. I mean, that, yes, in Spain as a country, but then representing the Basque region so much. It's so... I want to go back and see what's going on there, you know, because
it's bubbling.
There are so many surfers buzzing. Coming out of there.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. Zarauts at the north coast there as well, San Sebastian, all those towns. There's just beautiful beaches. They get a lot of swell through the winter, and the summers are very useful as well. Okay. And just a great region. I just love that area. And of course, then you've got all the competitiveness of the region as well. Of course, Rob Gunning involved with the World Surf League in that region, just nurturing those qualifying series in a spread out zone. You know, it's a big region, it's a big footprint, Europe. And always just such fun to go and see the surfing in that region. And talking of fun surfing, priority is with Lucas Silveira in the lineup here. Tash, we know his pedigree, and we look at his requirements now to go back to first. It's a 5.91, so he's also going to have to reach out and find something in that 6-point mark now with a little over 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, for me, it's all about the game now. Watch, green, Lucas is going to sit on Diego the whole time, because Diego Dominguez only needs a 3.54 to take that second position.
And meanwhile, live action. Heat leader's gone back to work. He's gone back to that left-hander and stung that first turn again. The rest of it not great. Let's see if the Spaniard can come to the party, so to speak. And that one will go incomplete as we slip under the 3-minute mark. But I'm just loving the intensity of the surfing in the jersey of red Douglas Silva.
I like his surfing. He's light on his feet, but then there's power, you know. The basics are there, which we always seem to forget about sometimes, but it just looks so good. Those fundamentals are so important, and especially on a day like today. We see Diego Dominguez trying it a different way, so not going to the basics, going to the air, but then you've got to land, you know, and it's a little bit of a risk that he's taking, but it's the time that he doesn't have. So willing to take the risk in order to try find the score.
Well, it's a round of 80. It's an opening morning of a QS 2000, and we're getting jazzed up on it. We hope that everybody is enjoying the show with us. Just under 2 minutes to go as we go to the air, and that is exactly what we're talking about. This is a new find for us. The young Brazilian has been doing work on the qualifying series, but here he is now in Ballito to warm up for the Challenger Series event, the up-and-coming Ballito Pro. Right now, the next 3 days, QS 2000 level event, the Ballito Open. And Douglas Silva is putting his hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I should just keep quiet because I'm talking about fundamental surfing and then the guy goes to the air, the next wave. But that's what you want. You want to have many options
Well,
in your pocket.
the focus has gone to the left-handers here, and Lucas Silveira knows that. He knows those beach breaks of Brazil. He knows those chunky, dumpy type of situations, and he'll be sort of willing to have a go. Let's see how the Spaniard attacks this. So Diego Dominguez just sort of having a troubled heat for his own standards, I feel. He is very capable of getting some big numbers in the jersey. But with just under a minute to go, it hasn't really come together on the scorecard for our Spaniard, the Basque Country surfer. But Douglas Silva in the red has just gone to town, and he's found a 7.33. We'll try to pull back the tapes on that, but we'll stick with live action here because Douglas Silva is on a heater now, and he's just sort of freewheeling his way to the heat win here with some beautiful surfing. Don't want just a single opportunity, but that previous air, Tasha, 7.33. It's hello, Douglas Silva.
Yeah, good morning. And you know, he's kept so busy. Yeah, I mean, he's got 8-9 waves to his name, but that 7.33 and a 6 is the highest heat total we've seen so far of the day. And I just think Diego Dominguez, I don't think he hasn't got started.
Yeah, he
hasn't. That's the best turn we saw, and it was on the buzzer. And
yeah, he'll know that he needs to bring more to the Challenger Series next week. But certainly the talking point, Tash, is the highlight scores out of this opening round of 80 this morning. Douglas Silva, sound fundamentals on the backhand to put the 6 together, and then goes to the forehand for the 7.33. And a very good performance. So we'll see 2 Brazilians advancing, but we'll just keep the discussion open, Tash, because scorecard is again open with all 3 surfers waiting for updated scores from the panel. We spoke a lot about the judging criteria this morning. We'll let those results fizzle in. We'll sit back. We'll make them official just after the break.
And welcome back to action. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill, and we are through to the round of 80, heat number 7. So what a beautiful day it is. Good morning, Ballito, Willard Beach here in the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal in the Qualification region. I'm sitting here with Mike Frew, and we are really excited to take you guys through this heat. So just introducing the surfers in this current heat in the red. In the further right-hand side of picture is Jackson Bunch representing Hawaii. We've got a Peruvian surfer in the blue as we see the dolphins cruise through. I mean, Mike, there must be about 100 dolphins out the back. Alonso Correa, he's being joined by Luke Gianaldo in the white and Zion Walla in the green.
What a great advert for the Qualification region of KZN and South Africa. The Dolphins coming past there as we see Jackson Bunch, no stranger to Ballito, up and riding. Jackson has been here many years on the QS and the Challenger Series, and great to see him opening up his account there in the seat 7 of the round of 80, the first round of the men's in the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill.
Yeah, Jackson Bunch off to an early start. That was a searing closeout turn as we see that big, beautiful pot of dolphins cruise through past blue and green. in this current heat, and it looks like Luke Gianaldo getting started with a smaller 0.73. So on paper, it's going to be a good heat. We've got an all-international heats in this one. Well, we've got 2 surfers from the US, a Hawaiian and then a Peruvian. So international competitors here at the QS Africa Regional Ranking Series. Of course, these guys are going to mix it up in the Challenger Series as well. This is young Zion Waller taking a look at this one, and he's only 14 years of age, is Zion, and he is all the way from San Clemente in California. And some interesting information about Zion. Of course, he's got his older sister here competing in the Challenger Series, Eden, and of course his dad, John Waller, was a big wave surfer, well, is a big wave surfer from California, and he was one of the first surfers to explore the famous big wave of the Cortez Bank. I know you're a big wave surfer yourself, Mike, so I'm not sure if you heard of John Waller, but really experienced big wave surfer and big wave explorer. So great surfing family.
Great to have them in our region. And those are some great background statistics and info there. Super interesting, Johan. A lot of the families have actually come early to Ballito and have spent some time in Jeffreys Bay prior to this event. Normally the surfers head down to J Bay after Ballito, but what we found this year with a lot of the international surfers, they actually went to J Bay before the event, and then a couple of them will be staying afterwards. This is the opening ride of Jackson Bunch, one of the Hawaiian surfer in this heat. He knows this wave very well and surfs that with a lot of experience. He knows exactly what to do with that inside section especially, which is such a deal maker. And in terms of heats, you know, that inside section, we were talking about it yesterday. That exclamation mark on the end of the wave is so important here in Ballito.
Yeah, and that one drops in at a 6.83, so that's a really decent number to open up his scoreline for Jackson Bunch. And I do think that last turn was just throwing a little bit of spice on an already pretty decent wave. I really liked how he completed that one. So the judges liking that last one from red. Up and riding is the young Zion Waller. The 14-year-old tags the lip, carves it in the pocket. He's going to try and squeeze in one more turn, and he's going to get another score on the board, Mike. So the young man competing with some of these more experienced surfers. I mean, we've got an Olympian in this heat as well, in Alonso Correa, of course, a former championship tour surfer in Jackson Bunch. And then Luke Ginaldo, he would call himself a content creator. So I'm sure some of you guys have heard of him. But of course now, professional surfer. This is his first Challenger Series event qualifying for that North America region. So it's great to have him in Ballito as well.
Interesting that Luke Ginaldo, if you look on your screen there in the white, he's in the white wetsuit. And when we first arrived in Ballito about a week ago for this event, during a lot of the free surfs, Luke Ginaldo really stands out, Johan, because he's wearing that white wetsuit. So he's been pretty easy to spot in the free surfs in the mornings and in the evenings. And he's been putting a lot of time in. He's probably been doing 2-3 hour surfs in the mornings and the evenings. So he'll be quite familiar with the peak out there. And you know, we were having a look at some of the influence he has in terms of social media and that kind of stuff. He is a very well-known YouTube personality, and it's awesome to see how he's getting some traction here in terms of his surfing career now in the Challenger Series event as well. So he's in white, very easy to spot, and of course easy to spot in the free surfs too with that white wetsuit. That last wave of surfing green, the young Zion Waller, was quite impressive. You know, it's a big event this for a young 14-year-old up against some very seasoned competitors here, and he surfed that wave really nicely.
Yeah, it comes through to 317. So the score came through for Zion Waller, and this is just Jackson Bunch. So that one fades into the channel. That was his third scoring wave for Bunch, the Hawaiian. Second scoring wave for Red at 2.67. Of course, the talk is his opening score at a 6.83. So Jackson Bunch is going to put another score on the board. And currently it's Waller sitting with a single ride of a 317. So out back, there he is in picture, Alonso Correa, as mentioned, Peruvian surfer and Olympic competitor in 2024's Paris Games. Here we go with Luke Ginaldo. He goes the reverse. So Correa is sitting out the back with priority is the Peruvian. His best result in the QS so far this year, third place at the Layback Pro QS 4000 in Floripa, I think it was. And that's Luke Ginaldo in picture. So the surfer, 21 years of age, from Huntington Beach in California, making his way back out into the lineup. So 13 minutes remaining, Mike. So far, Jackson Bunch is putting his authority on the seat with that 683, and the other surfers are playing a little bit of catch-up.
Yeah, Jackson using his experience here at Ballito over the years to good effect, leading the heat, like you say.
And it looks like we're just going to look at a couple of replays for last to red and last to green. Take us through this, Mike.
So Jackson utilizing that little peak quite close to the rocks and allowing 2 turns. You've got to be very quick, like we were discussing in all the heats together so far. The surfers don't have much space to work with on the waves. It all breaks within sort of 20 or 30 meters, and you've got to be very quick. The transition between turns have got to be smooth and fast in order to get into that next turn. It's a very peaky little beach break with this kind of swell direction is Ballito, and to maximize your scores, you really have to be on it and get spicy between the turns. There's Jackson Bunch now up and riding. This is live action, and there again, in a very short sort of space, he manages to fit in those 2 turns. Johan, during the break there, I was spent a bit of time on that on the surfers athlete area watching, and despite the high tide, full high tide is in about 30 minutes time at 20 past 10. It's still, the set waves are still providing real nuggety little sections out there. You just got to find them, and the surfers that are on the sets are definitely the ones getting through the heat. You can't do much with the smaller inside waves at the moment.
Yeah, especially on this higher tide. That was Jackson Bunch finding a completion. And yeah, even some of these surfers in the previous heat going to the air. We've seen a couple aerial maneuvers on that left the last couple heats. So definitely some great potential out there on this higher tide. So scores have come in. Last of green, Zion Waller at 2.93. And then last of red, Jackson Bunch, a 4.0. So 11 minutes remaining. It is the Hawaiian from Maui in the lead with a key total of a 10.83. That's Bunch. Of course, as mentioned, Jackson Bunch has competed on that championship tour. And this is just a great warm-up, getting his feet stuck in the wax for that Challenger Series. And he's really going to look to qualify once again for that Challenger Series. So important result here required for Bunch to start off his career in 2026 nice and early for the first Challenger Series events of the year. Looks like he's taking a look at his equipment, and it looks like everything might be all right. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, Jackson just having a look at his board there, maybe having a check if the fins are in the right place or if there's maybe a little bit of a crease on the board from one of the previous waves. Hey, I'm impressed at the moment. Young Zion Waller, 14 years old. He's by miles like a real junior in the seat. You can see he's very diminutive in terms of his frame out there. And he's currently in second place. And he's surfed a smart heat so far. He's got 2 waves that he's got quite early. So in the first half of the heat, he's already locked in 2 scores. And a good foundation now for Zion to build the second half of the heat on. I don't know Zion too well. This is the first time I've actually seen him, but I'll be interested to see if he's able to take to the air at all, because if he's able to get onto one of those lefts, he could do a punt and potentially create a bit of an upset in the seat in terms of the more experienced competitors. But exciting to see him up there in second place at the moment.
Yeah, these conditions definitely suit young Zion Waller. He fits nice and tight into these pockets, and as we talk about green, up and riding its surfer in the white. So unfortunately, Luke Ginaldo goes down, and it looks like he's having a little bit of trouble so far in the early stages of this heat. But yeah, as you mentioned earlier, he's been here for a week. He was ripping on that swell we had a few days ago. So he's coming into this event with lots of confidence. As mentioned, it's his first Challenger Series event coming up at the Ballito Pro. So he's just looking to get his equipment dialed and making sure that he's heat ready for that Challenger. And he's still got 8.5 minutes to show us what he's got here in this round of 80. Heat number 7. And also a very slow start for surfer in the blue, Alonso Correa, still sitting with that priority. He's waited the last, pretty much more than half the heat, Mike. So blue with priority, second priority now with green, and third priority goes to blue. So what's going through blue's mind now with 8 minutes remaining? He has not got a score on the board yet, has the Peruvian.
Yeah, so 12 minutes have already gone in the heat, 8 minutes remaining. I was just thinking, there's such diverse experience in this heat. Alonso Carrera, like you said, surfed in the Olympics at that level, so he's no stranger to top elite level competition. Being very patient out there. He does have priority. Let's see if he pulls the trigger on this one, Johan.
Up and going, it's blue, Alonso. And a nice snapping carve in the pocket. One more. And he's going to look to try and find a insider to hit, and he finds the completion. So 3 turns to the beach for Alonso Correa, and he's going to hustle back out into the lineup. There he goes, this Peruvian surfer in the blue, and he gets a decent start. I'd say that that's just a foundation that he can build upon, Mike.
His first turn was really nice. He hit it in the sweet spot, generated a lot of speed out of that turn. He went into the second turn a bit late, and when he went into that second turn, I almost thought it was a little bit late, and he hit the lip pretty late. And what that did is it didn't give him the projection into the third turn. And I almost feel like he manufactured the second two turns, whereas that first one was a nice smooth transition. It looked like it was part of the flow with the wave, where the second 2 turns were maybe a little bit kind of manufactured. But he did well there, because when I first looked at the section that after that first turn, I didn't think he'd be able to get much more in there. But he got 2 more turns, and he's back. He's on the board. So let's see what that score comes in at, and see if he can unseat young Zion Waller from that second place position. But nice to see us start, and Alonso Carrera looking sharp and confident out there. It just took him a long time to get that first wave. He was incredibly patient, eh?
Yeah, that score did come in at a 3.37, but the talk of this heat is definitely Red Jackson Bunch, and pictured to the right. Last of Red did come through to 6-point ride. So sitting with a heat total of a 12.83 is the surfer from Maui in Hawaii. He's in the lead with Zion Waller in the green, currently in second position. Blue, Alonso, has moved up to third, now looking for a 2.73. So that opening score that came through for Blue is definitely helping him right now, and looking for a decently small score to advance through to second. And then, of course, Luke Gianaldo down in fourth position, looking for a 5.33 to advance. So 5.5 to go. A lot can still happen in this one. Priority with Red Bunch, and it looks like green and white taking a look at that one. They're not going to get going, and still plenty of time as these surfers try and find a good spot out there, Mike. We got some shifting here on the high tide, and trying to find a little bank far to the right. Alonso Correa up and riding, and he's going to look to try and advance through to second. A couple backhand snaps. Smaller wave, but only looking for a 2.73, Mike. So this is going to be an interesting one when it comes in.
So Correa in blue being very patient initially in the heat, but then you know what he's done, he's adjusted his strategy completely, and he actually got that little insider there. It was a backup wave for him, but he knows what he's got to do to try and unseat this youngster who's currently in second place, Zion Waller. And Alonso taking that insider under priority, and it looks like it might have paid off for him. It looks like he's moved up into second, Johan.
Yeah, Zion Waller with a wave, and now surfer in the red. Jackson Bunch, our heat leader, but as you were saying, Alonso Correa dropped in a 2.87. So surfer in the blue, 2.97, sorry, is up and going once again. He's currently in that second advancing position, squeezing everything he's got out of that smaller left-hander. But man, I would really love to see a replay of Zion Waller. His opening turn straight up into the pocket ended off. I'm really impressed with the surfing for the young man in the green from San Clemente in California. So important scores to drop in here, Mike. Let's see how things shake up, if they shake up. And taking a look at that one in priority is Luke Ginaldo. So things have gotten interesting with 3.5 minutes to go. Last of green does come in. It's a 3.37. So Zion Waller back up to second in that advancing spot, the young 14-year-old. Now we're going to wait for Surfer in the blue to lock in his wave. He's looking for a 3-1-7 for that left-hander. He had a couple backside turns, and just over 3 minutes. Let's see how this one unfolds.
Alonso Carrera had to completely adjust his heat strategy, I think, Johan, because he had 12 minutes, he hadn't had a wave, and he was sitting in fourth with a 0 on the scoreboard. And incredibly, in the last 4 minutes, he has caught 4 waves. So he's had almost a wave a minute, and he's transformed his situation because he's back in the mix here. And so he probably sat out there, had a deep breath and went, okay, the patience game isn't playing off here. Got to get busy, got to get him to the inside, and he's actually caught 4 waves. So that is some good experience under pressure there from our Surfer in blue. And it looks like he's moved back into second.
Yeah, that score does come through, Mike, at 3.23. So Alonso Correa moves back up to that advancing second position. Zion Waller down to third, now looking for a 3.23. And in picture there was White Gilnaldo looking for a 5.83. Alonso, he's looking for the ramp on the left-hander. He's going to go down. So he's going to try and take it out of grasp for Surfer in the green and white. A danger man right now is young Zion Waller looking for a 3.23. And of course, let's not count out Luke Gionaldo looking for a 5.83 to advance. 2 minutes remaining.
So Zion Waller in third year, Johan, he's looking for a 3.23, okay? His first wave was a 3.17, and then his last wave was a 3.37. So he's already got a score in that range in the heat so far. He is in third priority, so he's just above priority of blue there. But young Zion Waller here, if he can get a 3.23, he might find himself in advancing position. Who's this up and riding? Oh,
Alonso.
It's Alonso far down the beach. I reckon he's going to boost here.
Here he goes. Eyes the section. He's going to go for the reverse and maybe slightly mistimed. Not too good of a section, a bit tricky as that one is closing out on the bank. And that's Jackson Bunch, our current heat leader, with a heat total of a 12.83. He's looking back with a minute to go. Luke Gionaldo, important wave here for White. Cracks the lip. He's going to get another one in the pocket. Big man turn for Surfer in the white. Oh, and that's all he's got for that one. Throws everything he's got into that one. Does Luke Gionaldo in the white, and that's going to be an important wave to come in. 40 seconds to go.
So prior to that, he wasn't really in the discussion. We were talking about Alonso and Zion fighting for that second place, and Luke Gionaldo got that big set, probably the biggest set of the heat so far. Yeah. Smashed 2 turns. Now, was it enough though?
There he goes.
I feel like it's going to be very, very close because that first turn was very critical. I backed it up with a second one on the biggest wave of the heat so far. I think the judges will probably take a little while to analyze that one, and he could potentially move from fourth into second, Johan.
Yeah, 5 seconds to go. This one's going to come to a conclusion. And watching the replay here, bigger wave, nice crack off the top, and then straight into another one, throwing some great spray. Did Surfer in the whites, and you can see him just throwing his hands up to the judges. And that was a really beautiful wave, Mike. It was a bigger one. He caught another little insider all the way onto the beach, and that's the Surfer from Huntington Beach in California, Luke Gionaldo, as we wait for scores.
What was so great about that wave is he really hit it in the critical section. The lip was just starting to pitch. He hit the first turn, and then the second turn was quite critical as well. I'm trying to think in my head back to those 2 6s of Jackson Bunch, whether it was better than those. I feel like it was a bigger wave, and I feel like Luke did his turns in a more critical section.
Yeah, well, it does come in. It's a 7.33. Situation change. Luke Gionaldo up into second position, and he's going to advance along with Jackson Bunch in the red. So well done there to white and red. That was a great finish to that heat, Mike. And we are going to move straight into the next one. The round of 80, heat number 8. Wow, so what did you make of that last minute of that heat, Mike?
Well, in my mind, I felt it was between Alonso and Zion, because Zion only needed a 3. but right from the back, almost around the corner, came our surfer in white there, Luke Gianaldo, and basically stole the show, swept the other two out the door and said, I'll have that second place, please. And what a great result, but it also shows tenacity right at the end of the heat. Never give up. He took off with, 1 minute to go, and he got that score?
Yeah.
So it's never over until the very end. Don't give up.
100%. Got 2 scores in the death, and he advances through. So this is the round of 80, heat number 8. And if you guys have just joined us, welcome to the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. So round of 80 now underway. And there's our surfers out back. In red, we've got Luca Macinas, being joined by blue, Rafael Barboza, white, Ryan Kainalo, and green, Ido Hagag. So welcome if you guys have just joined the broadcast. And up and going here, it's red, Luca Macinas. So of course I'm in the booth here with Mike Frew, and we're going to take you guys through this heat number 8, which is the final heat of the round, Mike, of the round of 80. And then we are going to move into the next round. So final one here. And let's see who will join our surfers in the round of 64. So in this current heat, we've got 2 Brazilian surfers, which we've seen in the Pro Junior event. And of course, international field here, Peruvian in the red.
This one is another one on paper that I've been looking forward to, because Rafael Barboza, we saw him in the junior event over the last couple of days, surfing really nicely, busting a couple of airs. And then we got Ryan Carnalo in white. Ryan took out the Pro Junior title yesterday. He beat Dane Henry in the final. It was kind of going Dane Henry's way, and then Ryan Carnalo, in the last sort of 5 minutes or so, boosted a massive air and was able to snatch that lead away from Dane Henry. So Ryan Carnalo coming into this heat probably with the best form, as we see our previous heat winner moving across the screen there. And that's Luke Gianotto. He'll be super stoked with how that all went down. But yeah, in this one, I'm pretty sure we're going to see some aerial surfing as well. It's what Rafael Barboza and Ryan Carnalo are renowned for. Lucas Macinas has been to Ballito many, many times. He's also a seasoned competitor in terms of surfing in the Ballito Pro. He's been here a while. The only person I don't know that much about in this heat is Ido Hagag. And we'll have to see how he goes, what his strategy is, and where he goes in this heat 8 of the first round.
Yeah, so in picture there is Luca Macinas. Of course, experienced competitors, Macinas. He's also an Olympic surfer representing Peru at the 2024 Games. And of course, he represented on the championship tour as well. So Macinas has competed at that highest level numerous times, and he's opened up his campaign nice and early. A couple smaller scores for Macinas, a 2.67 and a 1.83 for surfer in the red. And Luca Macinas actually rooming or housemate with Luke Gianaldo, who advanced through the previous heat. So I'm sure Luke's going to be watching his housemates on this one and hoping he advances. The surfer in the red, the Peruvian Luca Macinas. But of course, as you mentioned, Mike, it's going to be a really stacked heat as we take a look at our athletes area. Our ladies are warming up for the next round. Ryan Kainalo is going to spin and go for this one, our Pro Junior surfer, our winner, yesterday's winner at this very event at the Pro Junior level. And Kainalo is going to get to work, snaps the fins, and he's going to go down on the inside. So, of course, Ryan Carnalo, 20 years of age from Ubatuba in Brazil, and won the Pro Junior at this event. He's won a couple Pro Juniors this year, as well as one QS event at the QS 2000, my apologies, of the Senorita Surf Pro. So Carnalo is bringing a lot of experience and momentum into this Ballito Open, and that was just another wave there from Luca Macinas. So his strategy for Macinas, Mike, is he is keeping busy early on in this heat. And let's see if that pays off for him. So there's another one dropping in for red. And keeping patient out the back is blue and green with 14.5 to go.
I feel like Lucas Macinas is surfing a similar heat to what Jackson Bunch did. By this stage of the heat, Jackson had sort of already got a 6. And it looks like Lucas Macinas dropping similar sort of scores on that last wave. Jackson was very busy, been in Ballito many times before, and knows what to do out there to get through heats here at Surfers Bay and Ballito. And Lucas Macinas probably had a good eye on what Jackson did in that last heat, and he's basically matching it. Opts to go left on this wave, hard off the bottom. Look at that lovely snap right in the pocket, the most critical section of the wave. Varies the maneuver on his second one, does a floater into the closeout, and he is rewarded with a 5 on that one. So Rafael Barbosa, who we've seen in the junior series, or rather the junior pro a few days ago, yet to get started, as well as Ido Hagag.
Up and riding, as you were saying, Barbosa. Oh, he was looking for the ramp and just had a little bit of a wobble there, and he went off balance. So Barbosa is going to reset out the back, and now Ido is up and going here in the green. He's also pumping down the line and throws a little air. He's going to go down on that frothy whitewater section. So a little bit of a slow start here to blue and green. With 13 minutes remaining, they're going to post smaller scores on the board, and taking an early control of this one is the Peruvian Luca Macinas in picture. 5-point ride and a 2.67. This one's still wide open, Mike, and I mean, looking at that previous heat of whites, he came back in the dying seconds. It's definitely a full 20-minute surf heat, and blue and green don't have to worry too much just yet. We've got 13 minutes to go.
Yeah, I had a quick look at Ido Hagag. He actually competed in the Pro Tagazout Bay in Morocco. So that's the only other WSL event he has participated in this year. So this is his second event of the year. And then we'll see him next week in the Challenger Series. So Ido Hagag, just that one throwaway, looking for a nice flared out aerial maneuver on his first wave. Didn't quite land it, so that score most likely by the end of the heat won't come into his top 2. It's just a throwaway wave. The only surfer who seems to have got into second and third gear here so far is surfer in red, Lucas Macinas, because we know Ryan Carnalo is capable of so much more, as is Rafael Barbosa. But of course, you got to be on the wave.
And we're just going to look back at that wave from red, the highest scoring wave of the heat. Luca Macinas watching the replay here, breaking it down. Bottom turns up into the lip. And a nice little float on that crunchy section to finish, Mike. And the judges have given him a 5-point ride. So currently that's the highest wave of the heat. It goes to Luca Macinas, the previous CT campaigner. And he is going to keep building upon his scores with 11 minutes and 17 seconds remaining.
You know what will be interesting here, Johan, is yesterday I watched one of the heats on the dead high tide, okay? And one of the competitors only had one wave. It was a 0.5. And he sat patiently for the whole 20 minutes and another wave never came. And it was literally on the dead high tide. It's 14 minutes past 10 now. And the full high tide here in Ballito is 20 past. So the full high tide is during this heat.
Yeah.
So I wonder now if you're going to have to get one of these kind of set waves to get through this heat. But the problem is there's only 1 or 2 in a set. And on the dead high here, it can sometimes slow down and you don't get that many sets. So there is a risk here that one of these surfers could potentially not get too many waves in the heat. So you've got to get busy. You've got to get into that priority position and make sure you utilize it fully. Because if you take off on a wave with a priority and you don't maximize that wave, I don't know if you're going to have another chance or 2 chances in only 10 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the strategy of Luca Macinas. He's currently sitting on 4 waves right now, keeping really busy. In picture there was our surfer in the white, Ryan Carnalo. So he's itching to get underway in this heat. He's only sitting with a single 1.43. We know what he's capable of. We got 10 minutes remaining. Watching the replay, Carnalo, that's a beautiful opening slash and one more. So that is definitely going to be his highest wave so far. And is. It comes through at a 5-point ride for the surfer in the white, Ryan Carnalo. So he's getting busy, Mike. He's in second position, 9.5 minutes to go.
So Lucas Messinas and Ryan Carnalo, very similar waves. They both awarded a 5. Both of them took off on their backhand, cracked a turn in that critical section, and then followed up with a floater. Both are awarded a 5 by the judges. Ryan, the only difference I kind of could tell in that wave was Ryan almost looked like he was going to come unstuck on that second turn, the floater, but he pulled it off nice and clean. But very similar rides. The judges give them the same score of 5.0. Interesting that both the surfers now who are in advancing positions have got it on a left.
Yeah, and that left definitely producing, even on the higher tide, offering a nice steeper section onto that sandbank. And as we say that, this is surfer in the green, Ido, going for the air, and unfortunately he is going to go down. So he's going to reset. I mean, I like what we've seen from him so far, but just can't find the completion on any of those aerial maneuvers. So if he gets to pull one of those off, it's going to help him in his scoreline. But he's going to reset out the back, is the surfer in the green. So priority now with red, Luca Messinas out of Peru, and now up and going is blue. He's been patient throughout the heat. Oh, wow. How was that, Mike? Beautiful sort of jam in the pocket there, blowing those fins out the back. Love to see a slow-mo replay of that. That was Rafael Barbosa. He's been quiet in the heat, but with 8 minutes to go, he's looking to ramp up and try and get some points on the board.
Rafael had to get going there. He's only got a 0.5 on the board. I was wondering where he was because you weren't seeing him on screen there, but he was obviously sitting across to the left looking for that right-hand braking wave, and this is a replay of Rafael's wave. So he was looking for a big section there, drifts the tail out. Did you see how the fin sort of popped out the back of the wave there? Controlled it nicely. Now he's in the mix because he's had a wave that can potentially shoot him up into those advancing positions where prior to that he was a bit nowhere in the heat. 13 minutes and he had only had a 0.5. So we'll wait for that score to drop in, and Rafael Barbosa has thrown his name in the hat in terms of trying to get through this heat, and he's finally got a wave.
Yeah, it drops in at a 3.67 for blue, Rafael, and he's going to move up to third position. So surf in the blue now looking for a 2.77. I'd definitely say, Mike, he's the danger man in this heat, only requiring a 2.77. And his fellow Brazilian countryman is now up and riding, and just one big turn for Ryan Carnalo. So it is the Peruvian up in first, Messinas, but here we go. This is the danger man in the blue.
Yeah, so Ryan Barbosa, after a very slow start, almost 13 minutes without a significant wave. He's had 2 waves now. This is the second one. It might go all the way through to that little inside section. It does. He hangs another turn just onto the rocks there. And Rafael is potentially now going to move up into that second place advancing position because he didn't need much on that wave. So again, there's a good example of how you can be patient, change your strategy from just sitting there and just get busy. And Ryan Barbosa's got 2 waves in the last 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, Rafael Barbosa. And that's him paddling back in picture. You got a good view of what we're dealing with at Willard Beach in Ballito. So these sort of rocky outcrops and the sandbanks beyond them, with some deeper water channels next to the rocky outcrops. And he managed to just find an inside connection point there, Mike, all the way through to the beach. The damage was done out the back, but managed to find that little bonus section to smack on the inside on his backhand. So that score is coming through for surfer in the blue, Rafael Barbosa. And last of white, Ryan Carnalo, does come through at a 4-point ride. So there is a situation change. The Brazilian Carnalo up into first with Luca Messinas in second position. But we do have a wave coming through for Rafael Barbosa. He's only looking for a 4.07. So Luca Messinas a little bit under the pump. He went from first, he's in second, but will he be dropped down to third with 5 minutes remaining? Scores are coming in.
Paddle on screen at Surf in White. This is our heat leader. He has second priority, so he utilizes that. Oh, lovely turn. Check out the speed that he gets out of the turn, straight into the next one, Johan. 3 turns on the way so far. very quick, fast, fluid surfing with a lot of flow between the turns there from Ryan Carnalo. He's got a lovely style, great backhand snaps there from our surfer from Brazil.
Yeah, Carnalo really showing us what he's got on his backhand and some smooth surfing there. So good timing. His first couple of maneuvers were really well placed on the wave. And with priority, it's green paddling hard. And he's not going to get into that. So unfortunate there for Ido Hagag. He is going to reset and forfeits that priority. So priority now shifts to red with second priority with blue. So that score has come in for Rafael Barbosa. It comes in at a 4.77. So another situation change. Blue moves up to second. Mike, so now the two Brazilians in first and second respectively. Let's go through this replay, last of white.
So Ryan Carnalo snaps a turn into a beautiful second turn. Now compared to his previous wave where he got to score that 5 with the left, this one he got 3 turns in as opposed to just the 1 turn in the floater. So I'm interested to see if the judges felt like that was better than just the 2 turns.
And they certainly did. It came through to 6.67, the last score for Surfer in the White, Ryan Carnalo. And definitely the bulk of that, Mike, was on those opening 2 turns. Looked like he really placed them well, as you were saying, and throwing plenty of power into that. So 6.67 is a real keeper in terms of today's potential out there in the lineup. And he's holding on to that 6.67, and a 5.0 is the surfer from Ubatuba in Brazil. Rafael Barbosa, fellow Brazilian in second, and Luca Macinas is going to paddle for this one. Potential up and going. Here he goes. An important one here for Macinas.
So Lucas, just the 1 turn there. Interesting in this heat, the big scores in this heat have all come from lefts, Johan, on the full high tide. And we've had a turn with a floater for Ryan Carnalo and Lucas Macinas. And then we had Ryan Carnalo on that last one do the 3 turns on the left. Just 20 minutes ago, we had Jackson Bunch in the previous heats, and he got his scores on rights. And then it was Luke Gianaldo also got that big wave at the end, also on a right. So completely different heat here. This heat has mainly had lefts in terms of the scores. Previous heats had rights. So if you're sitting on the beach now and your heat's coming up, it's quite confusing. Or, you can't quite say, should I sit on lefts or should I sit on rights? So you're going to have to go out there and adjust your strategy.
Yeah, here we go. And talking about a right, going for this little straighty was Rafael Barbosa. He needed something there. Reason being was that score did come in for Luca Macinas, the last one, a 3.57 for Macinas. So red has moved up to second in that advancing spot. Rafael Barbosa moves down to third, now looking for a 3.81. And yeah, Mike, really interesting analysis there. We saw a lot of rights, but in this one, a lot of lefts. And we haven't seen too many good scoring waves on the right just yet. But Luca Macinas found that right, and he manufactured a score of a 3.57 to advance to second. So just under 90 seconds to go. This is an opportunity for our surfer in the green.
Yeah, so those 3 lefts that Lucas Macinas and Ryan Carnalo have been able to get have been the 3 highest scores of the heat, compared to the previous heat, which was just right. And it sort of makes me think of that year when Ian Gouveia won. Yeah. And he won that event on lefts on a similar sort of day to today, but except it was a lower tide and the lefts were slightly further along. But those lefts coming into play in a big way in this heat. But in saying that, you got to think about 2 heats ago, it was the guys were getting scores on rights. So you got to go out there and then basically just go, okay, what is the ocean throwing at me? Should I go left? Should I go right? And you got to be able to make adjustments on the fly, on the go during the heats.
For sure, you might have a completely different strategy in coming into the heat. Opportunities just pop up and you got to go for them, as you say, Mike. But an important paddle here. Priority is with red, and he's going to utilize his priority over Barbosa. So smart strategy there, hopping onto that one. Following blue is Luca Macinas, and he's looking behind to see if there's anything else with 10 seconds to go. Carnalo now up and riding, your heat leader. So Ryan Carnalo looking for a finish, and I'm not sure if Rafael Barbosa is going to get another opportunity. And that's green paddling in. So the heat comes to a conclusion, round of 80, heat number 8, the final heat of the round. And we're excited to move into our ladies division up next. And it does look like it's going to be Ryan Kainalo taking the win here in heat number 8 over Luca Massinas. So our Pro Junior winner carrying some momentum through here at the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. And advancing through is Luca Massinas from Peru in the red. All right, so if you guys have been with us, thank you so much. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. We're going to move straight into our women's division. That's just our results. Ryan Kainalo takes the win ahead of Luca Massinas with blue Rafael Barboza and Ido Hagag. So we'll be right back. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers, it's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an event tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team building destination, which is enabled by its close proximity to King Shaka Airport. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, Kwadukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to Kwadukuza today.
It is a very good morning from the beautiful region of Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Round of 80 on the men's concluded, and we'll now go to the opening round of competition, the most star-studded QS 2000 you'll find on the year's calendar. It is the round of 48, and it's a good morning as we intro Emily Jenkinson, Kiara Gould, Anon Matsuka, and well, Anat Lelio is in the lineup as well. Lots to talk about. It's a very good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside former championship tour surfer Greg Emsley. Greg, you were in the golden years of it. You did your decade on tour. You've been amongst it all, and we're certainly enjoying your time in Ballito.
Absolutely loving it. And Gigs, you know, you're looking at this QS 2000, a nice run-up into the Challenger Series that kicks off in two to 3 days' time. But the names in this event are what we're talking about. And folk, a lot of you at home will probably be wondering why these first opening rounds are so stacked. Well, rankings work off the Africa QS rankings. It's not on an international ranking. So the Africa surfers that are ranked higher than our international surfers. But
On the regional aspect of it and being based here in Ballito, right?
yes,
Yep.
correct. And so that's why we're seeing such packed first round heats. But in saying that, it gives a good warm up for the internationals.
Yes.
They're coming out to test the waters, and at the same time, it's such an honor and an opportunity for our local surfers to get to surf against these huge names. I mean, it's not every day you get to surf against some of your heroes, and that's what they're having the opportunity to do here.
Yeah, absolutely great stories here unfolding this week in Ballito, and of course, all of this in the build-up to the up-and-coming first Challenger Series event of 2026. As we said, 10:30 in the morning, so it's a good morning as we get surfing underway. Kiara Gould, of course, very inspired by Ty Zabrowski, who's also in town. So lots to talk about here. Of course, Annette Lelio has been lighting up some scores at the Championship Tour level in 2026. She got there via the Challenger Series of last year, and she's going to open up strong. So it's all coming at us as we go into the women's round of 48. Greg, it was a similar discussion this morning on the men's side. Big names like Cade Matson, of course Ian Gentile and others, former Championship Tour surfers and surfers with that CT level, also going into that first round this morning. And again, giving some of the younger South African surfers that opportunity to mix it up with them.
It's epic, and I wouldn't be surprised if you see other regions copying our blueprint. Having a QS 2000 or even a 1000 that leads up to the Challenger Series. It's a really good event, and you build the event around a structure that's already there, so it makes a lot of sense, and it's so good for the regions. You know, just looking at this opening waves, I loved Kiara Gould's first wave. She looked so confident. We saw her have a great run last year. I remember posting an excellent score in one of her heats, just so controlled and surfing like with a lot of freedom. And I've seen her sort of starting off here on that first wave, looking really free and at home in these waters. And then the talking point, Annette Lelio, she is just looking really good. This looks like live action as well. A quick ride for her. Something I said to Luke Thompson, he spoke to me, he said, I want to pick your brain a bit. You know, he's got events, he always likes to talk to me, and he likes to steal ideas from different people. What are your thoughts? I said, well, first of all, Luke, I want to tell you that your surfing has improved so much this year. I said, when you get onto the Championship Tour, that's when you really start to surf, right? And we're seeing a similar thing coming from Nat. She's really improved this year.
She has, and she's quickly in the lineup here for a number of rides. That's her third ride already, Greg. So pulling the trigger early. We saw Annette Lelio use her backhand here at the Challenger Series last year to a 9th. She bettered that at other stops on the CS. And as you said, there's a stretching and maturing of surfing at the Championship Tour level. And this is the young South African interest and discussion in the heat. Emily Jenkinson, she's had her runs through the earlier days of the Ballito Pro. On the junior side, the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior finishing yesterday. She went far in the field there, Greg. So as you mentioned, it's just so exciting for the young South Africans. We saw this morning young names like Josh Mulherby and Kieran Murphy getting to mix it up with the international stars.
Yep, and you've got a few of the young juniors that have entered into this event. Of course, it's quite a daunting task putting your name down for this, because when you look at the names, you look at the cost of entering, all these things, is it worth it? The answer is yes. Whatever it takes, whatever it costs, it's worth surfing against these surfers. And, you know, take it to them. We saw Emily Jenkinson on that last ride. And what did we see from her? You know, probably a bit of nerves. Emily, I think, is a fantastic surfer. We'll look at that wave and say that looked like one of the biggest set waves of the day. She would have been excited to have that opportunity. I thought on those turns she could have been a little bit more complete, and those are the talking points that you can learn from surfing against these more experienced competitors. If you just maybe pulled that rail a bit further, just looked a little bit more to the finish of that turn, and then attack that final turn again, looking down the line a little bit, and those small adjustments can make a huge difference to what the judges pencil in on their scorecard.
Well, lots of judging input and coaching input from Greg Emsley as we get into the opening rounds here this morning of the QS 2000. All this in a build-up to the opening Challenger Series to start in just a few days, the Ballito Pro. And we'll pull back the tapes. You're talking about technical sides of surfing. What are we seeing in these opening rides?
Yeah, so Anat just throwing so much spray on that opening turn. She's looking really focused, really amped. Like she wants to compete. She's not just using this as a warm-up. She's on, I think, three waves already. This was her left-hander. So she really wants to show the girls why she's here, that she's a championship tour surfer and that she's one of the best in the world. And then we saw, again, this was her third ride, just an incomplete maneuver for her there. So a flurry of waves early on, tide starting to drop. We are probably going to see the consistency start building as well.
Well, quick scores shaping the heat up with 11 minutes to go. Anat Lelio found a series of numbers. Her best one was that opener, Greg, the 733. So already bringing that championship tour level surfing just to a qualifying series event here. And as you were speaking of the South African Emily Jenkinson, perhaps not complete enough in her turns. It's the judges notice all these details, 2.73 just for her. But a fantastic opportunity for the young South Africans, as we keep saying. And we're just peeling back the tapes for a couple more replays. But the solid foundations of Anat Lelio's surfing, Greg, you can't deny.
Yeah, and I spoke about that head and that aiming. You saw on that first turn and the second turn how she really aimed for the finish of those maneuvers. And what that does is it keeps your rail engaged, and then ultimately lots of spray and power comes off that surfboard.
Well, this is her lowest scoring number that is in her top two for now, but certainly those big backhand stings, Greg, sets the pace at a 733, and just fantastic surfing from her. Of course, the first surfer to ever qualify from Israel at the championship tour level. It's a wonderful accolade for Lelio and family to just brood on. Seen some fantastic progressive surfing footage from Anat Lelio as well in the wave pool, getting some real drills and getting some amazing progressional surfing polished in the wave pool compact. We spoke about that off screen a bit, Greg, and there'll be lots to talk about this week. But Anat Lelio, no surprises into the early lead here as we go into the second half.
Yeah, and that wave pool conversation is becoming more and more important, especially when you come to these more beach breaky type conditions. We see live action. And, a maneuver like that, she could have practiced multiple times in the wave pool. And you can literally set it and go, okay, I'm just going to try the tail kick, pushing the tail, 6, 7, 8 waves in a row. Then I'm going to try the air reverse. And when you're coming to, say, beach breaks, like Ballito can get very beach breaky, of course. If you're going to Huntington Beach or possibly Brazil, you go a week before and do the reps in a wave pool, you're going to get your maneuvers down.
Yeah, fantastic backhand rotations from Anat Lelio. Go and check out her social media. Meanwhile, scores are up to date out in the lineup. 8.5 minutes to go here in the opening heat of the first round of 48. And Lelio into that early lead. And it's all care of that first wave, Greg, the 733. Nice wave for Anon. Of course, the Japanese surfer, very polished competitor as well. She brings a good degree of experience and pedigree to the lineup here. And, she opened with the 533, so that's a meaningful number to work with as she starts looking for her backup score.
And Anon's also done a couple of seasons here in Ballito, so she'll be feeling very comfortable in these waters. So 20-minute heats, of course, yesterday we saw in the JQS we went to 25-minute heats. Felt like a lot more time. These 20-minute heats certainly shooting by quite quickly this morning.
Well, I tell you, the first heat this morning, we were with about 7 minutes to go, and only Cade Matson had caught 3 smallish waves. I'm not sure if you were following that one, Greg, but it certainly was a bit of a squeeze this morning, and you could feel the pressure of four-person heats and 20 minutes and an incoming higher tide. It really did put a bit of pressure on the lineup And, of course, India Robertson, no stranger to this region as well, Greg, and she'll be up against some great names in that upcoming heat.
Yeah, it's another stacked one. I mean, look at this. And Charlie Haitley is in that heat as well, of course, coming off a win yesterday. So that's going to be really exciting to see what she brings today. Wow.
Well, Kiera Gould is just going to keep her scorecard ticking over, 4.33 and a 3.17 already in the scorecard for our surfer in blue. That was wave number 3 we've just seen. Not sure, Greg, if we're going to get a replacement score and better the 317, but she just, as I say, keeps the work rate going. She realizes that it might just be a bit of a slower pattern in this particular heat as we're down to 6.5 to go.
Kiara is very dynamic. She's quick into that lip, like super light-footed. I really enjoy how she released the tail on that small section. Yeah, it's definitely an asset that she has. Let's just watch this replay, sets up, and just eyeing that section from the get-go, whack, pushes that tail, controls it really well. So back knee bent in, back foot really strong on that tail pad through that maneuver. And I can see it's a maneuver that she likes to go to. It's a fun maneuver to do, and it feels really good.
Wave selection perhaps questionable there because that smaller inside section just offered a 257. She's back in the lineup. She's trying to approach this heat, Greg, and you'll talk into this of she knows that holding a 317 as a backup score, and then the smaller requirements for Anon and Emily Jenkinson, they're not big numbers to chase as we're down to 5.5. She'll be wanting to protect that second place position.
Yeah, and we go back to talking about the first heat where down to 7 minutes, only a few waves ridden. You often, as a coach, do these different types of heat drills, and sometimes your students don't quite understand why you're doing them, and it sometimes seems stupid.
So coaches can work with athletes to do a 7-minute heat, literally.
Well, exactly. So you can do a 5-minute drill. Beach start, you've got to get one wave or 5-point ride. They've got to run and they've got to do it under pressure, and they don't understand it. Or you do a 10-minute heat with 2 waves. It's all teaching you how to adjust your time management. And so when you're coach, if you're listening and you maybe think your coach isn't that clever with these ideas, there's always a reason behind it. I know Tom Whitaker works with his team. He does a lot of them. You see it on the social medias. I love how he forces Griffin and some of our heroes. Hey, beach start, off you go. You want to be the best. You're gonna do these drills, and very, very important. And how often would you be in a heat, say like that first heat, and suddenly you'll think back and
well, you get served a situation, and you've done the drills and you've done the
your muscle
the prep.
memory. Yeah, your muscle memory comes into play and go, well, I've done it before. I can do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. So many dynamics and approaches now to the sport of surfing. More technical in its approach is the coaching, and of course, pro surfing is 50 years old, Greg. So a lot has evolved in those 50 years. If you think about how rudimentary the early years were. And again, just Kiara Gould pretty much repeating her previous 257 there. Again, just once again, but working the lineup. She is at the bottom of the priority order, so she is trying to work with figurative scraps, so to speak, as she tries to up her numbers. This is heat leader. This is your CT surfer, Anat Lelio, will just single maneuver, quickly sting that turn. Can South African Emily Jenkinson, who's holding priority, and this lady, Anon Matsuka, nice solid turn for her. One hit, but that's sometimes all it takes, Greg, to turn a result and to turn the heat on paper. This is the priority at play for the South African. Emily Jenkinson just steers her board through 2 turns. This one's opening up for her down the line. A little bit soft off the tail, but she just keeps sewing those turns together. And she'll exit with just under 3 minutes to go. Maybe a slight lack of intensity in the maneuvers from Emily Jenkins, but certainly wave selection used that priority well.
Absolutely ticking the box of wave selection. Very good. Something I noticed from Anat there is she's there we go. It's a 297, so she does replace her second score. If you look at that wave, if most other people got that wave. I can tell you they wouldn't have gotten a maneuver on it. But if we study it from start to finish, she paddled harder than I've seen anyone paddle into a wave. And that's at championship tour pedigree. That paddle alone is worth so much energy. But she got so much strength, so much speed into that wave that it allowed her to get that maneuver in and of course, improve her scoreline.
She did improve the scoreline. You could sort of hang a question on should she have sat, because right now, at this moment, she'd now be the first priority surfer if she hadn't gone for that smaller option. So those all talking points, and I know you coaches all get stuck into this stuff. But let's have a look, because this clock is down to 1:45. And this is Kira Gould, who's dropped now down to third, care of Anon Matsura. And this is an important wave in the context of the heat for the young Tahitian, and she's going to put that one together. So we spoke about the low score. She knew she was herself trying to replace the 317, but she got served up a first priority, and a good set has come her way now as we will just analyse that score, because judges' scorecard open for Kira Gould. And was that near one of the best waves of the heat?
I think so. I think the only thing you're going to say is you would say your more experienced surfers, Nat and Anon, they're just surfing with a little bit more criticalness and a little bit more power, especially on those finishing maneuvers. So that's the only difference I'm seeing in that. What I can say about Kiara's wave is it was a very, very good wave selection, and she did connect with the lip well twice. But just watch this straight up, and the criticalness of that one maneuver to me is quite spectacular. And then just looking at our younger competitors, this is Emily, sets up good spray off the top, clicks it with the next section, and then a little bit drawn out on that last maneuver, which could just soften the score line there.
And Greg, what's interesting is, this is the replay. We are waiting for the score.
And the same thing, two really good turns and connecting with the lip, but I just don't see the power that I'm seeing from Anon and Kiara on those turns. But well connected, well placed, so and good wave selection. So we'll see where that score comes in if it gets the number.
Well, what's interesting is the first single one maneuver from Anon was worth more than that long threaded wave of Emily Jenkinson. The heat is done. The scorecard's still open. We're just trying to wrap this up. You're talking about the gusty surfing of Anat Lelio. She's done a good job here, Greg, and she's going to end up taking this heat and getting that win. So well done, Anat Lelio. There's an official result for you. Kira Gould's last ride pulled it through, Greg. 5, 6, 7 on the scorecard. We'll just pull her numbers through. And that's at the expense of Anon Matsuka. So nice feisty little heat to start the round of 48. We love it. And we'll just sit back, take a quick break, and we'll be back for more. It is a star-studded opening round for a QS 2000, and no one is complaining. The surf fans are in and amongst it, as many of the world's best are here for the up-and-coming Challenger Series, getting the heat drills here at the QS 2000 opening round. And Anat Lelio just having a chat with fans there as we transition to the second heat of the opening round of 48. another top name from the sport. India Robinson, the Australian, looking forward to seeing how she approaches Ballito in 2026. The other Australian to mention, Greg, is Charlie Haitley, coming off a fresh win yesterday at the JQS level. Watch for Alice Barton from Great Britain and Amura Tsuzuka. Lots of experience for the Japanese surfer as well. And we trust that everyone is enjoying the show. We're having a great time with it.
Fantastic time. Another fresh 20 minutes, a fresh heat on paper here. And I'm interested to see how Charlie Haitley goes today. I was sold on her surfing yesterday. I thought her positioning, her confidence, her placement of turns was just really, really good. She seems to be on very good equipment and nice and calm in a good space. So let's see how she carries it over today.
Well, former championship tour level will come from India Robertson in this heat as we still wait for our opening rides just around approaching 11 a.m. So we've gone through the tide turn now. We've had an incoming tide all morning here. We're on the transition, starting to see the wind just ruffle it a little bit with the southerly breeze. But still, it's beautiful scenes here in Ballito again in 2026. And of course, water warm. It is translucently clear. It's tropical type of water here on offer on the east coast, just north in the northern regions, as we are here in Ballito. And just a couple of quick rolls of the dice there. Surfers identifying through the entire morning, Greg, that there seems to be heats that have a fair amount of waves on offer. And then there's been a couple of slowy, more slumbery heats as well, where wave count has been a bit thin and waves on offer, not as many to choose from. So quick starts there is perhaps the right way to approach.
Yeah, I must say, looking at that last heat, there were quite a few decent-sized set waves. I think there was enough to go around. So, are you starting to see that tide dropping? And maybe, you've got these are the decisions a competitor has to make. My mindset right now is, the level of surfing in this round is too good. You need to be waiting for those decent-sized waves. And we saw Kiara Gould getting that good-sized wave at the end of that heat and getting the number to get through. So she surfed it well, got the two turns, but the wave quality was so good as well that obviously assisted with getting the score. So to me, the message from the judges is, you need to get a bit of size on those waves.
Yeah, also they want to see critical sections, they want to see progression, and they want to see combinations of maneuvers as well. We've had heats and we've had seasons where sometimes just a big single maneuver can impact the outcome of a heat. So super fun talking about all of these aspects of competitive surfing. Certainly on a 2 to 3 foot day here at Ballito as the tide starts to turn and go out. It will be fun to see how this one plays out with still plenty of time on the clock.
So Giggs, just talking about that wind, we've got like a bit of a southerly, southwesterly, more of a southerly, right, with a change.
A little bit more side shore now, Greg, as the tide's going through the turn.
And we haven't really seen this over the last few days. We've more seen the wind changing to the sort of northeasterly direction, coming the other way into the right-handers, offering those big air sections on the rights. This is maybe, as this picks up, a slightly different approach where the air might not be that much of a good option because you're sort of going with the wind. It's not picking up your board, although the good surfers can still do it.
Well, to your point, Greg, there's been a number of scores that have come out of the left-handers into the southerly wind this morning again. Levi Slauson going into the eights and a number of other surfers. I'll tell you, Douglas Silva absolutely lit up the left-hander and went to the air as well. A young prospect that's just this Brazilian talent, Douglas Silva, is absolutely outstanding from the northeast of Brazil. And he was, again, just lighting up those lefts and using that southerly wind. So are there women in the lineup that are going to go to that approach? Let's wait and see. It'll be fun to see.
There's a couple of names I'm thinking of, but so yesterday we saw the guys utilizing the right-handers for the air into the easterly wind, northeasterly wind, should I say. Today we'll see the surfers, our competitors, if they're wanting to go to the air, they're going to use the left-handers in towards the southerly wind.
all makes for exciting surfing here. The other thing that's come out of today's competition is there's not one single peak, so it's been a bit of a mix-up. You spoke of the multiple takeoff zones yesterday, sometimes up to 3 or 4 different zones to work with, and we'll see how the surfers find their waves in the lineup here. The priority has been once or twice a discussion. Nice little click there from young Alice Barton as she just gets lightly off the lip there. So scorecard open for both Charlie Haitley and Alice Martin. And well, of course, there's Charlie Haitley on screen there. We spoke about her solid performances in her heat drills yesterday as she took out the junior qualifying series event here. Of course, great with O'Neill and Geordie Smith's company, Smith Shapes, just sewing into the younger surfers. But Charlie Haitley really took it to the young South Africans through the draw and got that win yesterday.
She loved it. She was so calm, and you could see she enjoyed her surfing. Live action.
Let's have a look at what India Robinson, she's used a priority here. This is her opening ride, so slightly more patient approach to the heats, taken a full 8 minutes for India to find that wave in the lineup. She's worked her way up to that first priority just by sitting steady and just being patient. And she gets a nice strong surf stinging turn there, Greg. So let's see where that number lands. But either way, a different approach to the more hurried approach of Charlie Haitley.
I always say this, Gigs, it's something I talk about, and this is the replay I want to talk about. Watch that cutback all the way back to the power. Watch the finishing turn. Whack. Look at the spray. So spray has never been included in the criteria ever, the word spray. But if you're surfing with speed, power, flow, positioning, critical sections, then generally your surfboard is going to throw the spray. So that's a telltale sign of surfing to the criteria.
Let's have a look at Anon Suzuki. Not her first visit to Ballito. She's a polished performer. Of course, a lot of young Japanese talent has matured through the ranks. We think of this young surfer doing the City Surf Series events almost now several years back, where a lot of the young Japanese came in force and used the qualifying series circuit here to get heat reps in. I remember South African Wade Sharp working closely with a lot of them back then. And and that's as young as Suzuki, Amora Suzuki, just got one of those smooth styles. What she lacks in stature, she does make up for in technique and applying power when she gets her opportunities.
Absolutely. She's, back to that City Surf Series. Funny you mentioned that. It was such a good series. And, a lot of big names from South Africa came out of that. We think about Michael February. That was his era. Look where he went on to the championship tour. Matthew McGillivray. And you can name a whole lot of other people. I remember, I think in East London, Stevie Sawyer won the event, but just being able to compete got him the WSL World Longboard title. So all that, it all added up to great competitive surfing.
Absolutely, with those frameworks. Let's have a look at Charlie Haitley, as we said, coming off the momentum of a junior qualifying series win here yesterday. She's got that strong, you were talking a lot about her strong fundamentals in her surfing, Greg, and we were talking about the technique of this young surfer, and that one just sort of crumbling and not offering the full opportunity for Anon Suzuki, and we've slipped down into the second half of the heat here, Greg.
Sure, yeah, so time moving quickly. A couple of good scores could come through there. We're just seeing a little bit of misplacement on the odd turn here and there from our athletes. They need to settle down. There's still plenty of time, 9 minutes. But Charlie, I think she's probably going to get a score there that will go into her score line and just help. She's sitting down in fourth at the moment. I'm sure she wants to get into that advancing position.
So the early lead with a single ride for India Robinson, the 5.33. So judges like that approach. You spoke of the spray flying, her timing just perfect. And, India into the early lead, as we say, just care of a single score. Everybody else, more smaller numbers for the combinations. Everyone's got 2 waves counting except for India Robinson. And so this heat already sort of shaping into where you think India Robertson is going to just, take her time, pace herself. Still another 8 minutes to go. Charlie Haitley, meanwhile, has taken the lead with this, Greg.
Yep, yeah, so good connection on the first turn. I kind of love that turn, how she hit it and sort of drifted, but went a little bit straight-legged for the finish, probably keeping that number down in the 4s, but still, you can see the timing and the placement there. These waves can be a little bit tricky at Ballito when you get the odd bit of backwash, sidewash that just maybe scoops a wave up unexpectedly. So you've almost at times, especially on the finishing maneuvers, got to pretend like you're sort of riding the horse, You get a little bit bounced, and you've just got to be always prepared for that little bit of a wobble on the wave.
Well, those last two replays, 2.07 for Blue, and just a smaller set of scores in that exchange, 4.17 for Charlie Haitley. And for now, that's updated numbers. That is the shape of the heat now. Haitley out front with 7:20 to go. India Robertson, still a single ride requirement, and it's not a big one now, Greg. Just a 2:17 will see her jump up to the lead. And right now, small spread of scores between everybody, and the priority right now in favour Alice Barton, who's needs to maybe just intensify and just find a wave and buckle down and just nugget into a strong turn of her own.
Yeah, Alice has had a couple of short rides, a couple of incomplete rides, but she does look like she's on good equipment. We saw her riding that. I'm not sure if it's an epoxy. It looks really alive, and I think if she gets the opportunity to really open up, she's going to look good. So we'll keep an eye on that. She does have priority. Let's see what her next move is, but very tight scoreline here as we head towards the last quarter of this heat. India Robertson basically would love to know what her strategy was for this heat, because often you might think, well, let's ride lots of waves, but she would have heard the scoreline and going, you know what, I still hold the biggest number of the heat. So whatever that is, it means that she's got control one way or another, and she's controlling it. She knows she's going to get that 2.17, but she'll be looking for something better than that. She'll want to match that opening ride that she got on the next wave that she rides.
Well, just under 6 minutes for all this to play out. A backup score required by India Robinson to find a two-wave total. Of course, young Alice Barton representing the Great British flag. She would have done a lot of experience. She would have had a lot of travel experience already with the qualifying series down in the mainland of Europe, of course, down to Morocco as well and such. And it's always fun to see how the UK produces surfers through the years. I think my first thought always is Russell Winter back in your years of campaigning, Greg. And here is that second wave of India Robertson. You spoke about the spray flying, and there it is. And she just stings that second turn, third one a little soft on the white water. But nonetheless, job done now. That score, that wave will push her into the lead with 5 to go. So the two Australians in the top half of this heat now.
Yep, winning's easy. You don't have to sweat much when you're winning. It's when you're losing you start sweating. A lot of paddling around and trying to find waves. And this is Surfer and White Up. This is live action through the inside bowl.
Yep, Alice Barton just connecting all the way through there. She will be right on the granite rock knuckles there. She'll want to just flush away and get into some water and start paddling. Still got 4.5 minutes to go. You see how tricky it can be there. We've just come off a neap tide high. So still just a little bit of rocks exposed there, Greg. That'll become more of a problem as the day unfolds. But right now we'll see where her score lands. Needs just a 2.84, but a score still due on the cards for India Robertson. Judges' scorecard open also for Charlie Haitley again. So judges, a little bit of work to bring this heat back into shape. What are we thinking here?
Yeah, we spoke about that spray. So strong on that opening maneuver. Slices through that second turn and whack over the finish. So well put together wave again. Let's see the left-hander from Charlie. So a nice drawn-out wall. Can she get a finish? Unfortunately, going super critical, not holding on. And is that going to cost her? Hopefully, we do also get the replay of Alice Barton's wave. We didn't see the outside section on that. And that could factor in very well. So yeah, sure. And then Mura as well looks like she's owed a score. So
we spoke about the action being spread out, Greg. It's 3 or 4 different peaks at play here. It's there are times through competition here in Ballito where it's all focused into one zone. But right now on this east swell, it's a little bit fractured, and it's spread itself out along the various sandbars here as the tide starts to turn and go out. Just after 11 a.m. local tide. Yeah, this one's got 3 minutes left. Judges have got a little bit of work to do. They're starting to bring us some scores. Last score of Charlie Haitley that left where she went down won't factor in. So Haitley's numbers remain the same. Here's the replay that we were waiting for, Greg.
yeah, nice section ahead. Wow, so quick through that snap. And as I mentioned, this board did look like it was a good small wave board. You can see it's really working through those inside sections and gets the finish. So the first turn was, for me, the best on that wave. And I think that's going to put her in the heat. Live action.
Well, live action as Elise Barton gets up into second. Here's heat leader India Robertson, and she'll just sting a little turn of her own. Meanwhile, the whole heat is changing shape here. We still owe India Robertson a score. She's feeling the pressure of it. It's a small requirement. And, well, let's just have a look as the scores settle. 2 minutes to go. India Robertson's scorecard is open, Greg, along with Amora Suzuki. We didn't get a look at Suzuki's last ride, but everybody's trying to shake off a low number in their top 2.
Yeah, so replay now. This is the third wave for India. I mean, she's just connecting so well on that forehand. I mean, I've spoken, I mean, every single turn is throwing buckets of spray. That's going to look so good from the judging tower, especially that last wave. That's the best one for me.
Yeah, so scorecard will change shape because that was wave 3 for India Robertson. There was a previous ride that was already going to sort her out and pretty much push her to the top of the pile. So we'll let all the numbers settle here. This heat has whizzed by again. The ocean seems to be in a little bit of a go slow and then a flurry type of pattern here this morning, Greg, as we get the opening rounds of the QS 2000 done. And certainly there, the scorecard changing shape. Wave number 2 now in. Still owe wave number 3 for India Robertson. A little paddle look there with 1 minute to go. But Alice Barton had a sniff at the second place position, but it's all rescheduling and rebooting on the scorecard now, Greg, because judges still owe another score to India Robertson. The previous a 4.67, and I know you feel that the last wave was better than that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be her best number. Those turns were so well placed, so strong. I think that's for sure going to go into her scoreline, but she is in the lead, and Charlie's holding on to that second place at the moment. So very tight heat we got on our hands.
Just under 30 seconds to go. Everyone's interested. The Britain will switch direction. She'll try and squeeze in a turn. She's going to take away this as an experience here in Ballito with the opening rounds of the QS. But also a 4.2 to mention for Amora Suzuki, her best individual wave. But it looks like this heat's going to shape out with the 2 Australians pretty much going to settle in at 1 and 2 here as the clock starts to wrap it up. Here is your heat leader just on a freewheel to the finish line. 2-turn combo. I know you'll like that, Greg, but there's still that previous wave number 3. This was wave 4 we just saw for India. And so I think it's just a formality now with firming up the numbers.
Yeah, so Mora as well, I think, went on that right-hander that we saw Alice Barton went left. I've got a feeling she might have split the peak on that and also owed quite an important score.
Well, a 4.21 required for Amora Suzuki to switch the favour to advancing for her. She was down in third, so scorecard is open. Meanwhile, that previous wave 3, Greg, is in at a 5.73 for India Robertson, so there's no discussion. India will take out the win. It's a matter of who's in second place here. And it is now confirmed. And, well, an official result, the 2 Australians will take out 1 and 2. Lots of fun calling the heats. And we'll be back for more. Sit back and relax. We'll take a break.
And welcome back to competition here at the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. This is the women's round of 48, heat number 3, currently being surfed, and introducing these ladies in heat number 3. In the red, we've got Ellie Harrison. In the blue, it's Arena Rodriguez. In the white, Marita Salgado. And in the green, it's Nanaho Tezuki. And I'm being joined here in the booth by Mike Frew. And it looks like we're going to go look at a quick replay. This was the one during the break, Mike.
So taking off, looking for something down the line, generating a little bit of speed, and nice turn. Bit of flair there on that maneuver, gets the fins out. So a great start there for Maria Salgado. And she's rewarded with a 3.67. Johan, it's compared to when we were in the booth 40 minutes ago, the difference I can see is that the tide has dropped by about an hour, but there's a little bit more of a ruffle on the wave now from that southwesterly wind that's come through.
Oh, definitely still some decent surf out there. Looking at this one, nice set wave out the back for the Japanese surfer, Nanaho, and carves it. And she just gets stuck high up on the face of that wave. Unfortunately, a bit of a missed opportunity for green to start this one off.
That was a great looking wave. It had a bit of size. It was a significant peak in the middle of the beach, and we saw Nanano really loading up for a big turn there, but kind of overcooked it. Just went maybe a little bit high on the turn just before she engaged that rail, and coming a little unstuck there. So just a 0.57. In the bigger picture, the heat will be most likely a throwaway wave. She'll now be down at the bottom of the priority discussion. So she had a quick look at that insider, using good heat knowledge there and strategy to maybe get another quick one so that you got 2 scores on the board, and then you have a foundation to build the rest of your heat on.
Yeah, still plenty of time for green, 17 minutes remaining. So there'll definitely be some more opportunities. So Nanaho Suzuki, a Japanese surfer, so far her best result is 7th at the Gold Coast Open at QS 4000. So she's looking for her best results on the QS so far. And of course, as we've been mentioning all morning, just a great opportunity for these surfers to get into the water and prepping for that Challenger Series. So that is the Japanese surfer in picture, Tezuki, in the green. And of course, we've got that opening ride that came through for the Portuguese athlete, Maria Salgado. And her best result, Mike, a 3rd place at the Pro Tagazut Bay. So she's going to look for a decent result here and advance through the heat. But it's not going to be easy for those surfers, as we've got Ellie Harrison. She's a previous, she's competed on the championship tour as a wild card, did Ellie Harrison. She's, of course, got a 5th place at the Phillip Island Pro QS as well this season. So looking for a good result here. She's got CT experience. And this is surfer in the green, Suzuki, finding the finish.
Nanano Suzuki has been to Ballito quite a few times before as part of the Japanese contingent that comes through every year. So Nanano know this wave very well too. And really being very busy at the beginning of the heat to try and establish an early lock on those top 2 positions. That was nice 2 turns from Arena Rodriguez, from the surfer from Peru, like you said. A good solid start for her. And besides that wave of Nanano Suzuki, that bigger one where she wasn't able to complete the first turn, that's probably the biggest wave, second biggest wave we've seen of this heat so far, Johan.
Yeah, Arena Rodriguez is looking to open up with a good number there. And as we dissect that wave, we'll come back to it because we've got a beach interview with the winner of the last heat. So throwing down to the beach, Emma with India Robinson.
Okay. India, we love having you in Ballito. You've been here for many years, but your surfing in that last heat for me just felt like at that highest level, and it all did happen at the end. So talk us through that heat.
Yeah, it was a nerve-wracking heat. I mean, obviously it's a QS, so it's kind of like a warm-up for the Challenger, but all of the girls are doing the same. So it was pretty much a Challenger heat out there, and Amuro surfs amazing, Charlie surfs amazing, the little local girl as well. Like, you always got to put up your best foot forward, and I feel like I managed to find a few waves, and yeah, I just kind of felt in rhythm with the ocean then.
Nice. Well, you definitely looked in rhythm, even though you are struggling with a shoulder injury at the moment. You probably have a lot of friends and family back home. Not sure time difference, but do you want to give them a shout out?
I think the time difference isn't too bad right now. They should be eating dinner. So hi to all of my loved ones. I love you guys, and let's keep it going.
Nice. Well, stoked to have you back, and good luck for the next round. Cool. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. That was Emma, and good win there for India Robinson in the previous heats. But back to live action, Mike, surfer in the blue. Arena Rodriguez did lock in a 3.57 for her opening score. And of course, last of green, Nanaho comes through at a 2.60. So there's just a shot of our beautiful beach here in Willards. And maybe take us through, Mike, just a little bit of the area, some of the history here of this competition, and then, of course, why we get to be here in the beautiful north coast of KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, so the Ballito Pro has been running for quite a long time. If I'm not mistaken, about 2009 the event moved here. The event itself has been going for 57 years, and it has rotated through Durban. There was 1 year that this event, since 1971 or 2, was actually held at Cape Rock. It also was held in East London at one point, and over the last probably 16 or 17 years, it's been here in Ballito. And this beach, it's called Willard Beach. It's quite part of the KwaDukuza municipality, and affectionately known by us surfers as Surfers Point or Surfers Beach, but it's officially called Willard Beach. And this pulled back shot, you see the rocks on the right-hand side of the beach there. When there's a lot of swell, Johan, that's the takeoff spot for the big right-hand point that sort of lines up here when there's a little bit of swell. And then panning across, that's Bathers, the next beach you can see just on the other side of the rocks. And if the camera goes all the way across, just to the right of that is a surf spot called Bog. There you go, there's that second part of rocks you can see sticking out there. So if you look right to left on screen, that's Bog Bay, Bathers, and then Surfers. And the event is held here at Surfers, which is the left-hand side of the screen. You can see that's where all the people are that are enjoying the school holidays here in South Africa. In July, here in South Africa, we have a 3-week school holiday, and the Ballito Pro is right in the middle of those school holidays.
Yeah, some great insights. Great place to be in the middle of winter. Can you believe it? Here in KwaDukuza. And that was the score for Ellie Harrison, the opening wave there for the surfer from Barwon Heads, Victoria. She's 21 years of age, and as mentioned, Mike, she's completed on that challenge, well, the CT as a wild card at Bells Beach, where she got a 9th place finish there. So Ellie Harrison, still early into her career, but a bright young talent from Australia, and she is going to lock a score on the board, and it's going to be just another quick ride there for Maria Salgado. But as you were saying, man, what a beautiful stretch of coastline. It's so good to be in Ballito. And yeah, what a beautiful place. They don't call it the Dolphin Coast for nothing. We've been seeing a whole bunch of wildlife and dolphins roll through the lineup, and it just sets up for a beautiful contest venue. So it's so good to be back here.
Yeah, the Dolphin Coast is one of the premier beach and holiday destinations in South Africa. And of course, just north of here, probably about 20 or 30 kilometers, they've just recently opened Africa's very first Club Med. And Club Med is a partner of this event. We've had some activations and prizes that are linked to the event as well. And so Africa's first Club Med opened last week. Probably, it's at a place called Tini Manor. I'd say probably 20 or 30 kilometers north of where we are here. But Ballito is sort of the crown jewel of the KwaDukuza municipality's tourism push. And it's great to have KwaDukuza putting money and getting involved in surfing at this level. And they have been for many years now, almost 2 decades that the event has been held in Ballito.
Yeah, huge thank you to the KwaDukuza municipality. This is the place to be in July. Not just in South Africa, but for competitive surfing in the world right now as we move into our Challenger Series next week. So we're excited to be here and talk you guys through this heat. If you guys are just joining us, welcome. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill, and this is the round of 48, heat number 3 currently being surfed. So A couple small scores coming through, just a 0-4 for last of white, but we do have scores coming in for blue, green, as well as that opening number for surfer in the red. Mike, Ellie Harrison, looks like we might see a big paddle. Priority is with white. Salgado.
So she goes, it's her third wave of the heat, gets nice projection down the line into her second turn. Very important to try and fit in those couple of turns there. And if you can fit in 3 solid turns there, you're on the way on your way to a really good score here in Ballito. It's a multiple peak beach break type of situational break that we have here today. It's not lined up with a big swell on a point break. It's multiple peaks. And if what we found in the whole morning so far in those men's heats and the last couple of ladies' heats, if you can do the 2 or 3 turns on a wave, and if each of them are quite significant, we're seeing the scores starting to edge up into that excellent range.
Definitely. Currently in this one, the highest score so far is a 3.57, but we do have multiple scores to come in, so I'm confident that things are going to move around and shift around a bit here in heat number 3. Up and going is the young Japanese surfer in and out. So all 4 of these surfers looking to keep busy. It is surfer in the red, Ellie Harrison, sitting out the back with priority, confidently waiting for her opening score. But as you said, Mike, as we're moving out of this high tide and as the tide starts to drop, we've still got some really cool conditions on hand. And we're just going to look at a little replay here. This was white.
So Maria Salgado, lovely opening turn. She even drifted the tail on that first turn straight into a second one. The second turn, thanks to the speed and projection that brought her out of that first turn. So the first turn was really nicely executed and gave her that speed into the second one. And she got a left on her way out there. So that's her on screen on another wave. So what she did is she had a wave all the way down to the left-hand side of the beach. That was that right. And then paddling out, she really had her wits about her. And left obviously presented itself, and she was able to get a left as well. So Maria really surfing quite a smarty, taking advantage of whatever presents itself out there. And her scores have now come from a mixture of lefts and rights.
Yeah, she's taking her opportunities. That's Maria Salgado, the Portuguese athlete in picture, paddling back out. Second to last of white did come through to 3.87 it was. So one more score to come in for white, and she's looking to move up into the lead. Currently sitting in second position. So scores are coming in shortly. And of course, surfer in the blue, Arena Rodriguez, she locked a 4.83. So she moves up to first. And last of red, the opening score for Ellie Harrison comes through at a 4.77. So Harrison in fourth position, looking for a 2.77. And the Japanese athlete in the green in third, requiring a 3.11. Blue in the lead, white in second. Still very tight on paper here, Mike. We've got 6 minutes remaining. Priority is with red, Ellie Harrison, but she's not feeling too comfortable just yet, knowing that she needs to get a score on the board to try and advance. Watching a replay here, up and going. This was surfing the white, Mike.
It was Maria Salgado. Oh, nice turn there. Got a little hung up after the snap. Didn't come down straight away. You saw the fins come out and the board slightly hung up. So if you had to be super critical, that would be the only thing with that. But it was a good wave, and she is in the discussion in terms of the advancing positions at this stage. Just looking at the overall heat, how it's playing out now, we've had 3/4 of the heat progress so far. Radically different strategies here between surfer in red and surfer in green. Nanaho Suzuki has had 6, is it 6? Yep, it's 6 or 7 waves, Johan. Ellie Harrison has only had 1. So Ellie, being very patient out there, whatever she's taken into the seat paddling out there in terms of strategy is obviously very different to Nanaho, because Nanaho has been busy, 7 waves. Nanaho is in third. Ellie Harrison only had 1 wave. Sorry, yeah, Nanaho is in third. Ellie's in fourth. So very different strategies. Whereas the 2 girls who've sort of got a bit of a mixture, they've just been busy hunting out there.
Yeah, you know what? It's a good point, Mike. I mean, 6 waves to 1. But yeah, if you guys are just tuning in and you're not sure how these events work, it's the top 2 scores that count. So, I mean, one surfer can catch 2 waves and advance or win the heat over a surfer that catches 10 waves. If their top 2 scores don't equate to something higher than the surfer with 2 waves, they will get eliminated. So, I mean, 6 waves for surfer in the green. She's really giving herself opportunities, but she's got to be wise in knowing which wave is a wave to go for or not. So that's exactly what surfer in the red, Ellie Harrison, is trying to do. She's trying to stay patient, but she's going to get up and going over here, Mike.
So Ellie Harrison uses her priority, second wave of the heat, and it looks like it was a smart decision to be patient and wait for that wave, and she gets the 3 turns in. So I feel like that wave was quite similar to Maria Salgado's wave. The 3 turns, slightly bigger set wave, very similar. It's quite a challenge to get that 3rd turn in, because by the time that wave hits that inside section with that little reef, it goes super flat. So you've got to be quite quick on your feet and come out of that second turn almost straight into a snap to make that 3rd turn look good.
Definitely. Up and going. It's surfer in the green here, Suzuki. Nice opening carve. She's going to find the finish. So a score to come in for green, an important one, currently in 3rd position. But in saying that, that score for Maria Salgado came through to 5.93. So there was a situation change there. Mike, it was that left-hander that she got a couple decent turns. There she is in picture, the Portuguese athlete in the white. She moves up to 1st with blue on the right there, Arina Rodriguez in 2nd position. But in saying that, it's going to be a tight heat because we have a score to come in for green. We just saw that last one. And then, of course, surfer in the red, score to come in. So we're going to just run through a quick replay here. And it looks like surfer in the red up and going here, Mike.
This is Ellie Harrison. Utilizes, really leads into that turn, leans the shoulders down, hips high, and gets a great first turn. Very quick transition between the turns, and fits 3 turns into that wave. This is Nanaho, also a nice first turn. That first turn had a lot of flair. I like how she whipped the board all the way around, and then that section, the second section, presents itself very quickly. So fast, whippy surfing for these women in this heat, and Nanaho still really working to try and get out of that 3rd and 4th position. We are still owed a score by the judges for that wave. Do you think it was enough to get into 2nd, though, Johan?
Well, I'm not so sure, Mike. That score is coming in. Last of red, we can tell you guys, did come in, of course, a 4.23 on your screen. So Ellie Harrison, the young Australian, has moved up to 2nd behind Maria Salgado. And that score for the Japanese athlete in the green is coming through shortly. So another score to drop in. We've got 1 minute remaining. What that does mean for surfer in the blue, the Peruvian Rodriguez, is she drops down to 3rd. She's looking for a 4.17. She is sitting with priority. And under priority, there was some flair on that turn, Mike. That was Maria Salgado.
You could hear the cheers on the beach for the support for Maria as we see up and riding. Ellie Harrison trying to get out of that 2nd place and maybe take the lead in the last minute of this heat. Has a quick look at the watch on her arm. She can see there's only 40 seconds left, so not enough time to paddle out. That'll be her done for the heat. She'll be hoping that surfer in green and blue don't find a wave now. So she's looking at her watch, and she'll be just hoping that she can hang on to that position and nothing comes through in the last 20 seconds for the other surfers.
Yeah, that score for green did come through to 4.07, so not enough for Nanaho Suzuki. Still in 3rd. 10 seconds remaining. Will there be an opportunity for blue and green, or will it just be white and red advancing? Looking strong for Salgado and Harrison as this one counts down. And it does look like there's one more wave to come in for Maria Salgado, but that is not going to change the situation. So a huge congratulations to Maria Salgado and Ellie Harrison advancing through. So we're just going to go back and look at a quick replay. And that is red on the left. But quick replay, your heat winner here, Mike.
Yeah, so that's Maria Salgado. You see how she had priority. She just double-checked that Ellie wasn't going to go, but she did have priority over Ellie. And then straight after that, Ellie opts to go left. That was her last wave of the heat. So our surfers in white and in red basically just underscoring their dominance in the heat and the advancing stages. And on screen, that is Ellie Harrison. And Ellie getting through to the next round. And giving her autograph to a couple of the supporters into the event magazine there. So good advancement there for our surfer from Australia.
Yeah, thank you guys for sticking with us. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. We'll be straight back for the next heat. And welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. And we straight into action here. This is heat number 4. So once again, big congratulations. It was Maria Salgado taking the win over Ellie Harrison in the last heat. So Mike Frew is joining me here in the booth, and we are going to take you through this heat. We've still got some beautiful conditions on hand and some great scoring potential. Mike, in this current heat, in the green, we've got Sarah Lechiega representing in the red, Kira Pinkerton. In the blue, Leilani McConigal. And in the white, it's Lucy Durra. And it's going to be another great heat on paper. We've got some big names in this one, and they're going to have some great scoring potential here in heat number 4.
Yeah, it's a stacked international heat. Competitors from all over the world. Surfer in red, Kira Pinkerton. She was here last year for the Challenger Series event, got through a couple of heats. And then we've also got Leilani McGonigal. Leilani, also an Olympic athlete. She was in, she performed as part of the Olympics in Chopu when it was hosted by France a few years ago. So an absolutely stacked heat here in this ladies division. An incredible pedigree of surfers on display out there. So these girls all also using this event as kind of like a warm-up, you know, going through the motions. So what they'll be doing is in their heat preparation, paddling out there, surfing this particular heat will all be in preparation for the big Challenger Series event next week. The South Africans in this Ballito Pro, they are all fighting for points and positions on the Africa Series ratings, where all the international competitors don't get points on the Africa Series ratings, but they're using this event essentially as a warm-up. And it's a great opportunity to get some heat reps in before the Challenger Series next week. And that's why in round 1 of the ladies, we see so many international competitors. So if you're wondering why there's no South Africans in this round 1, it's because the South African ladies are all mostly seeded to round 2.
Yes, of course. And as you were saying, Mike, it's going to account for them the most for the Africa QS rankings for next year's Challenger Series qualification. And otherwise, it's just great to see good surfing and good warm-ups and a stacked international field here. So putting on a show for us here at the beach down in the Quadrucruza north coast of South Africa. And taking a look at this one is Sarah Lechiega. She just got a second place finish in the QS 2000 at Victoria Bay, just a couple of weeks ago pretty much. She came second, and it was Sarah Baum that took out the win at that one. So she's been in South Africa the last few weeks, has Sarah Lechiega. She's representing under the French flag, and she's a super talented goofy foot surfer, is surfing the green. So she opens up her campaign And now surfer in the white, Lucy. She's a young lady, is Lucy Durra, only 16 years of age. I think first year for her competing here in Ballito. So I'm sure we'll see her in that Challenger Series. And she's going to look to get a nice early start, is the young Australian.
So Lucy Durra getting started, opening up her account. Johan, so if Sarah Lesiega has been down in Vic Bay, which was about a month ago, I think, that event now, she must have maybe done a bit of time in J Bay. You know, we were discussing in the previous heats how a lot of these surfers have come through early for the event, been down in J Bay for a little bit warming up before they came up to Ballito. And must be nice for Sarah Lesiega. She's really comfortable in South Africa now, been here for a good couple of weeks. And at this point, seems to be paying off for her because she is in second in the heat and in the advancing position at this stage. But early days, we've only had 5 minutes, a quarter of the heat so far, 3/4 of the heat still to play out.
Yeah, so as these scores come in, Mike, the opening one, just to remind you guys, was a 4.33 for McConaughey, the Costa Rican. And as you're saying, the cool opportunity for many of these surfers is a lot of them come down early. They go and surf J Bay. Some of them have been surfing in these QS events. As I mentioned, Sarah Lesiega was down in the Southern Cape at the QS 2000 event, just warming up and acclimatizing to South Africa. And a great place to do that. One of the nicest places to go on a surfing road trip. So a lot of these surfers, as you mentioned, come through J Bay, the Southern Cape, maybe even through Cape Town. I know some of the Moroccan competitors have done the same. Teva Boshgua and some of the crew, and what a great opportunity it is to see this beautiful country and compete, and yeah, I'm sure that they're stoked to be up here in Ballito, a little bit more warm water, and such a great scene for this event. So Sarah Lesiega, her score still comes, it's just a small one coming in for her, but that opening score for the young Australian was a 5.33, so stomping her authority on this heat, Mike. It's the young 16-year-old surfer. Haven't seen her yet here in Ballito, but it looks like she's got a bright future ahead of her.
Lucy Durra's last wave, that's 2 turns, comes in at the highest of the heat so far. So that young 16-year-old shooting up to the top of the leaderboard of the heat so far. And check this, she's got another wave. And fourth priority, she's perhaps going to have to pull off that one, because if you look on the side of the screen there, number 2, that number 2 means Leilani McGonigal had priority over White, and that's why Leilani took off on that wave. Lucy Durra had to turn and go left.
Leilani McGonigal in picture. Experienced competitor, I want to say the most experienced competitor in this current heat is McGonigal. She's from Pavones in Costa Rica. So we've seen her here a few times, and she's competed at this QS event, the Ballito Open. So she's going to put a small score on the board. Unfortunately, she can't ride out of that one. And then, of course, out back, Mike, is Kira Pinkerton. And she is the surfer from California. She's competed at a championship tour event as well, at the Surf City El Salvador event, and this year her best QS event is at a 3rd place at the Vans Jacks Surfboard Pro in the US. So the surfer from San Clemente is staying patient out back, surfer in the red, but you know what, she's still got plenty of time, and she's an experienced competitor. We've seen her here a few years, and we know what she can do, Mike.
Yeah, in the Challenger Series last year, Kira Pinkerton got through a heat or 2, and it was, if I remember, on one of the bigger days, and she has a very powerful style, and she'll be familiar with the lineup out there in Ballito and being very patient, like you say. Looks like on screen we see a wave coming, which we'll get back to. So this was our heat leader. It's Lucy Durra, and she had to turn left there because our surfer in blue, Leilani McGonigal, had priority over Lucy on that wave. And you almost felt like Leilani, even though she didn't maximize the score on that one, she had to go basically just to keep Lucy from getting a high score on that wave.
Definitely. I mean, she opened up with a 5.33. It's the highest wave of the heat so far. And yeah, she just helped her own situation there by keeping Lucy off of that wave, because it was looking like a good one down the line. She opened up with a decent turn. I mean, it's going to come through at a score of a 2.57. So if she had surfed that one down the line and got a strong finish, it would have been a pretty decent ride. So Leilani McGonigal playing a little bit of technical tactics here as she utilizes that priority. And yeah, she did that pretty well to keep white off of the wave. So with 10 minutes remaining, it is currently surfer in the white, Lucy Durra, the Australian, currently in the lead, and it looks like we're going to see a pretty decent set wave unload on the bank here, Mike. None of these surfers quite getting it. So what do you predict the waves are going to do, and how is it going to change as this tide starts to drop out, Mike?
As you were asking that, I was thinking that just before. Let's just check this out. So look at that. That is the biggest wave I've seen today by a long way for Kira Pinkerton. And the second wave in the set, also a nice solid one, and that is Sarah Lesiega. So those for me are the two biggest waves of the day. And you were just asking that. Have a look on screen. There's a wave and another wave and perhaps even one before that. That is actually a new south swell that's starting to filter in and up the coast of KZN. There on that big wide shot. As the tide drains out, that swell is starting to fill in. So two things are going to happen. The swell's going to get bigger between today and tomorrow as it fills in. If you look on some of the charts, the swell goes from about 2.1 meters. This morning was like 1.8, 2.1 meters. Goes up to about 2.8 meters tomorrow. But importantly, the swell period goes from 11 seconds to about 14 seconds. So a lot more power in the swell. And that particular set that's just rolled through, I think, is the start of that new swell. So we're in for bigger waves over the next couple of days. And Johan, even though that was just a closeout wave, that last set was bigger than anything we've seen the whole morning.
Yeah, that's some good insights, Mike, and we're looking forward to that as we enter into day 2 and, of course, day 3 of competition down here. And we are going to take a look at last of it, Kira Pinkerton. This was that big one, Mike, of the surf in the red. And here we go. Take us through that turn.
Nice overhead wave, certainly the biggest wave of the heat so far. She hits the lip in a very critical section. So Kira leading with her arm, her shoulders and her hips follow. Check that out, straight up at the lip, tags the lip very late, and quite a critical drop, rides it out with good control. So I think she's going to get quite a nice score for that, even though it was just the one turn.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at the wave size, as you were mentioning, and then, of course, just how that lip was sort of throwing towards her, so she really committed to the section. And then even better, just the way that she compressed coming out of that turn to really roll away or land that one successfully. So I also think that that's going to be a decent one in her scoreline as these numbers slowly start to drop in for Kira Pinkerton. She was staying patient, Mike. With 7 minutes remaining, these numbers are dropping in, and it's looking pretty decent for Pinkerton to jump up the leaderboard.
So between Kira and Leilani, probably the two most experienced competitors in this heat. Kira, like you say, has had experience at the championship tour level in El Salvador, and using a bit of that experience, number one, to be patient in the heats, because she had her first wave after she waited about 12 or 13 minutes. And the wave she did get, Johan, it looks like it's going to be a significant wave in terms of the positioning in the heat.
Up and going. This is blue, Leilani McGonigal. That was a nice looking backhand snap for the Costa Rican surfer. And that score did come through for Pinkerton. We'll get back to it in a sec. Here she goes, Mike. Carves it in the pocket. She's going to look for a strong finish here. Eyes the section. Boom! Pinkerton looking for the finish. And she's going to go down. So the opening score for surf in the red, Kira Pinkerton, comes through at a 6.83. That's a 6.83 for Pinkerton. And I'm telling you now, Mike, she would have put it, not out of grasp, but she would have made it pretty tough for the surfers in the heat if she had landed that last maneuver.
Yeah, she definitely needed to ride out of that in order to sort of ride into the big points. But you got to finish that last turn. She did a little bit of work prior to that, so I think that she could get enough to potentially move into the lead here, just with what she did prior to that closeout turn, and take the lead from Lucy Durra. This is the wave. So she dropped the patience game and sort of got to work on this one. One slashing turn, like you said, Johan, and then that was the big money turn at the end. I actually thought she had it, but the wave had sort of a second warble to it, and that combined with the whitewater explosion kind of knocked her off her board.
Yeah, and that's just what Ballito offers, Willard Beach. It's such a powerful wave. It's a very tricky wave to surf. And it looked like she totally had it, as you mentioned, but just going down on that final turn, the waves pack a punch here at Ballito. So I mean, a 2-foot wave out here could sometimes feel like a 4-foot overhead set wave in terms of the amount of power that this wave actually produces.
So Kira, even though she just did the one sort of slashing turn, looking at the scores there, she got a 173. It was enough to put her in the lead, Johan. So we got a bit of a situation change, and our very experienced 2 competitors out in the lead and in second place at the moment. So Kira got a bit of control of the heat now. However, going into the last 4.5 minutes, she's quite far down the priority situation. You can see her waving her hand there at the beach announcer, wanting a little bit of information. And what she'll do is she'll get that info, have a look at how much time's left, look at where the other surfers are sitting in relation to her in the heat, and then plot out her strategy for the next 4 minutes. How's she going to keep that lead?
Yeah, so with 4 minutes to go, Kira Pinkerton, that last wave coming in at a 1.73, second to last of red. She still holds at 683, so that's why she's sitting in the lead, courtesy of that decent ride of a 683. So McConaughey in second, surfer in the white, Lucy Dara in the third, looking for a 317. There was a short one that came in for white, and it's of course not going to be enough. So she still needs a 317. And then of course our surfer in the green, Sarah, still looking for a 6.5. All right, so we're just going to take a look at that last score for blue. That was McGonigal, a 4.17, Mike.
This is Lalani. The reason she got a 417 for that one turn, it was a very well-controlled maneuver, probably a medium-sized wave if you consider what we've seen in the heat so far, and the judges reward her with a 417. So kind of a pair of fours there for Lalani. She's now made it a little bit more difficult for Lucy in white and Sarah in green to advance. But none of the surfers are completely out of it at this point, because having a look at green, she requires a 6.5, and we've already seen a 6.83 posted in the heat so far. So the scores are out there.
Yeah, so it is going to be a tight finish here in the round of 48. Heat number 4. Pinkerton won't quite feel confident just yet, as she still wants to post another decent backup on the board. And of course, Leilani McGonigal in second position, but not far ahead of Lucy Dara, only looking for a 317. Priority is with green, Sarah Lacey-Yeager, and she's looking for that 6.5, but we definitely know that's in her capabilities with 2.5 minutes to go.
So interesting, yeah. Sarah Lacey-Yeager has been in the country for a while, like we were saying. So comfortable in South Africa. She's probably surfed here quite a bit over the last couple of weeks. Then we've had Kira Pinkerton and Leilani McGonigal fly in just a few days ago for this event. But they're still using their experience at this point to dominate the heat. But look at that. Sarah Lacey-Yeager has a wave, Johan.
Up and riding. She needs something big on this end section. And I think one of the things that might count against her on that particular wave is it wasn't a big one. She did surf it nicely though. She got a couple turns, and I'm sure we'll catch a replay of it, but a little bit of a smaller wave. So looking for that score of a 6.5 is Sarah Lacey-Yeager in the green, the French athlete. 90 seconds to go. Here we go. This is that replay. What do you think of this, Mike?
Well, the difference between her turns and Leilani McGonigal's turns is hers are quite lateral. So you see how the board didn't go up to like 90 degrees when she hit the lip there. And even on her first turn, it was quite lateral. So the judges will look at that and compare it to the 2-turn wave from Leilani McGonigal. And in doing that comparison, Sarah is surfing a lot more laterally, so she's not going to get rewarded with the same kind of score.
1 minute remaining as that score does come in. We did see a ride there from Kira Pinkerton. We just caught the end of it. And this is an important wave for Leilani McGonigal. Beautiful turn off the top for blue, and she's going to compress and ride out, Mike. So she was looking confident on that one. So yeah, interesting to see how this one unfolds. We got the 2 turns from Lacey Yeager compared to that 1 turn from Leilani McConaughey. 30 seconds remaining and a couple scores to come in.
That was the best turn from Leilani McGonigal of the whole heat. It definitely is up there with that 1 turn of Kira Pinkerton, and these 2 ladies really showcasing some good vertical surfing on those closeout waves. So let's see what happens in terms of the score there for Leilani, but I feel like it was her best surf or her best wave of the heat.
Yeah, some really nice surfing there. Big snapping maneuver. So score for blue to come through. Last the green was a 2.3 as this one finishes off. So that's an official end to the heat here in the round 48 heat number 4. We're just going to run through this quickly. This is the one we missed.
So that was just the closeout turn of Kira. It scored a 3.0, and then that was that whip on the backhand on the closeout turn from Leilani McGonigal. And really what that did is it underscored that first and second position in the heat, Johan.
And there we go, Kira Pinkerton signing a couple of autographs on the beach. She's your heat winner ahead of Leilani McConaughey in the blue in second position. We'll see those surfers advance through to the next round. So this is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Ballito. It is the Ballito Open, the QS 2000, with lots of the big names here for the upcoming Challenger Series in the draw. It's the opening day of competition. You with us with the round of 48. As we get the field going, we start narrowing it down. It's a good morning. Only about 5 minutes. It's midday. Almost a lunchtime here in beautiful South Africa, as we bring you live coverage from now until next Sunday. First Challenger Series stop on its way to South Africa. So Gigs Lears alongside former national champion surfer Tash Mentesti, someone that grew up in the region, someone that knows the lineups, and someone that knows a lot about surfing and the surfers themselves as we get stuck into this one. Morning, Tash.
Yeah, morning. I looked at the heat, and it's so exciting to be able to see these names in this first round. Moana Jones-Wong, I mean, if anyone's been watching surfing the couple of last years, we know that she's the pipeline specialist, but it's really nice to see her making her way all the way to South Africa for this event. This is Aristabe, so one of the Aristabe sisters that's out here, Yanira. And they had such a great run in 2025 in Ballito, with Nadia taking a win as well. So it's really good to see such a strong competitor coming from Europe. And Ella McCarthy, I mean, she's been on my radar a little bit. I don't recall watching her in Ballito last year, so my apologies if you were here. But that's the American and then the lone South African. I mean, it's so strange to say in this first round, but yes, the lone South African, Taylor Emsley in the red.
Great to have Taylor Emsley. If you recognize the surname, yes, it is Greg's daughter. And lots to break down with Miss Pipeline in the mix, along with Taylor Emsley, who's going to get a strong start. She's really blossomed in her surfing in the last 2 seasons or so, making it to the national team. She'll be on her way to the ISAs in El Salvador a little later this year. And just great to have her in the mix and gaining experience. Tash, you mentioned Ella McCaffrey, and of course there is Janine Gonzalez Echevarri, also from that Basque country. You were talking about the winner last year, coming from that region. And let's see how Janine can perform in the lineup. And 20-minute heats, we're watching the tide go out. bit of that sea breeze left to right. You were calling some beach heats and some beach scores. No shortage of waves in the lineup, Tash.
Totally changed. An hour off the high tide, starting to drain, and we're definitely seeing a change massively.
Got a heads up from everyone's favourite female surfer, Heather Clark, down the coast. She sent a quick clip and a quick note. The south swell has arrived.
Oh, so it's coming.
It's on its way up the coast here, folks. So we are north of Tikweni, the main city of Durban itself. Heather reporting 90 minutes south. There's already a brand new south swell in the water, and we'll see those. We spoke about those two swells crossing over, Tash. We'll see the fullness of that come through the night, but certainly there's some lines and definitely plenty of waves in the lineup here in Ballito, the punchy beach breaks. And Shania will just get to work and sting a little turn of her own. She did open with a 5.5 as we came to show with the opening moments of this heat, but now looking to back that up, and she's an early heat leader.
Yeah, and I do need to just apologise.
That's
Got
all
the
good.
wrong surname
That's
there.
all
My
good.
apologies, Janira.
Right region, though. Right region.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do apologise for that one. And, you know, it's just we've been talking about this bus country, and we just see so much strength in the female surfing. That action right there, though, Moana Jones-Wong, you know, she's not just a big barrel rider. She knows how to get those turns off the top.
Absolutely. What a performance she put in for a championship tour win at Pipeline, to earn the title of and the recognition globally of the Queen of Pipeline. And great to see her using her full sort of spread of skills here in the jersey, having a go on the qualifying series and the championship, the Challenger series of 2026. Just brings that diversity. We see that with a lot of big wave specialists. They're very nifty small wave surfers as well. I remember Peter Mel really doing well at the QS level, always his favorite stops to come to this KZN region. And then, of course, he became a big wave world champ. And so many stories of so many all-rounders. You know, even Kelly has an Eddie title.
So true. Very, very true. John as well, if we think about it like that. I mean, you know, you nowadays, especially how surfing has evolved and grown and changed with board design and also just being able to get more opportunity to surf different breaks, you really need to have a full bag of tricks, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no, every surfer will recognize that in the other surfer is if they have a full spread, that they're able to take 2-foot waves and surf well in them, and then have no limit to how big they can charge. It puts you into a special category of surfer, really. It puts you into a royalty.
Absolutely.
I think it's an unspoken discussion, but there is that recognition, and certainly names like John Florence and Kelly Slater, amongst others, really have covered the entire spectrum of the sport. And certainly Moana Jones-Wong is doing that in her own version here.
So such a good example. Yeah, you're right.
Meanwhile, live action, Janir, our Basque country surfer from the north coast of Spain, that beautiful region of Zaraut, San Sebastian, Mundaka, and that region. Here's someone that's from south of Durban, in fact, the town of East London, a hotbed of talent from the Buffalo City area. Of course, it will be nephew, Daniel Emsley, also in and amongst it. Dad, Greg Emsley, on the commentary, a former championship tour surfer himself, who really got to mix it up with when Kelly and Andy were having their battles. Greg did that full decade plus on tour. His knowledge and what he brings to the behind the scenes and the understandings of all the mechanics of pro surfing really is such an asset for us at the commentary level here. And meanwhile, back to Moana Jones-Wong, who we spoke about her full pedigree of surfing, and here she is attacking that lip, switching direction. So keeping busy and keeping herself very relevant in this heat here, Tash. Already a 3.07, and I think now ditching a 2.5 in the scoreline as we just go under 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just even looking at the scoreboard, there's just more waves, which is showing that there's more opportunity out there. And that does come with that change of tide, but also that new swell that we're expecting. And, you know, I want to go back to Bigfoot, to the foot, to Greg Emsley. he has so much value and adds so much value to a competition, not just from a coaching point of view, not sitting here in studio and analysing waves, but an Olympic coach as well and a former championship tour surfer. And from a South African point of view, just really passing on that knowledge, which I think is just so important and so needed.
No, absolutely. And both Taylor and David, Greg's two kids, have really benefited from that natural flow of knowledge and information. And certainly Taylor in and amongst it here. We spoke earlier on about having the opportunity for South African younger surfers to mix it up with global names at this QS 2000 level, especially this opening round. It's just such a way for the experiences to get shared, and no matter the outcome, Taylor will come out with taking much away from this experience.
Yeah, you're going to learn. I mean, that's what you've got to take from it. Be like a sponge, And I think that with everything, even with Taylor, with this experience, for our South African girls, like if you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And I think this is a great training ground for that.
So a little over 10 to go here. Stronger lines starting to appear, that new swell starting to merge into the lineup here. And we're almost at the halfway mark here, Tash.
Quicker, very quick are these heats. They're flying through it, halfway through this first round for the women.
Janir, your heat leader, has the priority, so management going well here. Now she needs to turn this into a banking score, and she just lets that rail slide like a bit of soap in the bath. It just slips away from her. And we go down to 9:45. Priority now handed to the South African in this heat, Taylor Emsley. But under that priority, Emma McCaffrey. Ella, what a great turn from her. And that'll bring her right into discussion, because prior to that, not much on the scorecard for her at all, Tash. So, this heat could change shape in the back 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, and we saw that in previous heats with some of these girls' heats, how it just shifted so much. And I like that third ride from Ella McCaffrey. Very critical, very committed, nice and compressed, rode out of it with a lot of control. So you're right, Giggs, it's definitely going to help her situation out here in this round of 48.
Let's have a look at the situation. 9 minutes to go, and this was that big hit.
Yeah, good timing, really good timing. She saw that opportunity, she utilized it, she read it very well as well, and she's definitely going to get that throwaway 0 point something that's going to be thrown away. So we look at it again, just in more slow motion. You can see her eyeing that lip to hit. She goes straight into it, sure, and holds on to it. I mean, she's not a big girl, there was power behind that, but it's the compression to complete it. So definitely well read there for her third ride. Ella McCaffrey, the American in this heat. And we'll see those scores drop in shortly. This is a nice pulled back view. Things have shifted out there from when we first saw this lineup in the morning. We saw surfers dotted all over the screen. They're now starting to bunch together a little bit more.
And we will see that with that south swell, Tash, as it starts becoming the dominant swell through the back half of today, and definitely from tomorrow going forward. And that does tend to push everybody down to the south end, to the right of screen, and tends to compress and focus that takeoff zone. And we could even get some tubes out of the next few days as well. We get very excited when the south swells come marching up the coast here, as does every true surfer. And certainly we're waiting with open arms here in the Willows Beach region. Let's have a look at the shape of the heat here. Scores are up to date except for Ella. Well, there we are. We've now updated. McCaffrey has now placed a
6.33 for one turn.
One maneuver, that's an indication of what the judges want to see. They've underlined words like critical, they've underlined words like power, they've underlined words like heavy sections, combinations of maneuvers, yes, but that was far from a combination. Just one single turn for the best score of the heat thus far, and she goes straight up to second and doesn't chase a big number, Tash. Just a 3.5 required now to take the lead as we hit the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, it's just so interesting, hey, how quick these heats can turn. But she was looking for that opportunity, and I must be honest, Ella McCaffrey She read that wave really well. She had to react very quickly, but it wasn't the best wave that's come through the lineup. Imagine if she gets a bit more of an open wall to work with.
Yeah, anything but the best wave, but it had a heavy lip section in it, and critical was the discussion there. And her timing was good, almost reflexes straight into that closeout lip, Tash. So 6.5 to go, and the heat is basically changed shape. Moana Jones-Wong down in third. Doesn't need a big number herself, just a 3.84. Let's see if she can factor in. And the South African, who is kind of plagued with a set of twos right now, will want to just find her best wave. 4.7 required for the surfer in red. Meanwhile, here comes another wave selection underway for Ella McCaffrey, who after the 6.33 has found a running wave, and you get to see her more technical approach and a more combination of maneuvers. And just like that, with the requirements of a 3.5, speculate we could have a new heat leader.
Yeah, agreed, absolutely. You know, I want to go back to Taylor Emsley. She's found two smaller rides, so kind of done all that she could do for what was on offer. She needs to wait for something different. She needs to look for a different type of wave. Taylor's actually a really strong surfer. She needs a wall to hit. If it's too flat and fat, she doesn't always get the score that she's looking for. She really likes to hit an oncoming section, so it is going to come down to wave selection for the South African. But Ella McCaffrey, just working through it all. It was also not the biggest wave, but she's put another score on the board, a 4.4 for last of green for Ella McCaffrey, the American.
And we have a new heat leader.
Yep, changed that situation.
5 minutes to go. Talking of Emsley and power surfing, she's going to be looking for a big wall. She has the opportunity, does the young South African, holds the priority. Of course, the Emsleys amongst all the other talents out of Buffalo City are Nahoon Reef local surfers, and she'll know exactly what to do with a stretched out right-hand wall in front of her. She'll want to use that priority cleverly and just sort of breathe into the situation. And when she finds that opportunity in that wall, and just get a couple of strong turns underway and just settle it and go for the... Well, she's now been stretched out for the advancing number. Now is a 7.56. You almost think that she's got to go excellent to switch the heat over. But let's see how she tackles it with a little bit of time still left. A little over 4 minutes to go. Let's have a look at how the heat switched out here.
Yeah, I enjoy Ella's style even. I mean, she's just showing variety. She rail-to-rail transition, kept the speed. That's part of the criteria. And then attacked that oncoming section. So just really surfing a clever heat is Ella McCaffrey. And yes, that requirement is massive now for Moana Jones-Wong as well as Taylor Emsley. With that time running down, when I looked at that requirement, I was thinking back, have we seen any heat with any of those ladies go excellent yet? We haven't just yet. I think our highest has been in that high six range. I might have missed a heat somewhere. I don't know if a seven's come through with the ladies.
Even on the men's side, to find excellent category scores, there's very few of them out there. The surfers can surf them up to good scores, and that is a cracking turn right there to defend that second place position. The Spaniard, Janir Gonzalez Echeverry. And here is the opportunity for Taylor Emsley. She finds herself amongst some of the world's best. She'll just swing into that and she'll just let it go. But nonetheless, a little over 3 minutes to go. She used that priority. She found that wave. She needed to approach that lip with perhaps a little more speed and not try and just swing it down like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I took out of it. Had to go into that maneuver with speed, but then had to come out of that maneuver with compression. So there's the learnings. There's something that she can take out of this heat, you know. And yeah, time is winding down. Priority is not going to be in her favor for these last couple of minutes. But Ella McCaffrey just sitting there casually. It's amazing how you see the different experiences you have in the same heat. I really enjoy that backhand hit from Echeverry.
Well, let's make that a discussion, Tash. 2.5 to go and a 5.24 required by our surfer in blue, the Spaniard. Did she find the 5.24 one single turn? The judges will be having a long debate about this because Ella McCaffrey's found the lead, but this could switch the heat back over.
You know, such a deep bottom turn.
I'm saying yes, she
very
gets it.
Critical turn. Released the fins as well. Definitely close to that 6.33. It's in that range for sure. It could be even higher, but definitely getting the score that she needs.
Well, we need a 5.24 to see a situation change. And it is there. It has come in just over the requirement, 6:07. So the heat folds over with 1 minute 50 on the clock. Gonzalez back into the lead. She pretty much was in the lead for most of it. Ella McCaffrey stole a lead a couple of minutes back, but it's been a really entertaining heat. But what it has done, Tash, is it's really stretched out the scorecard and put big requirements now on Moana Jones-Wong and, of course, the South African Taylor Emsley. They've got to go, well, third place position with priority right now needs to find a 7.6 in the lineup. It's a big number.
Yeah, it's a big ask right now. We just haven't seen those just yet. And yeah, it's sure, can change so quickly, you know. I think also, you know, we've seen our biggest scores come from one hit.
Yeah,
which is interesting. Well, I say interesting. It's good to show that the judges are understanding conditions and rewarding good surfing. We look at this replay once again, like we both said, going in not with enough speed, coming out of that turn very extended, not having enough compression.
Yeah, I think the difference there was extension versus compression.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, lots to talk about as we start winding this heat down. It is inside the last minute. It is the opening round of the Ballito Open, the QS 2000, all part of a big surf festival scene here in beautiful Ballito. We slip under the 30-second mark. The Spaniard out front, Ella McCaffrey, the American, has pretty much steered herself with solid scores through this heat as well. Here goes the last roll of the dice. This will just be the victory lap. And another nice clicking turn.
Yeah.
You spoke about Nadia Aristaba on her backhand last year for the win. A very similar approach to the lineup for our heat winner here in this encounter.
Yeah, and I really like how quick her board reacts once she gets it up and pivots. I mean, it is a very quick transition from the bottom turn to the top turn in the rotation, and she's looking good, Yanira.
Yeah, very, very good, solid surfing there for a heat when the last wave will not factor in. It'll be an 11.57 total heat score for Janine Gonzalez Echeverry. She'll take Ella McCaffrey with her to the next round. We'll be back for more action after the break. Stay with us from beautiful Ballito. Welcome back to the beach. It is the opening rounds of the QS 2000, the Ballito Pro. It is lunchtime here in the beautiful region of the east coast of South Africa as we frame up another heat for you. Laura Ropp, the Brazilian, is here again in 2026. Watch for Sol Aguera, the talented Peruvian. Ila Hubbard's from Australia is in the lineup along with Ariane Okawa from the Basque country. Gixlier's alongside, and welcome back, Greg Emsley, to the booth as we get stuck into another exciting heat. Some takeouts from that last heat there. A couple of bigger waves starting to come through the lineup with a new south swell. We got a heads up from Heather Clark. It's well overhead. South swells an hour south of us, so those swells are switching up. The leftovers of the easterlies, the new south swell converging. And, well, you'll have taken away a lot from that heat and a few emotional things as well.
Yeah, you take away a lot. Definitely, Gigs, what you're saying, a new south swell. You can see it starting to take effect. A couple of waves starting to form up closer to the rock as well. A bit of a run on it. There's definitely some really nice opportunities. I'm liking this tide drop. I'm liking some of the waves that giving you that one big single maneuver as well, the ones that are stretched out. We've seen a couple big single turns the last couple of heats.
Yeah.
So something for everyone out there.
Yeah, exactly. Janine getting that big single hit earlier as we get the opening ride underway here. Laura Ropp, my apologies, there was a quick wave on the scorecard for Ariane Akawa. And certainly lots to take out of that last heat there, Greg. We got some 6-point sort of scores with one single backhand turn from heat winner Janier from the Basque Country.
Yeah, she looked really good, I must say, from the first wave. The quickness through those backhand turns, I thought it was really impressive. But yeah, all in all, some good surfing.
Well, good surfing from the Spaniard. Let's go down and hear from the winner of that last heat here in Ballito.
Janire, when I think of Ballito, I literally think of you. You have dominated so many heats here. I know you love Ballito. How does it feel to be back?
Yeah, it feels really good. We have a really good team this year too. My sister is missing and Keone is missing too, but we'll do it good for them. And yeah, super happy to be back. Waves are amazing, weather is good, the water is super warm, so super happy.
Nice. And obviously that heat, things did change at the end. It was also another stacked heat. What was the approach into that?
I just wanted to start like fast and just like build my heat and my waves. We're back on 20 minutes heat, so that's a little bit weird for us. But yeah, super happy to warm up in the QS and hopefully more tomorrow or later.
Nice. Yes, definitely some more coming up soon. And yeah, good luck for the next round. Stoked to have you back here. Back to you guys.
Yeah, gracias. Thank you. Janier on to the next round here as she gets her warm-ups for the up-and-coming Challenger Series. Greg, we're just talking about how the ladies are fetching scores in the lineup. There are these longer runners with the new South Swell Stone approach. Sol Aguirre is no stranger to Ballito as well. She finds herself a runner, but a couple of the bigger numbers came with literally single hits in that last heat. Meanwhile, young Australian Huppets is straight into it as well, finding sort of waves as the tide falls out now that are starting to stretch across the sandbar a little bit. And I'm sure that is what your daughter would have been looking for to unlock a score come the back half of that last heat, Greg.
Yeah, I think certainly you've got to get the bigger waves. You need those big sections. The smaller ones, unless you're really going to town on them, aren't going to give you the scores. The other thing I'm noticing is you do get those point breaky ones that give you a couple of wraps on the outside, but if it doesn't give you a closeout sort of section, that nice hammer at the end, you battle to really stamp that score as well. So you're looking for something that's got that. I just get the feeling the judges are really weighting a lot of their score on a big oncoming section to finish.
Yeah, absolutely. The more critical the section, the bigger the number, pretty much is the theme here in Ballito. And we'll look forward to seeing how the ladies approach the lineup here. Still plenty surfing ahead. We're only on 12:20 local time here. We'll go into the mid-afternoon here through the rounds today. And a couple of numbers finding their way to the scorecard. Sol Aguirre fetched a 4.5, Greg. And the best single score right now, the 5.3 from Ella Huppets, the young Australian, who's fetched a good mid-range score for herself.
Yeah, definitely that was a good wave coming from it was like in white. It was the speed was there for me. Straight away, she just looked like the fastest surfer in the heat through those turns. And with that, a lot of spray coming off the board. But yeah, getting a nice 5.5 at the start of the heat's a solid score, as we've seen in the last couple of heats. That's going to be a keeper in the scoreline for the moment.
Well, the European talent on display here. We saw a heat win from a Spaniard in that last heat. Another Spanish representative in our surfer in green who holds priority. So let's see how Ariane Akawa approaches it. Meanwhile, under that prio, Sol Aguirre will just keep her scorecard ticking over. She opened with the 4.5. That one perhaps rushing the process a little bit. It's going to be a throwaway score in the context of the heat. But really interesting to see, Greg, we've spoken again about two approaches to the lineup as well. The quick working approach and then the ones where you sit and wait and try to be more selective. And that'll show in the replays.
Yeah, so let's see some of those replays. We saw Sol Aguirre from Peru Yeah, on that replay, that first opening wave for her, wow, she connected well with that first maneuver. And this was the best of the opening exchanges. Isla just whipping. I mean, how complete was that first maneuver? Slices. I mean, that's super dynamic surfing. I mean, looking at that, she utilized that wave to the best of her of possibilities, and both very committed turns, and that board changed direction so well, pushing on that tail. So I really enjoyed the speed through those maneuvers.
Well, waves on the way here, and Laura Ropp, we'll see how she approaches this. Let's go that first turn, wants to make it a combination. A little bit late climbing up that broken section. We are seeing the wind increasing in strength right to left across your screen and through the course of the day ahead. Just a touch late there, maybe perhaps quicker reactions between the two judges will eat up those combinations if you can present it to them. And meanwhile, here goes Ariane. Backhand turn of her own, just sort of kept that one underneath the lip line. Maybe an element of conservancy there, but nonetheless, a strong maneuver. And now switching it up is Sol Aguirre to the backhand. Speedy whip there for an incomplete. And suddenly the sets are rolling in here, Greg.
Oh, you can see the power and the draw on the waves as well. I thought Laura's wave was going to hold open for her a bit longer. When she went into that first turn, I went, wow, here comes a big score. But just rushed a little bit for that last maneuver. Laura's looking sharper today. I know she hasn't quite got the scoreline yet, but just her surfing compared to the JQS yesterday almost looked like she still had maybe a bit of jet lag. Today she looks like she's woken up a bit more lively, a bit faster, a bit quicker. So I think when she finds that those right sections on the wave, she's going to make her attack on this heat.
Well, scores starting to reflect a crisper surfing from Laura Ropp today. And a 4.4 into the scoreline along with her 3.5. She's in for the early lead as we get a heat total of 7.9. So still lots of opportunity ahead here. We're only at the halfway mark. And as you said, Greg, some crisp surfing from Laura Ropp gets her into the lead. And what are we making of this single maneuver from Ariane?
Yeah, so Ariane obviously not too much on the board up to that point, and I think she felt she needs to get into this heat, and she saw that opportunity, and she has seen the one big maneuver getting scores today. So I thought she probably thought, let's just get some points on the board, let's build on something. Back to Laura Ropp, that 4.4 pretty much came out of that the first maneuver, and that's a good score. Yes, rushed on the second turn, but a bigger wave and really climbs up nicely into that first turn and gets up into the second, but that if there was a bit more time on that second maneuver, I think we would have seen a really good number come through for Laura.
Well, Laura found a 4.4. The single maneuver on the backhand for Ariane Kawa, a 3.9. So a couple of scores coming to us, telling us some stories, seeing signs of a new south swell starting to make its way up the eastern seaboard of South Africa. We have firm reports that the swell is quite strong further to and down the coast to our right. Here in Ballito, it's starting to show here as the tide recedes. And that is the young Australian Illa Huppets, who is just keeping her scorecard moving. Opened with the 5.5. That was one of the stronger rides of the heat thus far. And for now, a sound backup score, Greg.
Yep, it will be a solid backup score in the context of the heat. Her second wave, she's going to, she wants to move up into that first place and let the commentators do the rest, put the pressure on the other girls.
Of course, great crew on beach commentary, including Tashmin Tashti. Of course, Aya is shouting out scores, and the beach just absolutely loving it. A very appreciative surfing crowd here in Ballito, Greg. Everybody's obviously enjoying the tropical vibes and the warm scenes on the beach, but they are very fixed on the surfing, and there might be a bit of bat and ball and a little bit of fun going on the beach, but when a big ride goes down, the whole beach erupts and gets involved and really applauds and respects what the surfers are bringing to the lineup.
You know what's quite cool, Gigs, is we got a lot of our junior surfers surfing in this event, and South African local up-and-coming talent, and they're coming in from their heats and they're having to sign autographs. And how cool is that? So the beach is so invested in the event. They get their free booklet for the event. There's a nice autograph page, and the kids are running up and asking for autographs of young South Africans and that. So it makes them feel good and gives them a little bit of an idea of what a pro surfer would feel like.
Yeah, very inclusive at all levels of discussion here. The beach really appreciating the good surfing. And Ella Huppets has found that sound backup score, Greg, just a 4.07, but enough to push her into what is right now a firm lead with 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting last couple of minutes of this heat. We see Laura Ropp actually sitting in that second place, courtesy of that 4.4. But watch out for Sol Aguirre. She's looking strong on her waves. Her opening wave, that 4.5, was a solid looking ride. She looks firm on her feet. And Sol's actually another surfer that came through our City Surf Series back in the day. She spent quite a bit of time around South Africa and traveling. And she actually spent a bit of time in East London. I did some coaching. She stayed with Zoe Steyn. So I did some coaching with the two of them and got to know her a bit. A really cool, friendly girl. And then Ariane Choa also has been here a few years, missed last year, I believe, but she's done the Challenger the last couple of years before that. So no stranger to the Ballito waters either.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 minutes to go, and all these ladies here for the Challenger Series. And this is how the lead got taken here, Greg.
Yeah, Isla Hoppets, I'm just loving how quick she is through those turns, the change of direction. And that's going to look so good to the judges' eyes, especially on the replays when you're comparing waves. It will be a big talking point.
Back to live as we see your heat leader swinging the focus to the left and a lovely pivoting turn on the backhand for the Australian, as she will just try and now better that 4.07, just nudge her scorecard even further ahead of the rest of the pack. Lady in red, Laura Rupp, is in second place and has the first priority, which could be a big asset here, Greg, as we're getting this thing down to a little over 5 minutes to go. You mentioned Sol Aguirre, who's currently in third prio, so she's sort of picking out the lineup for herself. She'll find us maybe a little short ride with a closeout section. That's exactly what she does, and that'll be incomplete. So now she'll return to the lineup with just under 5 to go, and she'll re-enter the takeoff zone with a fourth priority. So right now, waiting for judges to give a version of Isla Huppets' last wave. It's not going to better the 4.07, just under. So that's up-to-date scores, top left of screen. Huppets out front, Rop in second, and Sol Aguirre is back in the lineup, just trying to find a 3.4, and Laura Rupp will know that it's a low requirement.
Yeah, it's one of those scores that are hard to force. You still need a decent wave and a decent section. So Laura will be definitely, I would imagine, trying to keep her off the next sort of set waves. I would say she's probably the threat, the main threat for Laura at the moment. Ariana is needing a 4.01, so very obtainable from her, considering her first wave was a 3.9 for just one maneuver. So right now, surfer in red, Laura with priority, sitting in the middle of them and just going to make that call on when to pull the trigger. But she's going to need to improve her scoreline, one feels.
Well, you're watching a bit of movement in the lineup here. Could be a split peak. Is anybody involved? This fourth prio down the line will just pick up the opportunity. Exactly what we're saying. Sol Aguirre, two-turn combo. Just trying to fetch a 3.4 in the lineup. This one's got a little bit of a reform on the inside to work with as well. And well behind it, action from Laura Rupp. So this is a nice surf-off here for the advancing spot in the lineup. And little error there from Laura. But some fun with the back last 3 minutes. You feel that both surfers could still fetch another ride respectively. And meanwhile, Isla Huppets has worked her way back to second prio, Greg.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what Laura did out the back. I'm a firm believer of, a surfer falls off on a wave. Don't focus on that. If as a judge, as we see live action, this is Ariana, smaller looking inside section here. Yes, I'm a firm believer. Block it off. What was done beforehand? Was there manoeuvres? Was there scoring opportunity? And why I say that, Giggs, is if you're surfing to the criteria, which is speed, power, flow, committed maneuvers in the critical part of the wave, and with risk, then you're going to be falling. You want to see the surfers really going for it. And if you've done two crazy big maneuvers and you fall on the third, don't focus on the fall off. What were the two first turns like?
And judges won't be influenced by that fall off either. They'll take the content of what's happened to that point. And as you say, they'll recognize the critical surfing. They want to see critical sections. They want to see, as you mentioned there, Greg, the power. But right now, it's a little over 2 minutes to go. Scores just working their way in from the exchanges. And Sol Aguero is still waiting for a last score of and from her. We feel that it's going to change the shape of the heat. A last ride in for Ariana Chawa, a 1.83. So that's for now, just bumped her up into third, but a score still to come for our surfer in blue. And she'll be just leaning into this now, just hoping the beach announcers throw that number out. The panel's still working on it. They want to get every interpretation as accurately right in the context of the heat, the context of the day and its potential. As it's just under 90 seconds to go now. And it's going to be a situation change because a 4.13 has come in. Meanwhile, Laura Ropp on the replay here, Greg.
Sure.
That's the one where she had that little error.
Yeah, she wanted to make that. But the 4.13 Sol, had as we spoke about it, had the better of that exchange and finds herself in second place. So with 1 minute to go, Laura Ropp does seem to be breaking away from the pack down the beach, and you never know if she finds an opportunity. Of course, surfer in white heading that way as well. Your heat leader has first priority. It's, so much can happen in these last few seconds of a heat.
Well, 40 seconds to go. Laura Ropp looking for the 4.24 in the lineup. That last one, that fall, perhaps even costing her, Greg, because that did come in short in the context of the scores. Now she's in third. She's moved down the beach, as you said, and here she goes on the left-hander. Little click there, and the body language says it. That left-hander sort of led her down. Clock's on 20 seconds. Ariana Chawa trying to get a solid turn of her own. And meanwhile, Isla Huppets is just going to sort of freewheel this way into the shore break here. The clock is counting down. We don't see the heat changing shape with that last little flurry of action. But all credit to the young surfer in white, the young Australian. She's done a good job. And Sol Aguero has clawed her way back into this.
Yep, Sol did well and did very well to get that 4.13 under priority, I might add, at the time. And she's got through. And these girls will now reset Isla and Sol because they're going to surf again this afternoon.
Well, lots of action to come this afternoon as we continue through the opening stages of the QS 2000, the Ballito Pro. We're waiting for scores to settle from that last encounter. But for now, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more from beautiful Ballito.
And welcome back to live action here at the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. And we are through to the second last heat of this round of 48, heat number 7 here on competition day number 1. And we've still got some great conditions on offer as this tide starts to drop. I'm sitting here in the booth with Mike Frew, and we're going to take you guys through this heat number 7. So our surfers in this current lineup: in the red, we've got Teresa Bonvillo. In the blue, Sanoa Demfle Olen. In the white, Daniela Rosas, and in the green, it's Ziggy McKenzie. So welcome back to the booth, Mike. It's going to be a great heat on paper, 18 and a half to go. So another good one, and we have moved through to the afternoon stages of competition on day one.
Yeah, for sure. And another stacked international heat, Johan. And what I'm also excited about is the little flurry of sets that we're starting to see from this new swell that's filtering in and up the KZN coastline. We have a southwesterly wind blowing, and that is the wind that brings the cold fronts and the ground swells up the east coast of South Africa. And in the previous heat, 2 heats ago that you and I were in the booth, we saw the first real energy of that new swell starting to filter through, and the lineup looking significantly different to how it was this morning.
Yeah, we've still got some really great surf on offer, and as you mentioned, Mike, it's just going to be getting a little bit bigger, specifically on that high tide. So some critical sections out there going into the afternoon, and we just had our names of our surfers in the heat number 7 of the round of 48 on screen. So another international heat. I mean, we've got surfers from all around the world. Ziggy McKenzie from Australia, Daniela Rosas from Peru, South American surfer. We've got Sanoa representing Canada in North America. And then, of course, we've got a European surfer in Teresa Bonvelo. So this is a truly international heat, and it's going to be a good one to watch on paper. And priority is being shared by our surfers in the red, white, green. Let's see who gets up and going. Just a bit of a closeout. And yeah, Mike, just an interesting question. As the tide drops out, how many of these waves, as the swell picks out, do you think are going to close out on these ladies? As they try and search for a decent one and get a couple turns through these sections.
So there's 2 different swells that are coming through and breaking in Ballito at the moment. You saw one just on screen there. So you got the leftovers of the little bit of east swell that we've had over the last couple of days, and then you got the new southerly ground swell that's filtering in and starting to show itself. Those easterly ones, because of the angle that it's coming in at towards the beach, a lot of them do close out, but those are also the ones that provide the lefts for the surface to get an opportunity to do some scores on. As the tide drops out, you're going to see more and more closeout, but the preferred wave is definitely that southerly ground swell. It creates more of a point break here, and you get the right-hand breaking waves that Ballito is famous for, the ones you see in the videos and the pictures. Today, like I said, we got the 2 swells. It's a little broken up, and but it's going to improve through the afternoon and, of course, into tomorrow as well. So lots of waves, and I think by sort of midday tomorrow and Saturday, we're going to have much bigger swell than what we have at the moment.
Yeah, good analysis there, Mike. 2 current swells, mixing it up here, and these surfers definitely need to be on the good ones, the southwesterly ones that sort of run down the sandbar, and that one's sort of closing out on the inside for Daniela Rosas, the surfer from Peru. So Daniela, the Peruvian surfer, best results so far this year. She got a win at the QS 4000 at the Layback Pro, and then a 3rd place at the Senoritas Open, a QS 2000. So she's carrying some good momentum into this QS heat, and of course we'll see her in that Challenger Series as well. But yeah, I think these surfers are going to position themselves over the next 15 minutes and try and hunt down one of those good sort of southwesterly swell that has that running right-hand wall. Well, you never know. We've seen plenty of action on the left as well. So it looks like we're just going to run into a couple of replays, and we're going to look at the first score here for Blue.
So this is our competitor from Canada, up and riding. I like that first turn. A lot of control comes out of it with a lot of speed, and 3 turns. Unfortunately, not able to hang on to that 3rd one. Here you go, surfing white. Daniela hits it nice and late, and just jumps off really quick. So she made a decision she wasn't going to get a second turn and jumps off the board immediately. The reason why she may have jumped off quite quick there is to get back out to the back and get priority over who was it? Sando, who was in blue in the wave just before that. So surfers want to get back out there quickly. if they're all on the inside, Johan, and they paddle back out, if you're sort of new to this and watching online, the surfer that paddles out and gets out to the back line first will have priority for the next set of waves. And that's those numbers you see on the screen on the left-hand side. That's not their positioning in the heat. The numbers that are highlighted are the priority. So Teresa Bonvelo has priority. Second priority is Daniela Rosas, and third priority is Sanoa Dempfel-Olin.
Yes, it's a good point there. The surfer that does have priority has a bit of an advantage. So Teresa sitting out back, waiting patiently, as you explained, Mike, and the priority is a very important part of these heats, and specifically just strategically thinking through your heats and making sure you're on the right waves, making sure that you have the priority when that right wave rolls through and that you're in a good position. So Ziggy McKenzie had a wave there. That was her second scoring wave. Not sure if the judges are going to deem it complete. They just scored a 1 point ride, so potentially an incomplete wave there for surfer in the green. And now Teresa is up and riding. You can see the facial expression there. She was looking for it to stand up and give her a section to hit. Of course, from Cascais, Portugal. She's also competed on the highest level at the championship tour. Has Teresa up and going. This is white. Daniela Rosas finds a nice tag to the section, and it's going to hit that deeper water, Mike. So as the tide drains out, I think we're going to be seeing a little bit less of waves like that, and some of those steeper sections that these surfers can really get some points on.
If Daniela had kept with that, she did have good momentum. She actually could have ridden that all the way through to the inside, to the closeout section. But I don't think even tagging that inside really would have made much of a difference to the score. So she's looking for something bigger. You need to do the maneuvers on the outside there. Those first 2-3 turns and the closeout turn are the money turns here in Ballito. That's a nice turn as that wave unloads on the section. A great steep, quick turn for Ziggy McKenzie.
Yeah, Mackenzie, 18 years old. The young Australian is looking for a nice start here in the QS event. Up and riding, just a short one there for Sanoa Dempfel-Olin, Canadian representative. And quite a few numbers are dropping through, Mike. The second score for surfer in the blue, Sanoa, a 3.73. And the second score for Daniela Rosas came through at a 3.23. So some scores in the mid-3 range. So nothing too significant just yet in this current heat. But with 11 minutes remaining, we still have a couple more scores to come in. And then the heat will settle down a little bit more, and we'll see it sort of go back and forth. So an early lead is being taken by Sanoa Dempfel-Olin in the blue, with Daniela Rosas in second position. Last of green at 2.8 for Ziggy McKenzie. And of course, a little bit of a slow start, Mike, for Teresa Bonvelo. And of course, she is the most experienced competitor here in the bunch. So I'm thinking we're going to expect a lot more from her. Here she goes.
So Teresa up and riding, rotates the board hard off the bottom towards the lip. Uncharacteristic there from her. She'll reset, get back out there for another one. As we see Sanoa Dempfel-Olin at the back with the blue singlet. We, over the years in Ballito, we haven't had a lot of surfers from Canada visit or be represented here in Ballito, but it is nice to see someone, a competitor from Canada. And it makes me think of, the French-speaking territories. We've got Club Med, which is opened just up the road or 30 kilometers or so north of here, the first Club Med facility of its kind and resort of its kind in South Africa. It's a major development on the north coast, and the Qualification municipality and the Qualification region, it's going to be a big tourism draw card for them. So much so, Johan, it is a little bit of a tangent as we wait for no waves, but so much so that Air France has actually now established a weekly flight between Paris and King Shark International Airport, specifically for tourism in the Qualification region. So we haven't had that before, and we've got a lot more European tourists that are now visiting the Qualification region because of Club Med, which has just opened. So all very, very exciting. And besides the Ballito Open and the Ballito Challenger Series happening this week, there's a lot of excitement and exposure globally happening because Club Meadows opened just up the road. So all very exciting, and it's great to see so many tourists here in one of the crown jewels of South Africa's tourism regions.
Yeah, this is where it's hip-hop and happening, Mike, and that's exactly why we're here, and we've been here for a few years. 57th year of this event, and of course quite a number of years here in the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal. So it's always good to be here, and definitely a very developing area in the South African coastline, and catching a lot of good attention from internationals all around the world, as you mentioned, surfers alike, and that's exactly what we're watching right now in this heat. Surfers from all over the world, a true international heat here. So it's 8 minutes remaining in this current heat, the round of 48, heat number 7. It is still our surfer from Canada, Sanoa, in the lead, and she's hanging on to that lead with a 373 and a 317. Daniela Rosas in the white in second position. Ziggy McKenzie in third, looking for a 363, and of course Teresa Bonvelo requiring a 5.63. Up and going, Teresa Bonvelo.
So Teresa really hasn't really even got off the starting blocks or out of first gear in this heat yet. That's her third wave in a row where she's taken off. The wave's kind of closed out, has gone up at the section, but almost half-heartedly is sort of committing to it. You can see from her body language, not quite the wave where she's looking for. So she'll reset in her head, erase those 3 waves from her mind, and look to try and restart on another one. She's going to need something to get out of that 4th place position. And as the heat progresses and we make our way to the final quarter of the heat, the last 5 minutes, the pressure is starting to mount a little bit on Teresa. The score's starting to increase in terms of her requirement. She now needs a 5.6, Johan.
Yeah, really interesting to see an experienced competitor like Teresa Bonvelo get off to a bit of a slow start. But yeah, we know what she can do. She's had a couple really good results. I think it was last year, the year before, with a semi-final finish, I think it was, at the Challenger Series. So Teresa is an experienced competitor, and I got no doubt in the next 6 minutes she'll find something. And here we go with our surfers just warming up for the next heat. So in the next one, we'll see Eden Waller, Sophie McCulloch. We'll see Sierra Kerr and local girl Max Kaufman. You can see Sierra Kerr warming up on the beach for her heats along with Max. So don't go anywhere, guys. If you've just tuned in, this is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill, and we are running through our opening round heats for our women's division. In this current heat, it's still blue in the lead. Priority is with white, but blue's going to get up and going here. Sanoa, and she's going to find one snap on the backside. So do you think that's going to help her, Mike, at all with her current setup that she's got?
I don't think that was better than her first two waves. She had a 317 and a 373. I don't think that wave will improve on her situation, so she'll probably maintain the lead for now. Danielle Rosas had one turn. I didn't see the beginning of that wave, but Danielle not requiring too much to take the lead from Sanoa. It's developing into sort of a two-surfer contest between those two. But in the meantime, Red had a wave as well. So let's see what happened with that last of Red. Teresa Bonvelo. Remember, before this, she had hardly anything. She just had throwaway waves. This time she goes left, tags the section, makes it nice and clean into a little second turn with a bit of flair. So now, after that, she's definitely going to be in the discussion with 4.5 minutes remaining in terms of the top three for the heat. So I think the leaderboard is most likely going to be shaken up somewhat after those scores of Teresa Bonvelo come in, Johan.
Yeah, and that's exactly what she was looking for. I really like that opening turn for Teresa. As we see surfer in the green, Ziggy McKenzie, and that's going to be a throwaway score for her. So a little bit of pressure on surfer in the green, still looking for a 363 with under 5 minutes to go, and there is a score that's going to come in for surfer in the red. Teresa Bonvelo up and riding white. That's Daniela Rosas. She saw a wave for red and she decided to put another wave on her score line, so she's looking to hang on to that second position and potentially move up into first with another wave. But I'm super interested, Mike, to see what surfer in the red drops in. I really like that opening turn. A little bit of a smaller left, but maybe a good option to, try and go for that left-hander and look for a finish. So she got that, and scores are coming in. And it's definitely going to, just add a little bit of urgency for all of these ladies.
So the judges taking a while to drop that score of Teresa Bonvalo. Prior to that, she just had the right. She had 3 rights, and didn't do much. She really needed something to get her campaign going in the heat, and she did with the last wave. Score still to drop in. So what you're seeing on screen there, Johan, that's gonna shake up a bit after these scores drop in. But the one thing that we are running out of is time. There's only 3 minutes left. So once the scores drop in and the surfers know, they're not going to have a lot of time to react. So if Daniela Rosas gets knocked down to 3rd, as an example, she's only going to have 2.5 minutes to react if Teresa Bonvalo moves up into that 2nd place after that last score.
Yeah, and worst case scenario for red is she puts a number on the board and she just lowers that requirement. So either way, it's going to work out good for surfer in the red, Teresa Bonvalo. As we wait for that score, and in picture there, surf in the green, Ziggy McKenzie. So we're just going to run into a quick replay here, up and running. This was Daniela Rosas. This is another score to drop in, and it's an important one in the context of the heat. It's one turn, but a steeper section, and there we go. I like that angle.
That was a great angle.
And she rides out, Mike.
Great angle there. And then we had this one. This was the ride from Ziggy. So if I have to compare those 2 waves between Daniela Rosas and Ziggy's wave, the only difference is Daniela, she carried a lot of speed through the turn, where Ziggy got a little hung up in the turn. And there, another one maneuver there from our current heat leader, Sanoa Dempel Olin.
So that's blue in picture. Sanoa paddling back out. She knows that a little bit under threat from surfers in the white, green, and red. It's actually still anybody's heat with 90 seconds to go. So still a few scores to lock in. We're still waiting for last of red, Teresa Bonvalo, along with last of white. And of course, the last score for green locks in at a 3.07. So good analysis there, Mike. That score for white does come in. She just had a bit more speed through the section. It came in at a 4.60 over that 3.07 from green. That was another short one for surfing in the green. I'm not sure if that one's going to be a big counting number, but the score that matters is last of red. Teresa, a 5.10. So situation, it's white in first. Blue now moves down to 2nd. And of course, Daniela Rosas catapults into the lead. Teresa Bonvalo now in 2nd, needing a 1.80. We got 40 seconds on the clock, Mike.
So it's really important here is that Teresa Bonvalo has got priority. She needs a 1.8. She basically needs to take off on something and do one turn. And here we go. She just needs to do a turn here, Johan. Oh, goodness. She used her priority, and she wasn't able to do a turn.
Oh, no.
You can see she splashes the water in frustration. All she needed to do there was just very softly, tag the lip. That's all she needed to do. But sort of race down the line. So she takes off, and it actually looks like she dug a little bit of a rail on the takeoff and had to readjust it. And maybe that's why she didn't go up for that first turn. So don't know if that will be enough, Johan, to get her through into 2nd. So close.
Yeah, score's going to lock in for surfer in the red, but she made it tough on herself there. And last of red does come through the 0.53, so it's not going to be enough for Teresa Bonvalo. Valiant effort there from the Portuguese surfer. And last of white did come through the 3.73, so that's going to be it for the round of 48. Heat number 7. Big congratulations to Daniela Rosas, taking the win ahead of Sanoa Dempel Olin. And we are going to move straight into the next heat. This is the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. We'll be right back. and saying hello to all of our viewers here at the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. We've moved straight into the round of 48, heat number 8, the last heat of the round, and in picture there is Sierra Kerr paddling back out, so I'm sure we'll get a glimpse of what we saw during the break, and we're going to just go straight into that last one there from Sierra Kerr, Mike.
So Sierra Kerr, also no stranger to Ballito, and she gets her campaign going in the heat with 2 nice tags. So if you think back to that last heat with Teresa Bonvelo, it's so important to land the turns on your first couple of waves because it sets you up. It's a good base to build the rest of your heat on. And Sierra Kerr did well there with that left-hand breaking wave. Leading into this heat, we saw that pullback beach shot just before the heat, and we saw Josh Kerr, ex-WCT competitor, super well known, and he would have been giving his daughter a couple of tips in terms of where to sit. And I don't know if you saw there, she actually paddled out right in front of where that left is, where that she caught immediately. So that left probably a strategy to get going on as she started the heat there for Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, that's going to be a really good start for Sierra Kerr, specifically that last end section. She really hit that one and timed it really nicely, throwing some good power into that turn as well. It was a crunchy section, so we're just going to take a look at that replay one more time from Sierra Kerr.
So Sierra taking off on the left, hard off the bottom, nice snap. She maintains the speed straight up at the lip. That was a very critical turn, the second one, in a difficult section of the wave here in Ballito where it breaks on the bank. And I think she's going to get a solid score to open and put the rest of the girls on the ropes to start off the heat. This is Max Kaufman. Max, the young local surfer from here, very experienced. She's been at Worlds before, representing South Africa too.
Yeah, the local contingents joining the international surfers in this heat. So it's going to be good to see Max Kaufman, a local Ballito girl, pretty much from around this area. She knows this wave really well, and unfortunately she goes down on the inside, but we'll see a lot more from Surfer in the green. Opening score for white, Sierra Kerr comes in at a 7.33. So great start for white. Kerr, and as you were saying, she's competed here a couple times, Mike, and gotten a couple decent results through the Pro Juniors over the last couple of years. And she actually ended up getting a second place at the WSL World Juniors in the Philippines just a few months ago to Isla Huppets, who was competing a couple of heats ago. So we truly have some of the world's best juniors and promising professional surfers, young professional surfers in the world down here in Ballito. So great opening number there, and a couple small scores coming through for Eden Waller, 0.5 and a 0.1.
You were telling me earlier about Eden Waller. We watched her brother surf in one of the earlier heats, am I right?
Yeah, that was Zion Waller, 14 years of age. So Eden, a couple years older than her brother, still really young at 16 years old, but she's already winning events on the QS. She ended up getting a first place at the Barbados Surf Pro, as well as the SlowCal Open, Pismo Beach, this year. So she's already winning on the QS as a young 16-year-old girl, and of course competing on that Challenger Series. So we've got a lot more to see from our surfer in the blue, Eden Waller. Of course, she's got a long career ahead of her, and I'm pretty sure that we'll see her on that CT one day. And just looking at a beautiful sort of shot of our beach down here at Willards as the tide drops and as the swell starts to fill in. So 15 minutes remaining in this one. And of course, how can we forget Sophie McCulloch in this current heat? Of course, previous CT campaigner, Mike.
Yeah, so Sophie also been to Ballito a couple of times. She's used this event to good effect in the past to get onto the World Championship Tour as part of the Challenger Series. She had quite a radical injury a couple of years ago, but has come back from that. And it's great to see Sophie McCulloch back here in Ballito as we see the second ride there for Sierra Kerr. So Sophie, no stranger to this area. She's actually an O'Neill team rider as well. And so she will have a couple of sponsored duties and obligations through the event as well. That she'll the Groms will get to meet her through things like the athlete signings and some of the other functions that are as part of the big beach festival. And this is Sophie McCulloch up and riding.
Here we go. The surfer from Alexandria Head in Australia finds the finish. And as mentioned, she's competed on that championship to a level, so she knows what it's like to compete against the world's best. And she's going to bring her skills to the shores of Ballito in 2026. So score to come in for red, Sophie McCulloch. And of course, a couple of small numbers dropping in for surfers in the blue and the green. So, I mean, just taking a look at green, Max Kaufman, she's a local girl. What do you think it really, what's going through her head competing against these athletes, Mike? And in terms of the experience that she's earning as a local girl competing under this JQS Africa region, what is she gaining by having a really stacked heat like this?
So I was chatting to Sally, her mom, leading into this heat, and when Max saw this heat on paper, you got Sierra Kerr. She's pretty much, even though she's so young, she's a legend already in women's surfing. You got Sophie McCulloch, an ex-WCT competitor, and then you got Eden Waller, who's a real rising superstar. So on paper, it's an intimidating heat for Maxine Kaufman, but you can learn so much from this heat. Everything from how do these other girls prepare for the heat, what goes into their strategy in terms of where they paddle out, what equipment are they using, all that type of thing. And then just to be able to share the stage and surf with them in this kind of environment, you can either cause a massive upset if you're Maxine Kaufman in terms of the pedigree of these other ladies. But however it goes, it's a fantastic experience for young Max Kaufman. Maxine, no stranger to high-pressure, high-level heat. So, like I said, she has represented South Africa on the world stage at the ISA World Juniors before. But it's great to have an opportunity to surf against surfers of this caliber at her home break. And I know there's a lot of people down here supporting young Max, and nervous times for the Ballito locals supporting their surfer.
Yeah, talking about high caliber surfing. Now with Sierra Kerr, I'm sure we'll get to see a glimpse of that replay, but closing off with a beautiful turn there to finish. Eden Waller now up and riding. Great exchange here between white and blue. Waller, nice up into the lip, and she's going to look for a little inside connection. Doesn't find it. So a couple turns for blue, but I'm really curious, Mike, to see what the judges think of last of white. So she had a cracking turn to finish there as we were chatting about our surfer in the green. So 11 minutes remaining, and there is a couple scores locking in. That's Eden Waller, the surfer from the US, paddling back out. And of course, last of white, Sierra Kerr, will be dropping in shortly.
Sophie McCulloch had a nice last wave. I felt like she had really good speed. Tagged the first turn, throw a little bit of spray, went a little bit lateral into the second turn, so she didn't go quite like vertical in that first turn, but a solid score on the board for her, 4.83, so touching on the fives. Sierra Kerr with one still outstanding. She's got a 7.33 and a 4, and we're waiting for one more score. So Sierra could distance herself even more once that score of the last wave comes in. This is the local, Maxine Kaufman up and riding.
Yeah, carving it off the top, and she's going to look for a little inside connection to hit. She finds the finish. So a nice, neat little wave there for green. She's going to paddle back out and establish her priority. So just building upon her scores is Max. And as we say, and as we talk about white, it comes through at a 7.83. So that's a great score, Mike. A 7.83. That's the highest wave of the heat so far, and I'm sure we'll get to see a little replay and break that one down. So Sierra Kerr now creating some distance between second and third, and she's sitting on a heat total of 15.16. So surfer in the red, Sophie McCulloch, is actually now in a combination situation of a 15.16. So Sierra Kerr really doing some good work here in the first 10 minutes of this heat, but still plenty of time. Red is looking to break that combo of a 15.16, and this is our heat leader once again. She's looking sharp, and she's eyeing the section. Oh, look at that, Mike.
Oh, that was a lovely closeout turn. It was quite snappy, very quick. And I reckon if you slow that down and you have a look at it, she completely drifted the tail. The fins came out a bit, and she used the lip of that wave a little bit like a coping on a skateboard ramp and tweaked it out. And really starting to surf with a little bit more flair in the seat now is Sierra Kerr. You know, those first two waves, the first, it was the left and then the right, she surfed it almost conservatively by her standard. She did turns that was enough to just get under the lip and throw a lot of spray. Where that final turn there she did on that wave, she really brought out a little bit more flair. She knows she is well ahead in the heat. The other surfers need a combination to catch her. So she might relax a little bit more now, flare things out, and just get a little bit more creative on the next couple of waves.
100%, and that's exactly what we saw on that last wave, Mike. So we are going to run into a couple replays here. I think we're going to look at that last wave, second to last wave of white, the 7.83. Here we go, Mike.
Right, so she comes off the bottom, tags it.
That was the third to last
That was the third to last wave. So you see how that turn was not, I wouldn't say like conservative, okay, but she didn't flare the tail out entirely. And her last wave was the one where she got the board to transition on the lip. Let's see which one's this now. Off the bottom, tags it. She's got a lot of speed going into the section and goes for a little layback into the turn. So that's not the one where the tail flared out, but Sierra Kerr really starting to get a bit of flair. That's the one I was talking about. You see how nicely the tail drifted, and the turn just looked a little bit more spicy than those previous waves that we saw of her.
Definitely. That last one came through to 6.17. So, I mean, she's got a throwaway of a 6.17, which would be a keeper for pretty much anybody in this contest right now. So, Sierra Kerr with a very strong performance. That second to last wave, though, was the money wave at a 7.83. And as you were talking a little bit about the skating, Mike, I mean, Sierra Kerr, also an accomplished skater. We've got a couple world-class skaters in this event. I'm thinking about Sky Brown as well. And it really, it adds a big point of difference. If you can do those maneuvers on a skateboard, it really does make it easy to hit those lips and to do creative things in the water as well. So, I mean, Sierra Kerr is just bringing some of that technique, the skating technique, and it's paying off for her. That one was the 6.17 for a single maneuver. But there she is in picture, Sierra Kerr, originally out of Coolangatta, Queensland. Of course, she's got her dad and her family supporting her on the beach. 19 years old. Last year she had a 13th place finish here at the Ballito Open, so she's looking to improve upon that finish and of course take that momentum into the Challenger Series coming up next week. So situation, it's surfer in the blue, Eden Waller in second. Her last wave was a 4.67. That's Eden in picture. And surfer in the red, Sophie McCulloch, now down to third, looking for a 1.67. And green, Max Kaufman, looking for a 4.73. Last green was a 1.77. So at the moment, Mike, it's definitely a fight for second. 5.5 to go.
So Eden Waller's got a 4.67, and Sophie McCulloch has a 4.83. Maxine Kaufman is going to need something in that range just to be able to get in the discussion to advance in that second place. So it'd be cool if we could get a replay of Sophie McCulloch in red's last wave and Elin Wallace in blue's last wave. Because if you look at those two waves, that's kind of exactly what Max is going to have to do just to get up into second at this point. And that's not even that's not taking into account that blue and red should get another wave as well. So Maxine Kaufman got a bit of work to do. So let's see if we get a replay of last of red. This is Sophie McCulloch. This was the 4.83. So it's a slightly bigger wave, makes its way down the bank, hits a turn, and she's going to get a second turn in here. Bangs the closeout. So you see there, Johan, that's exactly what Maxine's going to have to do on her next wave if she gets another one, just in order to get up into that advancing position. The only trouble is Sophie McCulloch has a 0.1 as part of her top two, and Eden's got a 1.8 as part of her top two. So this is Eden up and running now.
Eden Waller, the young surfer from California, and she is going to go down. So it's going to be a throwaway score for the young 16-year-old. And and she's going to get back out into the lineup to establish priority. So 4 minutes to go. The door's wide open for Sophie McCulloch. She's currently sitting with priority, Mike. She's only looking for a 1.67.
So Eden Waller wasn't able to capitalize on that. What she could have done there, she could have dropped the 183 and distanced herself from Sophie McCulloch. Wasn't able to do that. So Sophie now really is in a much stronger position because she's got priority, and as part of her score, she's got a 0.1. So she needs, looking at the screen there, 167 to take the second place from Eden. So I'd say Sophie in a strong position now to try and snatch back that second place. Sierra Kerr's way out in front. So the girls are going to have to be scoring 7s at least to look at taking the lead from Sierra. Maxime is in second priority. So let's see if Maxine can try and get onto one of those set waves. I think Max is going to have to be patient and just get on a set. And if she's able to get on one and get something higher than the 473 with the 3 kind of turns like that, then she definitely has a chance of making second here. But she's going to have to hope that Sophie McCulloch doesn't get another wave.
Yeah, will there be an opportunity for the local underdog here in the green? And that is surfer in white in picture, Sierra Kerr. And she's really put on a very strong performance so far in this heat. As far as what I can remember, this is the highest heat total of the event so far here in the women's division. And this is up and riding, is surfer in the red, Sophie McCulloch. And it's going to be a nice strong turn to finish. She needs a 167.
So that's going to put pressure on Eden Waller and Max Kaufman. So, is Eden going to rue the fact that she wasn't able to complete the closeout turn on that last wave? Sophie McCulloch will wait for the judges' scores to drop in, but I think she most likely did enough there, Johan. It was a nice turn. It even flared out a little bit. It wasn't just a straight closeout. She actually did drift the board a little bit. In my opinion, it's going to go into the sort of maybe mid-4s, which is going to be enough. And now it's going to put a lot of pressure on Eden and Max.
There we go, and she's just swung the heat. It's Sophie McCulloch now into second with a 413 and breaking this one down.
Right, so she uses her speed. That was really where all the money was. That was the banking turn on that wave. She made the most of it and rewarded with a 413 and consolidates that second place position. Just out of frame there, that is Maxine Kaufman. So we didn't see what she did leading up to that. She ended the wave in front of the camera there. Was Max able to do enough? Eden Waller and Maxine Kaufman running out of time a little bit now. Ooh, there's some sets on screen. Who's in position? Sierra Kerr has priority. Eden Waller second priority.
Yeah, I think the danger person right now is definitely blue, Eden Waller. She's sitting in second priority. Sierra Kerr has not distanced herself from blue, so don't think priority is going to come too much into play, but with 1 minute remaining, will there be enough time for surfer in the blue sitting out alone on her own little peak? Eden Waller looking for a score. Max Kaufman with a little jam in the pockets, wraps it back, and that's all that wave had to offer. Nothing on the inside for green, so I don't think it's going to be enough. It comes through at a 2.30. So unfortunately, it's not going to be enough for green. Back to the drawing board. 25 seconds remaining, and blue still in third position, looking for a 4.30. So Mike, do you think there's going to be anything coming down the line here? Anything on the horizon? It looks like blue paddling in, so I'm not sure.
We saw just out of shot, there's that Red Bull boy out at sea, and it takes about a minute for a set to get from there to the actual lineup. But no more in this heat. But great effort from the girls, and ultimately, it's the girls with the most experience that eventually made it through in 1 and 2 advancing positions in the heat.
Yeah, valiant effort from blue and green, but convincing heat performance for Sierra Kerr, taking the win over Sophie McCulloch. This is the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. We'll be right back.
Ballito in South Africa for the World Surf League's qualifying series. One of the most loaded QS 2000s you will see on paper, with names like Anat Lelio about to take the lineup against the talented Bella Kenworthy from the US. Demi Rowe, the young South African's going to get thrown amongst it. And of course, JQS winner from yesterday, young Charlie Haitley out of Australia. It's a very good afternoon. Alongside me, Greg Emsley, former Pro Tour campaigner. I'm Gig Saliers, as we're having a lot of fun with this, and certainly new lines in the ocean here as the tide starts to go out, and it's going to be a quick start for this lady on screen, Bella Kenworthy, just not holding that final turn together, but quickly out the gates. Greg, 20-minute heats, new swell as the tide drops out. Everything is good in Ballito.
Everything is good, and Bella with a good start there, incomplete at the end, but looking solid on those opening maneuvers. Bella's our 2024 champion of the Ballito Pro. She got into the championship tour a little bit injury struck. We saw her really battling with her knees, wearing a knee brace for a long time, and looking injury free, no knee braces, and looking super lively. So really cool to see what Bella brings to the 2026 edition. Yeah, but early signs are good.
Yep, we'll see what she can bring in 2026. Of course, onto screen there, young Charlie Haitley, the young Australian, as we mentioned, getting her victory yesterday in the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. So good that she's had her warm-ups. She's already had her heat this morning, made her way through that encounter into this here, the round of 32. As we get it underway, it is a big welcome. And just beautiful beach scenes here, Greg. I know we repeat ourselves, but it really is just this beautiful tropical atmosphere here, and signs of good swell on the way.
Yeah, Charlie Haitley with the replay. Wow, she connected well with that single maneuver. So solid start for Charlie as well. She's really enjoying these sort of coping lip lines of surfers here at Willard Beach. And this is a Demi Rowe with a start for her. But Charlie's just... I'm really impressed with her backhand approach. It's the timing and the placement, but she really looks for that lip line and connects well with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that'll hand an early priority to the experience of the championship tour level in Anat Lelio, our surfer in white. She also coming off an opening round win earlier this morning, Greg, and we'll see how she navigates. And again, a lot of these names here are the high level of the sport, but they are here in the QS 2000, getting their early reps in for the up-and-coming first Challenger Series event of the year this year, the up-and-coming Ballito Pro. And Greg, Tash and I had a yarn about it. It's just always the first Challenger Series of the year gets a very strong interest, very strong investment, and everybody wants to get early out the gates on the Challenger Series rankings.
Massive field here this year. It's going to be a spectacular event. I mean, looking at the names, there's no doubt. And on screen, you do see Anat Lelio. She's just come off a good result in El Salvador at the championship tour. She'll be feeling superior out there. She's feeling good. And she's not here just to sort of surf. There's a bit of urgency about her. We saw her in that opening round looking so strong. Some pointers I mentioned about her is how much faster and harder she paddles into the waves more than anybody else. And I was just taking a walk through the competitors area before coming into the booth, and she had quite a rigorous warm-up before the heat. She means business. I was like, sort of kept my distance, stepped aside, because you could see she was really focused for this. She wants this badge. She's here for a reason.
So Greg, are you saying her warm-up routine would exhaust mere mortals like ourselves? Well, Charlie Haitley, Greg, just also in premium form here, and she's going to keep her scorecard moving forward. But it's great to see the athletes set up here. Of course, Red Bull involved in the contest again in 2026 here in Ballito. They always play their part, and certainly a beautiful athlete area for us.
And I love the way you use the word athlete, because in the old days we might have sort of been just surfers. Now we are the surfers are athletes. The training, we spoke about it as well off air, gigs, the leg work, the training, the strength training, the core training. It's just so much more goes into it now than just surfing, and you can see through the maneuvers that our top professionals are doing.
Yeah, no, there's two sides to that as well, Greg, and the other side of it is that along with skateboarding, it's become an Olympic sport. So, it really has filled in the true definition of being an athlete. And there's no way that you can be at the top of the sport now without a very rigorous cross-training schedule with a whole support team. I mean, there are guys, as you know, Greg, on the championship tour now, you compare it back to your days, it's like a whole posse of technicians, literally, that are helping the very best of the sport to get the ultimate performances.
Definitely, and gigs, you take even surfers that are older like myself, and I'm sure you feel it too. If I put aside a couple of weeks for surfing, and I go, okay, I'm going to do a couple of Ks of running, I'm going to do some sand dunes, I'm going to do some core work, maybe some underwater swimming, just 2 weeks. You tell me how you feel in your surfing after that.
Oh, absolutely. The human body is designed to be pushed, and certainly the science, you think of the Sports Science Institutes, you think of the high performance centers around the world, predominantly Australia, really getting first out the gates with that high performance approach, and the specific facilities that they have set up for this very reason, Greg. And it's fantastic to see.
Yeah, it's definitely the way forward. So a couple scores dropping their gigs. It's an interesting approach from Charlie Haitley. She's identified the single maneuvers early on to really get those one big turn. She's figured out if she gets 2 of those early on, she can probably put 2 scores on the board that are quite solid at the start of this heat.
And she's done just that, Greg. The 5 and the 4 in the scoreline early. Haitley with a single maneuver on the backhand, particularly at the start of this heat, just setting the pace. What are we thinking of Bella Kenworthy? She opened at the 4-5 and then backed it up.
Yeah, nice strong turn. I love the little bit of a layback sort of drop wallet on that turn. She wanted to add that variety into it. So, yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to be equal that opener. The 4-5 was based on those 2 opening turns of Bella's opening wave. She did go incomplete on that last one, so a couple of points were left off there, but still a decent start in these conditions. And of course a new round of 32. As the rounds get deeper into competition, sometimes the judging tightens up a little bit too. So looking at the day's action, a 4-5's not too bad a start.
Well, let's see where the numbers navigate here. We're almost approaching the halfway mark in the heat here. What's a bit of a surprise for us, no rides just yet for Annette Lelior. She's been holding that priority for a while here. We did speak of signs of the new swell. Just as the horn blew, we had a couple of stronger lines into the lineup here. So maybe Annette has identified that. You spoke of her warm-up, Greg, but right now she's a little bit of cooling down going on because we're nearly halfway through the heat and no rides just yet for the Israeli surfer.
Yeah, she's got to be careful that it doesn't run away with her, this clock. As we know, time waits for no man, but just looking at...
Or woman.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Nice big backhand turn on the replay from Bella. That came in at a 3.9, so that was a good left-hander. So, just back to my point, Bella Kenworthy, the champion here at the Challenger Series in 2024, and then we see Charlie Haitley, who's just come off a win in the Pro Junior yesterday. So, and that's got 2 surfers that have had taste of victory in the lineup. She's going to have to get working if she wants to get through this one.
Former winners, as you mentioned there, Greg, and they love that winning feeling, and of course everyone focused on the upcoming Challenger Series. But it really has been a great opening round on both the men's and women's draw for the QS 2000. Everybody getting a few reps in ahead of the big Ballito Pro just a few days away. Yeah, are those lines approaching now? And Annette Lelior's used up just a little over half the heat This one not the biggest set. It does have a line to it. And as we think she's about to hold that last maneuver in, she'll just sort of let it go. So perhaps a disappointing start by her standards. We've seen excellent surfing from Anat Lelio. I mean, she really brought home those backhand turns in El Salvador a few weeks back at the championship tour level. She's really stepped up into that role, but finds herself 17th on that championship tour rankings at this stage, as we just see again Bella Kenworthy keeping the scorecard rolling. And right now, even those longer stretched out waves of Bella Kenworthy are not equaling those short impact rides of Charlie Haitley, Greg, with 8.5 on the clock.
Yeah, I think Charlie's done good homework here. That south swell starting to fill in my opinion, and it's quite a straighter swell than the sort of broken up easterly swell we've seen over the last few days. As you see, this is a replay of the opening wave from Bella. It was a 4.5. So I think Charlie's done her homework here. She's identified that there's some strong sections. And let's just watch this. This was a solid try for Anat. She really wrestled this one. She wanted to pull it, but just couldn't hold on. You could see she sort of tried to overcompensate to get her balance back, but unfortunately not getting there. And this is the last wave from Bella. So a lot of time to get that one turn in. So it doesn't get a great number. It's a 2.1, not going in her top two. And back to my point, Charlie's really looked at these drawn out walls, the straighter lines coming into the bay, and she's figured out that, you know, the one maneuvers early on can get her in a good position. And you're still getting those running waves, but they're a little bit fewer and far between now.
Well, a couple of mistakes to talk about. Bella Kenworthy, her opening ride of the 4.5 could have gone as high as a 5.5 perhaps, or a 6, but she fell. Anat Lelio taking a fall as well. So maybe that whitewater just percolating and boiling a little more now with the lower tides on offer. Tide is running out, but heat leader Charlie Haitley off that junior win yesterday is keeping that momentum. Another solid wave here, Greg, with 7 minutes to go. She's really not putting a foot wrong, and trying to talk about foot long. Have you had lunch? But trying to get rid of that 4, Greg. So, and I think Charlie Haitley might have just done that.
Yeah, so you know, this is the one now. She waited for one that opened up a little bit more, so gets the setup carve, so gets the 2-turn combos, and then into the strong finish again. So it's going to be interesting. Definitely we're seeing a slight change in conditions. It's going to be interesting to see where the judges put that number with the 2 turns as opposed to the single maneuvers. I don't think it's going to be a huge number, but I just want to get a feel on where they go. I'm sort of thinking sort of 5.5 maybe, because I quite enjoyed the single strong maneuvers that she did do, but I think that the extra push there was just a little bit more.
Young Demi Rowe just going down in that replay, Greg, and just trying to find her way in this lineup. It's a big stage for the young South African Demi Rowe, and we go just under 6 minutes here, Greg, and that score still not in yet with the discussion. It has just landed. Charlie Haitley 4.73, so does improve from a 4 by a 0.73. So just for now stretching her lead out. Live action. Bella Kenworthy switches the direction. We spoke about that tide dropping out. Nice that turn. Nice little in the corner hit there. Not going to over-impress the judging panel. And Anat Lelio needs to get a bit of work done here. And she doesn't seem too concerned with it, Greg, as she just lets that one go as well. Time ticking away here. I'm just looking for the moment to drop the word hot dog into the conversation now, just to wrap up our lunch discussion. But Greg, a little over 5 to go. It's been a heat that's actually sort of been riddled with a few mistakes, except for the heat leader, Charlie Haitley.
Yeah, absolutely. And Charlie's just, it's getting back to that point of that one single maneuver. I think right now in the lineup, that's got to be the approach. There's not a lot of running waves. But yeah, that last score came in a bit under what I thought, a 4.73 for the 2-turn combos. But judges just showing us that 5 was a nice solid hit, and all the emphasis was put into that one maneuver. So a good talking point for our surfers and their strategies going into the water.
Well, into the afternoon here, Greg, and as we mentioned, conditions are changing a bit here. So much so that Bellastona look for something on the left hand. Is that one not paying out a dividend?
Yeah, it's, under priority, found the odd left. And, we saw that backhand turn of hers a few waves ago get a 3.9. So she probably felt if she can get a combo, maybe she can go into the 4s, and that will be a good score in this heat. Because it's probably one of the lowest scoring heats we've seen out of the last couple. We've seen numbers a little bit higher than this. Here is the replay. And that really just also looking for that one big maneuver. And maybe a bit of frustration creeping in there. Time is against her for sure now.
Well, I don't think she's going to be over-investing energy and stress over a QS 2000 event, Greg. I mean, it's just about getting a few heat reps in and just sort of knowing the lineup from the water's perspective as well, because you cannot free surf the contest site during contest time. So perhaps Annette just getting a few reps in just to enjoy and just to orientate. She got a 9th here in Ballito at the Challenger Series last year, Greg. We saw her campaign all the way to qualification, so we know that she's got the big numbers. But with 3 to go, young Demi Rowe is, enjoying this experience as well.
Yeah, just also getting to just feel out the water and get a couple of waves. But watch out.
Is that Demi Rowe off the Glen Rowe tree? Is that part of Glen Rowe's family? Good question.
Don't think so, because Demi, I know, is from the KZN coast.
Okay.
But we should ask the question, I guess. We can do some.
The accomplished board builder and full-on charger from the 80s, Glen Rowe, nicknamed Rotter. And, we won't explain that one, but with 2:20 on the clock, we can talk about the priority and the smart heat management start to finish now of Charlie Haitley, the young Australian, because she is looking like she's going to sail through this round of 32 opening heat, Greg.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that priority. Nat Lelo only needs a 4.7 with second priority. So she does have priority over surfer in second place, Bella Kenworthy. With 2 minutes to go, she might just find an opportunity.
It's probably likely she has the experience, as we said. The first Israeli surfer from either gender to qualify for the championship tour, and she's really had some standout performances through the years thus far. But other than those highlight moment heats, she has basically found herself in a situation where she's staring at the reality of the Challenger Series. And so yes, she'll be back in Ballito, Greg, and 90 seconds to go. Let's see if she does find that opportunity. But right now, Haitley with the priority and the heat lead is sort of moving in the same direction here, Greg.
Yeah, well, there have been 2 wave sets that have come. So if a set does come, there should be 2 opportunities. And what I noticed from sitting on the beach is the waves have been kind of following each other. So if a peak sort of approaches a part of the beach, there's normally a second one following behind.
Yeah, that's a good point you make then. It's sort of it's nice when the lineup does have that sort of pattern and structure. And, there's that block of priority. So heat leader,
wow,
Charlie Haitley will just sting it and try and get her own scores up. Little low tide bump as that water moves through the sandbar will just get her off board.
She was.
I was thinking about the force. She was on her way to improving on that 4.73.
She was on her way to a really good score. She had a beautiful opening turn on that one. Just coming unstuck.
Let's see if Annette Lelio, yes, she does. She will find a wave with a few seconds left. We're down to 15 seconds. Nice combination.
Oh.
She's saying, come, give it to me.
Yeah, there we go. That's she's had a shocking heat by her standards, and coming back right at the end, she could well find herself advancing through this heat.
Well, let's see. And not the biggest wave in the lineup. A 4.7 required. Remember, Bella Kenworthy in this QS 2000 warm-up for the Challenger is in second place here, Greg. The heat is done, the clock is done, and the scorecard open for Anat Lelior. What do the judges say? It's a 4.03. It's not enough.
Sure, interesting. So obviously wave size, because she got the 3-turn combo, which we haven't seen a lot of, but I think the wave size obviously letting her down a little bit, a touch on the smaller side.
And then a single turn score coming in for Charlie Haitley won't go into her top two. So that is an official result. It will be Charlie Haitley and Bella Kenworthy. We're going to sit back and just breathe it out for a second and set up the second heat of the round of 32. Stay with us in Ballito. It's a good afternoon from beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa into the second heat of the round of 32. It is Gabby Herbst, the young South African, along with the name that there is so much to discuss, Zoe Steyn. No one knows more about that than alongside me, Greg Emsley. And of course, let's factor in India Robinson and her pedigree in the contest jersey. And then Kiara Gould will be into her second heat of the day. It's a very good afternoon. Gig Saliers alongside Greg for the call. Greg, another nice heat to break down. Where are we seeing this going? What are you thinking? What are we making of conditions out in the lineup as well?
Yeah, from being on the beach to coming into the studio, it seems to have changed a bit. It's definitely a little bit more hunting in the lineup. The ladies are sort of not always sure if they should be going on a wave. It was a bit more precise in the earlier rounds. It feels like things have changed up a bit in the lineup, a little bit more bump and a bit trickier.
Yeah, definitely into the early afternoon now, a bit more of a sea breeze. It is a southerly wind, but it is sort of gone more sideshore on us here, Greg. And as we say, the tide just draining out a little. And, just affecting the ruffle line a little bit. But that's not going to interfere with the first strike to the lip for India Robertson. She's going to get that underway. Here's one of those bigger rogue sets from that southerly wind, which is starting to fill in. And we expect more in the lineup tomorrow morning, Greg, for the second day of the qualifying series competition.
We're expecting a lot more, I believe. Talking to Jono Hutchinson on the break as well. He just said, yeah, be ready for some seriously good size surf tomorrow.
Well, all positive signs here in Ballito in 2026. Of course, 2 weeks non-stop of surf festival type atmosphere in and around the contest site. Of course, Greg, you were here over the weekend for the Rookie Rippers. We saw that O'Neill Smith Shapes Junior Qualifying Series event come to a conclusion yesterday. And here's a young surfer who has turned her focus to academics in recent years. Zoe Steyn. Greg, you've worked with her a lot over the seasons. We've seen her pedigree. She's got a really crisp and beautiful backhand, enough to sometimes take out really big names in the sport. And right now, we want to hear a little bit more of the Zoe Steyn stories, and we will get them out of this heat. But meanwhile, this young surfer, who's a bit of a sparring partner with Ty Zabrowski, young Kiara Gould, she'll just get her campaign underway.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like the one-hit wonders at the moment out in the lineup. And this is Gabby Herbst. So Gabby on her second wave already. And yeah, it's a very strong heat on paper. We saw the India Robinson opening with the 3.33. That was also quite a solid turn. I still think the combos are going to be, if you can find those two-turn combos, those are going to be the really good scores. There's not as many of them out there at the moment, but they're going to come. You've just got to position yourself and set up nicely.
We don't see a lot of Zoe Stein in the jersey at this stage. What's this? You've worked close with her. She's grown up at your beach, at your home break. What is the Zoe Stein updates?
Well, Zoe has been studying for the last couple of years business psychology in Stellenbosch University. And of late, she's certainly, nice turn there for Surfer in White. But certainly of late, the bug's bitten her again. She's been competing. She's had a couple of very strong results. Semi-finalist in the Vic Bay Pro a couple of weeks ago. We saw her get to the finals of the Royal St Andrews Hotel Ripcord Pro in Port Alfred, as we see live action from Zoe. But very sound surfer. I mean, her technique's fantastic. We see a couple of combos from her. This is just going to settle her down a bit. She's definitely got the fire back. She's, went quiet for a while. I get a lot more sort of text messages from her now. How are the waves? I'm coming home. How's Reef? I want to go surfing. She's first in the water every day when she's at Nahoon Reef. And just surfing really hard at the moment. Like I think she's into her last year of her degree. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a resurgence of Zoe. And she's at all the events. I think she means business. So I'm excited to see what a new Zoe with a degree behind her would look like as a pro surfer. So watch this replay. I love the setup on this wave. She did fall on the first wave, so she gets the 3 turns. On the next one, just to settle the nerves, and we'll see where that goes. We did see in that last heat, and that Laura get about a 4-point ride for 3 maneuvers on a smaller wave. Could Zoe get a score there or thereabout, or hopefully better? She'll settle down nicely into this heat.
Well, judges' scorecard open for Zoe Stein, looking good on that Channel Islands Pro model. And certainly just flowing rail to rail. It'll be her first meaningful score of the heat. Just prior to that, the .93, which is, in the context of things, going to become a throwaway. Still a full 13 minutes and some more available. We see on the inside, on the wide shot, just Gabby Herbst, one of the other young South Africans, just in and amongst it here at the QS 2000 level. And Gabriella Hurst, for now, just a couple of 2s in her scoreline. She needs to just settle it down and take what she sees around her and start working against the opposition. We've got a 5 on the scorecards already for the Tahitian in the green singlet. A 5 has been set. We're expecting a reasonable number from Zoe Stein. We'll see. I think judges' own deliberation is Zoe's wave the best of the heat thus far. Could be a topic in the tower.
Yeah, you look at that Kiara Gould's first wave, that 5. She had that beautiful first maneuver, went incomplete on the second, I believe, but got that 5-point ride based on the one maneuver. And I think it is a topic right now. I think the judges are discussing the combos. You're not seeing a lot of 3-turn combos. I'm interested in it. It's there's got to be space for it out there in the lineup right now.
Well, we'll see how the judges interpret. We are speaking of swells approaching. You can see these lines with a bit more structure now. The tide has run out a fair amount. We had a high tide around 10 a.m., so we're more than mid-tide and dropping here in Ballito this afternoon. And certainly you mentioned waves repeating themselves. Sets for now coming in 2s, and it will be a priority play here from your heat leader, and she gets nicely loose out of the lip there. Now a driving turn, not too intense, but keeps the board speed going, and that's a nice 3-turn combo of her own. So 2 3-turn combos for the judges to break down, and for you to sort of simmer on as well, Greg.
Yeah, I get the feeling that last ride of Kiara Gould's going to be one of the better scores we've seen for a while. 3-turn combo, yes, but the way she connected that first maneuver was extremely impressive.
Well, for reference, Zoe Stein has fetched a 4.33.
Yeah.
Greg, you're confident that this replay about to come our way is going to be worth a fair amount more, perhaps?
Yeah, watch this. Off the bottom, vertical and drifts the tail. Deep off the bottom again into the wrap. So you've got your variety and then the closeout finish. I'm thinking we're going to get one of the biggest scores we've seen for a while on this. I thought Zoe's score was better than Nat's. I thought and that's where it came in. But I feel Kiara Gould's score is going to be a few points probably up on that. I really enjoyed that first maneuver especially.
Well, judges are loving what they saw. They saw the strike to the lip. They saw intensity. There was no pause. There was no trepidation between first and second turns. And, well, there we go. We're going to see an excellent category score. And there hasn't been a lot of those out of the lineup, Greg. So a flat 8 is going to see Kiera Gould just securing and moving through the round of 32, we speculate. Still got half a heat left here. But for now, Zoe Stein trailing with the 4.33. Let's talk a little bit about why perhaps the judges just went a touch softer on Zoe Stein's last ride. Might even peel back the tapes from the boys. But there was perhaps no exact explosive moment. It was all just smooth surfing.
Yeah, it was, the wave allowed her. It's what the wave allowed as well. So, and Zoe also, it was her first sort of scoring wave, so she had to settle where Kiera Gould had a 5 in the scoreline. She was presented this beautiful wave. She had a little bit more space to get a bit more explosive, and she connected with that lip. And I think that's great scoring on what we've seen on averages. I think we spot on. But yeah, we go again with live action. But yeah, Kiera Gould just really connected that first turn, and that set her up critically for the rest of the wave. And Zoe was great on hers, and I think she got a really good score on that wave as well, because she linked those turns very nicely. But, I don't think there was much more than a 4 on that wave. But I think Kiera's wave was an exceptional wave quality, but she also then really put the board through the test on those turns.
Well, we slip under 9 minutes on the clock. Kiera Gould has accumulated an 8 and a 5 for a heat total of 13. So she stretches herself way out. We look at that second place position discussion now, priority with Zoe Stein, and she'll just want to select something nice in the lineup to ditch her 0.93, which still features in her scoreline. But that is going to bring a point of separation here. I think that perhaps India Robertson is got a lot in the tank for us. She opened with a 3.33. She too sits on a decimal. So going to be a nice little race here for that cut-off mark at second place between Zoe and India, and still plenty of time to do that, Greg.
For sure, and Zoe's got priority, so she would want to really nail the next wave so she can put pressure on India and Gabriella Herbst. Make that scoreline grow a little bit more, just get that scoreboard pressure going. And she'll have the patience for that. There's still lots of time. And back to the Stellenbosch discussion, Zoe into her last year of her degree. There's quite a little gang of surfers in the Stellenbosch University region. My son's part of that gang, David Emsley. He's doing BCom accounting. You've got Anastasia Fenter, she's joined the gang. You've got Sarah Lassiaga, the French girl. She's been living there. Her boyfriend lives in Stellenbosch. So they're part of the surfing group, and they get to share the breaks with the likes of Aidan Mason Camp, who's obviously a standout surfer. There's a couple of the younger surfers that are really good coming out of that region as well. So it's quite...
Of course, a shout out to Dr. Phil Nell as well,
Yeah.
really committed surfer in that region.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot of surfing in and around that Boerland area, we call it the Boerland, and into the Overberg. So a lot of those surfers know that coastline intimately, lots of quality waves. If you're prepared to travel and maybe bunk a class or two, I think a lot of these surfers though they've learnt mental discipline early in the contest singlet. They're applying it to their studies, and that's a great combo if they decide to come back with some maturity. We've seen a number of stories like that in the sport, Greg.
Absolutely. I think it's, you talk about sort of mental wellness and that. Imagine being a pro surfer knowing you've got a solid degree behind you. So when the wheels come off, you've got a backup.
Yeah, in fact, it's a great talking point. Our 77 world champion, and of course, one of the greatest ever to do it, Sean Thompson, from this very part of the world. He went back after a pro tour career and went back to the university and polished all that stuff up. So it's a great discussion. Of course, always a big shout out to Sean Thompson and family over in Santa Barbara. I know that he'll be perhaps up and watching some surfing this morning as he inspires the youth around the world and around the US region. And so many cool things to talk about when we talk surfing in South Africa, Greg. And a little peep into the contest area. You spoke about the facilities there. Of course, the chiropractic from the wellness to the rehab and everything else, the warm-ups.
That's young Bryn Jarvis there on screen, one of our junior surfers, and I think she's sitting there next to Maya Malherby. So the two young surfers that are coming through our very young ranks. I think they're still under 12 and under 14.
And I think all of this is care of Kika Mshlali, Kika Wellness Mshlali. Look them up. Yeah, Kiko Life, there it is. And they're great for them to be involved again in the Ballito Pro and all of the surfing festival. And certainly the young athletes taking advantage of, but they're not old yet. They don't have all the creaks and aches that perhaps the older competitors have. But more surfing coming our way. Another South African about to hit the water, Greg.
Yeah, there we see on screen Lila Azalos coming up in the next heat. No need to look at the other big names in the heat. Just focus on your own game. And I've actually spoken to a lot of the South Africans just while cruising around. Have you seen who I've got in my heat? I said, don't look. Just focus on yourself.
Yeah, have your own plan. That's pretty much what's steering this young lady on screen, your heat leader, Kiara Gould. She's on her way to the next round. She'll just track down the line. You see, no real pressure there either from her, Greg. Let's see where India Robertson. Now, this girl has got pedigree. She has championship tour experience. She has a lot under the hood, so to speak. And we want to see a little more from her. So, again, just not getting into full flight, India Robertson here with 3:45 to go.
Yeah, not looking for a big score. So, somewhere along the way, you would feel Zoe needs to pull that priority trigger and just put more pressure because that scoreline's pretty minimal. And you'd think on that one turn alone, India's probably going to, move into second, only needing a 1.94. But a bit of time on the clock. It does look like Zoe possibly having a look at this one, Gigs.
She's going to pull the trigger. This wave has got a little warble in it, and it is a mistake from Zoe Steyn, the South African, and India Robertson. Just prior to that, Greg, you spoke about just trying to nudge the numbers in the right direction. It's a battle of low scores. In and out for Gabby Herbst there with 3 minutes to go. Just catching up. I'm looking as the scorecard and the judges start dropping. It's a low exchange, but Greg, it's enough to get India Robertson up into second at 2.97 for the requirement of a 1.94. And just like that, Zoe Steyn had prio. She doesn't have it anymore, and she's dropped down to third.
Yeah, it's somewhere along the way she waited too long. Not needing a big requirement, she's going to have to force a score one way or another, or get into priority quickly and try and find something. So it's, as we see, using priority, this is Kiara Gould, your heat leader.
Well, let's see. She'll maybe perhaps want to just get out of the way now of the tussle that's going to exist between white and red. Down the line, she'll flow. Remember that she's already found a 5 and an 8 in the lineup. A little more than 2 minutes on the clock. She'll be thinking about the round of 16 here tomorrow when we get to it. But for now, clock's on 2 minutes, and Zoe Steyn has a lower priority than India Robertson in the lineup. That's going to mean that white is going to be just trying to blanket red here with the clock ticking.
Yeah, but Zoe needs to ride a wave. With 2 minutes to go, you have to ride something for that one, the 1.97.
Well, India will know that sitting on a 3.3 and a 2.97 are not real scores, and that is indicated in the low requirement for Zoe Steyn here, Greg. 1.97. It's a set of small numbers. And what does Zoe do now? Does she get right in underneath India and sort of mock paddle for waves, trying to lure India onto something? What do you do in a situation like this?
Well, if you get a smaller wave and you sort of even get 2 small turns, I feel it's going to be a 1.97. So, you've got to ride a wave. There's a minute to go. Find something, right?
Yeah, you get these weirded out heats where you can see now Zoe will maybe try and break away. India has the priority over her, trying to defend the second place position as we're down to 50 seconds here. And what happens if a split peak comes our way, Greg? Then both surfers get some kind of shot at it. Let's see what happens here. Movement in the lineup. And it's going to allow Zoe Steyn to break away. Ooh. And A little wash goes through the lineup, 35 seconds, and this will maybe be a little bit of a frustrating pill to swallow for Zoe Steyn here, because a 197, that's a score that Zoe can get in her sleep.
Yeah, you'd think so. And let's see what happens on this one. I just don't know if that would be a 197. It's just really a takeoff.
Little squeeze on the inside section for Zoe. She's not fully committed to the tour at the moment, and she might just chalk this up, but she might be a little frustrated too, Greg. A 197 requirement, and certainly we're on the edge of our seat there for a moment with the South African interest in both Zoe Steyn and Gabby Herbst. But it is going to be the two visitors that get the advancing first and second place positions. And a small score for Zoe Steyn won't see that come to fruit. That's an official result on screen. Round of 32, Heat 2 will wrap up with Kiara Gould and India Robertson moving through. We'll sit back and take a quick break. More round of 32 action coming your way.
And welcome back to live action here at the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. Big thank you to Greg Emsley and, of course, Gig Saliers taking us through the last couple heats. And we are back for round of 32, heat number 3. We're rolling through these heats, and it's another good one on paper here. I'm being joined in the booth by Mike Frew, and we are going to take you through this entertaining round 3 heat here at the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. Introducing in the red, we've got Lilius Tabai. She's taking on blue, Lila Azelos, along with Maria Salgado in the white and Leilani McConaughey in the green. So good to be here with you, Mike. Awesome to be in Qualification, north coast of KZN, and we're going to watch some great surfing unfold here. It looks like all 4 of our surfers getting a score on the board already.
Yeah, so we got the surfers from the first round coming up against the seeded surfers now. The 2 seeded surfers in this round will be Lilius Tabai from Morocco and Lila Azelos from just up the road from Salt Rock here in Ballito. So there'll be quite a big local crowd on the beach supporting Lila. She made the finals, if I'm not mistaken, of the Rookie Rippers event earlier in the Ballito Pro. So she's had a couple of heat reps out there, and they'll be up against the surfers that progressed from the last round, Maria Salgado and Leilani McGonigal. Feels like just a few minutes ago we watched Leilani and Maria surfing in the previous round.
Yeah, straight into the round of 32. Not much time for rest. These are pro surfers, and they are well conditioned for a few heats a day. So it's going to be a second heat for Salgado as well as McConaughey. This is a great heat on paper. I'm really excited to see Lilius Tabai. It's the first time we're seeing her in the competition. The surfer from Casablanca in Morocco, and that was her just briefly up and riding. Lilius Tabai, so far she's had a good year of competitive surfing. She took out a win at the QS 4000, the Royal St Andrews Hotel, and that was a great result to her that gave her a lot of confidence. That was a couple of months ago. I think it was in the beginning of May or end of April. And then, of course, a couple of weeks ago, she got a 5th place finish at the Vic Bay Surf Pro. So she's looking for another good result, as this is the second contest in the Africa Regional Qualifying Series. So it's an important event for Lilius Tabai to qualify for that Challenger Series in the next season. But she's going to have a good heat on her hands here. This is the local girl, Lila Azelos. Oh. Lila Zelos goes down. And yeah, she's a young girl, 16 years old. And we are going to just take a quick hold on this live action. We're going to throw down to an interview with Emma, with the winner of the previous heat.
Kiara, you and Ballito were pretty much made for each other. Did incredibly well here. Now you just dropped an excellent point ride. It felt like that wave came right to you.
Yeah, it actually did come right to me, and I was really happy about that. And yeah, I'm really stoked I got to link up 3 good turns, and yeah.
Nice. And we were just saying, obviously, all these heats, they are stacked. Feels like you're straight into the Challenger Series. What's the approach you're taking into the next round?
Well, probably like push harder on my turns and try to to flare it a little bit more, and definitely go on the rail too.
Nice. Well, we can't wait to see it. Good luck for the next round. Cool. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emma. That was Emma down with Kiara Gould, the winner of the previous heat. She dropped in an excellent 8-point ride, Mike, in the previous heat. A good heat total of a 13.0. And she's looking confident as she advances through the round. So, of course, an 8-point ride is a pretty significant score if we look out at these conditions today. But those good rides are definitely still out there. And I'm interested to see if some of these talented surfers can grab a good wave and potentially throw something similar to Kiara in the last heat.
Yeah, the canvas is certainly out there because we've got a building swell into the afternoon, the tide's draining, and conditions looking good for some flared-out competitive surfing. And having a look at this, that was Lilius Tabai. So Lilius is... I was with you guys down in Port Alfred when she took out the win. Well, that was that finals day with that giant swell. Yeah. It was like 8 to 10 foot down in Port Alfred, and it was the 2 Moroccans that landed up taking the win in that event, Teva Boshgua and Lilius Tabai. And great to see that she's on a roll here into another heat as a seeded surfer here in round 2 of the ladies.
Yeah, we've got a really strong Moroccan contingent at this year's Ballito Pro and, of course, Ballito Open. We'll see Ramsey back competing this year at the Ballito Pro. Of course, Teva Boshgua, and really on the rise is Lilius Tabai here in the ladies division. And, of course, these Moroccan surfers do compete under the Africa Regional Qualifying Series. So this is an important event for her, as along with the other African surfers, a lot of South African local girls that are gaining points currently on the rankings, this being the second stop of the 2026-2027 Regional Africa Qualifying Series schedule. The opening score of Lila Zelos is a 2.5, second scoring wave for Lila at 2.27, and other than that, not much to talk about just yet. A couple small decimal scores coming in for red, white, as well as our surfer in the green. 13 and a half to go. If you guys have just joined us, another huge thank you to everybody for tuning in. This is day 1 of competition here at the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill, and of course this is a beautiful long event, a whole series of events actually, as we get a nice view of the beach. And it's a beautiful beach day. I want to say almost the mid 20s out there in terms of Celsius. In Fahrenheit, about 70 degrees Fahrenheit for our international viewers. So it's definitely a beach day. Things are heating up down on the beach, and you can see Teva Boshgua watching Lilius Tabai there, fellow Moroccan surfer. So what a privilege it is to be down here in Qualification. And of course, Mike, we're going to be here the whole week, so this is going to be our view for this week and moving into next week for the Challenger Series. So I'm certainly excited. How are you feeling?
Yeah, looking at the forecast, we looked at the J-Bay cams about half an hour ago, and it looks like there's a little bit of swell down south. Jeffreys Bay was looking about 4 foot, and we're expecting a building swell overnight. So we had a look there and on Windy, and you can see the swell starting to generate and build out there at sea. And yeah, we're in for a great second and third day of competition in terms of waves here at the Ballito Open. We've got through a lot of heats today. We had the men's round of 80, then we had ladies round 1, we're now into ladies round 2. And already we're starting to see the early indicators of summer that's starting to come through here in Ballito. That's a lovely panned wide shot of the beach. Right out in the sea there, you can see the Red Bull buoy that just marks where the surfer zone is. Right in front of that is where we're having the competition. And in the middle of your screen now is a beach called Bathers. That's the main bathing beach here in Ballito. And then on the far right-hand side, where we're panning now at the moment, that is called Bog Bay. And Bog has got a nice little right-hander. It's one of the most crowded spots at the moment because, of course, the premier break, which is this surfers break, is being taken over by competition, the Ballito Pro. I'm riding. This is Leilani McGonigal.
Wow, that was a critical turn up into the lip, but she's not going to ride out of it. So she was really looking for a good section. She found it, but a bit of a crunchy one there as it breaks over that shallow sandbank, and she's going to go down. So Leilani McGonigal is going to reset. Of course, we saw her in the previous round. She did pretty good to advance through to the round of 32. And now Lilias Tabai. You can see the facial expression there. She was looking for something a little bit more significant, was the Moroccan. And she is also going to reset. So a couple scores to come in. Not sure if they're going to be any big ones on the scoreboard for red and for green. But numbers trickling in. Last the red a 2-point ride. So Lilias Tabai is going to reset out the back. And at the moment, it's the local girl up and riding once again here, Mike.
Yeah, so Lala Zelos, she's been very busy. Surfs this break a lot. She knows it well. She's up against a stacked international heat. It also features an Olympian, Leilani McGonigal, has surfed for her country in the Olympics. And similar to that heat we saw with Maxine Kaufman earlier, 3 stacked international surfers and 1 South African. That's what we have here. So let's see if Lala Zelos is able to hang on to that lead. She established an early lead in the heat, which is good. She has a great foundation now to build the rest of her heat on. And let's see if she can get through this one and into the next round to represent South Africa.
Yeah, she's going to put another score on the board. And as mentioned, it's also going to help her towards her Regional Africa Qualifying Series points. So we are going to run into a couple replays here, Mike. Looks like green, red and blue. So let's dissect these waves together. Here we go with green.
So Leilani, I like the first turn. It sets up a big second section. She really had good intention there. She did everything right, but came unstuck. Lilias Tabai now, similar sort of setup to Leilani, except her wave didn't have that big closeout section. So both of the girls not quite capitalizing on the full potential there. Lila Zelos now had a bit of a soft opening section, goes into a nice cutback where the power section of the wave is. How did she finish? Little snap there to finish. So I would say Lila finished off her waves quite nicely. She lacked the big opening turn that Lilias and Leilani McGonigal had. So Lila finished off her wave really nicely, but lacked that first snapping maneuver. Maybe not her fault though, because the wave didn't really offer up that big sort of steep section like it did for Leilani and Lilias. So are the scores in yet here, Johan?
Yeah, scores are coming in as we see Jessie van Niekerk warming up. Mom and Dad going to be watching her heat. She's coming up next. But as you mentioned, Mike, scores have dropped in. Last the blue at 2.5. The last score, of course, for red was a 2.0. And Leilani McGonigal dropping a 1.77. So I'm telling you, if she could have ridden out of that wave, she would have scored a lot more, and she's going to get another chance here. It's just going to be one turn for McGonigal with 7 minutes remaining.
It's quite interesting out of that whole exchange, excluding the wave that we've just seen on screen, is Lilias Tabai and Leilani McGonigal didn't finish their waves. They had one strong turn and then fell or didn't finish the second turn. Lila Zelos had a softish first turn, but then two nice snaps. And the judges actually rewarded Lila with the highest score of that exchange. So they really want you to finish off the wave well and complete the wave. So almost sort of penalizing you if you don't complete it.
Yeah, and up and riding, it's the current heat leader, the young lady, the local girl, is going to look for a section to hit a Zelos. She finds the completion.
Nice. So there's another completed wave from Lila. That time, both maneuvers were a little bit bigger, steeper section, bigger wave. So I would expect that score is going to come in a little bit better than her previous one. Johan, let's keep a close eye on that scoreboard. I know that the South Africans watching online and on the beach will be anxiously awaiting the judges' interpretation of that.
For sure. So she is currently in the lead, and surfers in the green, red, and white are going to be establishing that priority and waiting for a significant wave that they can really pick apart. See our surfers warming up for the next heats. Ellie Harrison going to be taking on Kira Pinkerton. Ina Maria Conradi and Jessie van Niekerk are going to be out in the lineup next for the round of 32 heat number 4. So yeah, scores are dropping through. It comes through to 2.67 for surfer in the blue, Lila Azelos. And currently it is the local girl holding on to the lead with 5 minutes remaining. She's going to have 3 very hungry surfers hunting her down in the next 5 minutes. What do you think is going through her head, Mike?
I reckon out of all the heats that you and I have called today, this is the closest now at the 5-minute mark, because Maria Salgado only needs a 3.9 and Lilias Tabai only needs a 2.8. Lila Azelos' total score is a 5.17, so this could go anyway. If I was Lila out there, I'd be... Oh, she's in 4th priority, so she's going to have to maybe just be patient, let some of these set waves pass and get into their priority situation, then utilize that priority to try and get on a set, because she's going to have to improve on those scores, the 2.67 and the 2.5. You want something in the 5 or 6 range to really lock in and progress through the seeds.
Yeah, Leilani McConigal is up and riding, and it's a bit of a foamy one. She's going to ride this one all the way through the inside, and I don't think that's going to be a keeper for McConigal. So she's had about 2 or 3 waves like that, and that was Salgado. That was an opportunity. She's been really quiet so far, and this one has Maria Salgado, the Portuguese athlete, and that's also not going to be a counter for surfer in the white. So with 4 minutes remaining, a bit of a low-scoring affair here in the round of 32 heat number 3, but we've seen stranger things happen, and it's actually anybody's game out there right now.
I think in the pound seats now, Lila Azelos with priority and 3.5 minutes, and Lilias Tabai is in 2nd priority. So if we have another set come through, they're going to be in position to take off on that. Maria Salgado, lovely roundhouse cutback, and man, very uncharacteristically coming unstuck there. Like she overcompensated on the foam and came unstuck.
Up and going. This is Lilias Tabai, big section. Bust the turn through the back. Is she going to get another one? Oh, and I do think, Mike, that's going to be a very, very important score in the context of that heat. It was only 1 turn, but she got up into that lip really nicely.
So the judges have been scoring, 3 turns, 1 turn. Nothing's gone bigger than about a 3. And when we get a replay of that, it'll be interesting to break it down, because Lilias Tabai had a great first turn, and I felt like she was lining up that second one with the wave break quite quickly, so she wasn't able to get the second turn in. So whatever they do give her will just be for that one maneuver. I think it's going to be super tight whether she gets that score to get up into 2nd. I don't think it'll be enough to take that lead away from Lila Azelos. What do you reckon?
Oh, all I know is it's going to be a close one. We'll see what the judges think. I mean, she needs a 2.80. She had a single turn. I do think that turn was a pretty decent-looking turn.
It was a slightly bigger wave.
For sure. So those numbers are going to drop through, and they're just starting to trickle through, and it looks like there's going to be a change to situation. Here she goes again. Lilias Tabai, now the heat leader, is surfer in the red. So she catapults to 1st. She's going to put another score on the board. That score came through to 4.10. Here we go with McGonigal. So Lila Azelos was in the lead, and I was saying those ladies were going to hunt her down. That's exactly what Lilias Tabai did, and now Leilani McConigal looking for a 2.68 to move up into 2nd. So situation change with Tabai now in the lead, and that's exactly what she needed, Mike, with 1.5 minutes remaining on the clock.
So that just the 1 turn didn't go into the second one, and the 1 turn had enough in it for the judges to give her the highest single wave score of the heat, a 417, and that really puts her nicely in the lead now. So under threat is the position in second there, Lila Azelos, with 1 minute to go. She's holding down priority, and she's going to want to keep the other ladies off waves.
Oh, and she's going to hang on. Is she going to hang on? I'm not sure if that's a completed maneuver there from Leilani McConaughey, but she's only looking for a 268. Here's your surfer currently in that second advancing position. Lila Azelos. That was a decent turn. A little bit of a smaller wave there, Mike. But currently in second, and she knows she needs something a little special to hang on to this lead with 30 seconds to go. Or hang on to the second position and advance.
Not sure where Maria Salgado is in the lineup. We can't see, so she could potentially get another wave. There she is sitting with 20 seconds remaining. It does look like there's some lines coming through. I reckon if she gets onto one of those and is able to do a solid turn, she could throw herself into the mix for advancing positions.
Oh, she's going to get up and going here. And it's White Salgado. Nice turn off the top. Is she going to get one more? Yes, she does. Tries to hang on. She finds the finish. So this is going to be a very tight finish here in the round of 32. Heat number 3. There's a score coming in for blue, Lila Azelos. A score coming in for green. It looks like green is going to lock in a bit of a smaller throwaway score potentially, but the important one here is Maria Salgado to drop in a score. Well, Mike, I'm not sure how this is going to unfold.
Right, so Leilani McGonigal's score comes in. She doesn't factor in. She's not in the top 2, so it's all down to this wave. Is this potentially one of the highest waves, single wave scores of the heat? She was looking for a 483 to take second place away from Lila Azelos.
It's going to be tight. So Lila Azelos locked in a 3.23, so that was her highest score. She improved, as you said, Mike. But now White needs a 4.83 to advance.
We anxiously await the score for last of White, Maria Salgado. See if it's enough to unseat Lila Azelos from that second place advancing position. She hasn't heard yet. You can see she's still walking up the beach, waiting for the score, anxiously waiting for the judges.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tight one. There she is, the Portuguese athlete Salgado, making her way up the beach. And now it's just a wait to see what that score comes in as. I do think, Mike, it's going to be a tight one. I mean, she got 2 decent turns, but was the wave a good enough wave? Unfortunately not. A 4.03 for White, Maria Salgado. So it is going to be Lilias Tabai taking the win ahead of Lila Azelos in the blue. And we are going to be moving straight into the next heat. Stick with us, guys. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. We'll be right back. Welcome back to live action here at the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. I'm here with Mike Fu and we are straight into action with blue Hina Maria Conradi, surfer from Reunion Island. And she is taking on Jessie van Niekerk in the red, Ellie Harrison in the green, and Kira Pinkerton in the white. So I mean, Mike, we just saw a pretty exciting end to the previous heat. And we've still got some really contestable conditions on hand here on day number 1 of competition. So I'm excited to see how this one unfolds. What do you make of the afternoon conditions so far?
So just in the last 20 minutes or half an hour that you and I have been calling the heats, it definitely has gone a little bit more onshore. So more of a southeasterly wind blowing now as opposed to a southwest. Not a bad thing though, because this is the wind we need to bring a little bit of swell. The wave face is a little bit of a chop on it, and we're seeing that inside section, that closeout section on the low tide, starting to play a factor. It presents the surfers with a bit of a challenging end to the wave, and if you're able to negotiate that well, with speed and power through that end section, often that's what takes away from sort of the average into the good or even excellent range, Johan. So choppy out there, but if you have a look at that lineup, you can see that swell filtering through. Look at that one at the just under that SMG logo. See how there's a little bit of swell starting to filter through. Those are the ones you want to look out for and be on in these heats through the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely still some fun conditions here for the girls in heat number 4. And opening up here is our lady in the blue, Hina Maria Conradi, with a 3.17 and just a small 0.63. So taking a look there was white Kira Pinkerton. Of course, she's an experienced competitor in this heat. And of course, Ellie Harrison, she's also got some CT experience as a wild card, along with Kira Pinkerton. And then we've got our local African QS campaigners in the blue and the red. So I mean, Hina Maria Conradi is so Hina Maria Conradi, as we were saying, represents Reunion Island, and Mike, she made an appearance at the Vic Bay Surf Pro. She got a 5th position there, and she's looking for another good result. And this is the South African lady, big wave out the back.
That was a nice turn, nice opening wave there from Jessie van Niekerk. It was a solid wave. It was one of those sets that we'd seen coming from deeper water. When she took off, it was nice overhead size, bit of power with it, and she negotiated well. That'll give her a solid score to build the rest of her heat on. So good start there in the first sort of 4 minutes for Jessie van Niekerk. I feel like it could be the highest of the heat so far, simply because it was a set wave. She did a critical move. It was nice overhead, and she did it with good power and flow throughout. So the only surfer that hasn't had a wave just yet is Kira Pinkerton from the USA. We know that she is a very dangerous competitor. She's got great heat pedigree, surfed Ballito a number of times before, and she'll be a big threat in this heat as well.
And watching the replay here, this is Jessie van Niekerk, the South African surfer. Nice lip to hit. Definitely one of the bigger waves we've seen all day, if not the biggest wave I've seen this afternoon so far. So the swell's definitely starting to jack and showing a little bit more signs of that pulse coming through this afternoon, which is going to set up great for tomorrow, hopefully, as we've been talking about throughout the day, Mike. And she's going to put a decent score on the board. It was one turn, but timed it pretty well to Jessie van Niekerk. She's coming into this event after a 9th place finish at the Vic Bay Surf Pro QS 2000. And of course, she competes on the Regional Africa Qualifying Series, along with Hina Maria Conradi, who's competed at the Vic Bay Surf Pro. So they're going to be putting some important points on the board, along with the Australian in the green and the surfer from the USA in the white, Kira Pinkerton. So scores are coming in slowly but surely for Van Niekerk. And of course, the surfer originally from Cape Town spends quite a bit of time in Australia, so she calls Australia home. But of course, she spends plenty of time in South Africa as well, being originally from Cape Town, and competes under the South African flag. So that score does come through to 4-point ride for Jessie van Niekerk, and that's a decent start if we're looking at the scores over the last couple heats, Mike.
Yeah, so slowish start there for Kira Pinkerton. We've had 6 minutes. She's held on to that priority. She would have been watching, it's her second heat of the day. She would have been watching the conditions, and she has an idea of exactly what she wants out there. You see Hina Maria Conradi just on a quick insider, one of those smaller waves. So that'll be a backup score for her, or maybe not even feature into those back two, because if you compare that wave to that big overhead set that Jessie took off on, you can't really compare it, You're looking for something solid like Jessie had. So Jessie, so far surfing a smart heat. She's got the best of the exchanges. And I really like that first turn into another snap now, trying to keep a bit of momentum on that bank. But as we've seen throughout the day, as it gets closer to that little finger of rocks there, Johan, it goes into that deeper water and kind of fades away.
Yes, exactly. And I did think that Jessie, she really made advantage of that first section. It was a quick one, and she only pretty much surfed that wave for about, maybe 20, 30 meters into that channel. So she took advantage of that first section. She raced down the line, cracked it off the top, and then she got another little carve and not much down the way for Jessie. But I like that opening turn, and the bulk of the score, 90% of the score, is going to be on that opening maneuver. She threw a nice fan of spray as well, which shows that she really pushed it into the turn. So even though that wave didn't really give her an end section, I still think she's going to put a bit of a number on the board that's going to help her down the line here with 12.5 minutes remaining.
Jessie really got the rail of the board up into that steep section, and if you've got a lot of power in the board, and as you turn the board there, it throws that spray in the air. It looks really impressive, and that was a nice backup wave for Jessie van Niekerk. Kira Pinkerton finally uses her priority. She waited almost 8 minutes for this wave. She got a nice speed down the line there, Johan. She really was, driving, but that wave had a bit of a wonk on it. It was almost like it had a little wave in front of it, and it had a bit of a wonky section. She negotiated it all the way through, and she's finally on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think she did pretty well. It was a bit of a weird sort of wave through the midsection, but she was staying patient, and the bulk of these scores have been on that end section as it hits that shallower sandbank. So she sort of waited pretty well. She did a couple little check turns, and then ended off pretty strong. So run us through this replay.
Right, so she's got a bit of a bump to negotiate. You see how there's a little wave in front of it. So the second wave catches up with the first one almost as she gets to that section. So she tags the lip, and she did finish it nice and clean. So she worked well with what she was presented there, but it wasn't as clean a face as what we had from Jessie van Niekerk. So the judges will use that first wave of Jessie's as the sort of base of what to score the rest of the heat with. They've established what they're looking for out there. They'll compare Kira's to that. And looking at the scores drop in, Jessie just had the one turn.
Yeah.
Kira carried her speed through a couple of turns, and they reward Kira with the highest score of the heat so far.
Yeah, that score does come through, Mike, of 4.67. So that's definitely a keeper right now for White. And the bulk of that turn was definitely on that end section that she hit quite nicely. And of course, surfer in the red, Jessie van Niekerk dropped in a 2.5 for that single slashing maneuver that she had on her turn, on her wave. So that's going to be a top two scores for red, a 4.0 and a 2.5. So Jessie van Niekerk is currently in the lead. She's going to look to build upon that. And Kira Pinkerton is now looking for a very small 1.83 to move up into first position. Of course, the danger lady right now is definitely blue, looking for a 151. And of course, Ellie Harrison. She's been really quiet in this heat so far, Mike. She's only looking for a 4.18 with 10 minutes remaining.
So I think Ellie had a wave while we were watching Sarah Baum warm up on the beach. And an important ride to come in there for Ellie, carrying the momentum from their first round through into this round of 32 in the ladies here. And I think once that score comes in and once we see that replay, I think it's going to be a lot tighter in terms of scores than what you see on the screen at the moment. So one score still to come in for our surfer in green. Ooh, here's a nice looking wave. This is more like what we expect at Ballito. A nice big chunky down the line right hand breaking wave. And Nina Maria Conradi making full use of that, Johan.
Yeah, I like that opening sort of jam in the pocket. I think the only thing that was a bit tricky about that one was that whitewater sort of foamy section. And as we know as surfers, sometimes tricky to sort of jam it in the pocket and get a smooth face, a little bumpy on those types of waves. So watching the last replay here, this was that one of Harrison, and she finds one pretty decent closeout turn there, surfer in the green from Australia, and here's just a replay of that one. So nice opening carve, But look here, Mike, it gets a little bit sort of bumpy and chunky, but she still gets the finish.
I like how that wave of Kira, or was it Ellie? Was it Ellie Harrison who had the first one in green out of the replays we saw there?
Yep.
That was a really nice turn. Speed, power, popped the fins out a little bit, came out with flow. You look at it and you go, yo, that was a nice turn. And then we went straight into Blue's wave, much bigger set wave. She did have to cut back into that speed section. And like you say, the only kind of bummer on that wave, I guess, is it went into a lot of foam, and that foam was there from Ellie Harrison's previous wave. But Ina Maria Conradi really did negotiate it well, and she finished off the wave nice and clean, which is what the judges want to see. So a couple scores still to drop in.
Yeah, that last score for Blue Maria Conradi does come in at a 3.57. That's the lady in picture from Reunion Island, just off the coast of Africa, on the other side of Madagascar, between Mauritius and the African continent. And she locks in a 3.57. So she catapults into first, Mike, now with a 3.57 and a 3.17. And then that last score for Surfer in the green does come in at a 6-point ride. So, I mean, they've done a complete switch here. The surfers that were in third and fourth are now the surfers that are in first and second. Jessie van Niekerk moves down to third, and then Kira Pinkerton in fourth position, watching green.
So she had that she's got the highest score of the heat so far as Ellie Harrison. You know, that last wave, she threw a lot of spray, and look how nicely she gets through that inside section. Is she going to be able to do something else here? Oh, unfortunately, that wave just goes a little untidy on the inside, but she did get that turn in at the back. Looking at the scoreboard, she has a 0.5 in her backup, so she is going to throw away that 0.5 that you see on screen there, because she had a turn that's going to be improved by something, and she didn't require much to take the lead.
Yeah, here's the
very
replay.
nice, very nice control in that turn, and I like how she utilized that white water to project around the section. It's just didn't quite play the game at the end there, but she got all the work done right in the beginning.
Definitely, and she'll definitely drop that 0.5. It comes in at a 2.6. And of course, she locked in that 6-point ride. So situation change. It is green. Ellie Harrison, the Australian, up into first, with Ina Maria Conradi in second position. Now needing a 5.04 to challenge that lead once again. It's red. Jessie van Niekerk, the South African, down in third position, looking for a 2.74 to move up into third in advance. And then, of course, Kira Pinkerton. She opened up with a 4.67, decent score. She's been pretty quiet the last, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. And this is green again. So, I mean, quite interesting, Mike, because Jessie van Niekerk and Kira Pinkerton sort of got off to a pretty quick start. And Ellie Harrison got off to a slower start. But now there's been a bit of a momentum shift. Harrison dropped a 6-point ride, and she's gotten 3 decent waves in quick succession.
The other thing is, if you look on screen, Ellie Harrison's carrying that 2.6, which she can quite easily improve on. So let's see what that last wave comes in at if she drops the 2.6. The danger surfer at this point is Kira Pinkerton, because even though she's in fourth, she's only had that one wave, the 4.67. If she adds a 5 to that, it's going to take her to the lead. So it's a very close heat, eh?
Incredibly tight, yeah. And Pinkerton is not looking for a big one. Neither is Jessie van Niekerk. And it is going to be a tight one here with 4.5 minutes to go. And that's Jessie van Niekerk's parents watching on intently. She has got priority, has our surf in the red, Jessie van Niekerk, and she utilizes it on a pretty decent wave. I'm not sure if she got anything there, Mike. I think it might have just closed out on her.
Right, let's check this. So Kira Pinkerton, she's only got the one wave. Now, she could make a big difference to where the leaderboard is in the heat with these two. Ooh, she needed to land that second turn, but she did get a bit of work done early in the wave. But like we've seen on previous waves, Leilani McGonigal in particular in the last heat, you need to complete that second turn. So do the judges reward that one big turn and then a fall on the second turn? Or do they just go, nah, you needed to finish the wave nice and clean?
Yo, I think that's a good question to ask. I think it just depends how good that opening turn was. And I really did like that carve. I mean, we haven't been seeing too many of the girls going for those big carving maneuvers and getting tons of spray out the back. We've been seeing a lot of surfers go for like an end section hit. And that score does come through for Pinkerton. It's a 2.7. So the judges rewarding her off that single carve, and she moves up to second. So things have shifted around. Here we go with Van Niekerk.
So Jessie van Niekerk with a bit of work to do. She finds herself in 4th place. Ooh, this one really turning into a little bit of a grower down the line. And Jessie van Niekerk getting a bit of momentum on that wave. Working the board. A few turns in. But just going back to the wave of Kira Pinkerton, it was enough to get her into second, Johan. But the judges definitely want you to complete that last turn. It was the difference between... She got a 2.7, but that could have been like a 5.5 or a 6.
Definitely a little bit of a missed opportunity there. But that single turn is definitely enough to push her to second. It's super tight. Blue is looking for a 3.81 to advance. And of course, Jessie van Niekerk, her score is about to drop in. She's looking for a 3.38. With just over 2 to go, in our screen to the far left, right-hand side was Hina Maria Conradi, challenging Kira Pinkerton in the white. So Kira Pinkerton definitely not safe with that low score of a 2.7, Mike. And blue and red are hot on her heels, not requiring massive scores. We've got 2 minutes remaining. We've got a couple of scores to come in.
So when your total heat score is a 9, and you're leading the heat, Johan, the surfer in 4th place could technically score an 8 or bigger and move from 4th into the lead. So a relatively slow scoring heat with the total leader, a 9.13. Anything could happen in the next 90 seconds. And there's a couple of waves like we could see on that wide shot still coming through.
Yeah.
So I'd expect things could potentially change a lot here.
Yeah, that was a nice looking final bash there for surfer in the red, Ellie Harrison. She's looking to drop at 3.13. So has she done it on that wave, and has she made it more difficult for surfers in the white, red, and blue? Time will tell. But scores are in. Last of red, Jessie van Niekerk at 3.20. So that's not going to be enough for red. Red's still in 3rd position, looking for a 3.38. And of course, that last score for green, Harrison, about to drop in. So 1 minute remaining in this round of 32, heat number 4. And these scores are coming in, Mike. It's a 4.77 for last of green, Harrison. So she solidifies her spot on top. Surfer in the white, Pinkerton, now needing a 6.1 to move into the lead. Jessie van Niekerk still requiring a 3.38, with blue, Conradi requiring a 3.81. I'll tell you what, Mike, surf in the red has priority, and she's in a paddle for this one.
So Jessie, with 30 seconds on the clock, there's not going to be another opportunity. She's got to make the most of this. Oh, Johan, she digs a rail.
That is the opportunity.
A tough break there for Jessie.
Yeah, unfortunate for surf in the red. And 10 seconds remaining. Hunting down a wave is still blue, Hina Maria Conradi. Not sure if she's going to get onto something here. So it definitely looks like it's going to be Ellie Harrison taking the win as time runs out over Kira Pinkerton, the surfer from the US in the white. So tight heat to finish off here, Mike. And hope you guys are enjoying the action with us. We're going to move straight into heat number 5. So stick with us. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. We'll be right back.
Well, setting up another heat here this afternoon. If you're joining us, the action is coming at us thick and fast here from Ballito in South Africa. It is the warm-up heats as we move towards the Challenger Series. This is the qualifying series, what we term the QS, and it is a QS 2000, and it's been a pretty star-studded one at that. As you join us this afternoon, local time here around 2:40 p.m., and a couple of South Africans will have the folks on the beach invested by the names of Sarah Baum and Sophia Jackson. See how they fare in the lineup in 2026 as they go up against international surfing stars like Yanir Gonzalez Echeverry and Sol Aguirre. It is a good afternoon. Alongside me, Greg Emsley, former Pro Championship Tour campaigner. My name's Giggs, and we're having a whole bunch of fun with it. And Greg, some more solid right-handers filling into the lineup now as we move into the afternoon.
Yeah, when you got a vantage point and you go up to the flats behind us, I went up during the break. You can see the new direction, the new straighter southerly swell lines filling in. It's quite prominent now. I saw a really solid set coming all the way through sort of the bog area, surfers area, probably about 15 minutes ago. Very solid. You can see it starting to fill in, and we're expecting that to continue for the next couple of days.
Saw a quick flash of Kira Pinkerton on screen there. She is through along with Ellie Harrison to the round of 16. It was at the expense of Jessie and Kira Maria. So that heat wrapped up. A fresh one on deck here. We saw Sol Aguirre this morning on the more high tide, complex conditions. She's really sort of looked more into her stride here as these right-handers are running a bit more stretched out over the lower tide now this afternoon. Greg, you spoke of that increasing southerly swell, and saw some beautiful right-handers running in that last encounter.
Yeah, Sol had a nice start there on that wave, just really connecting well with the lip. I like how she's got good leg strength and flexibility through those maneuvers, looking strong and positive. So you could see at the end of that wave, she was pretty happy with that first decent rider. She did start with a small score, 0.43, and so that's going to be a much better wave for her and give her a good stepping stone with the best of those openers.
Well, relatively quick start here, Greg. Let's see what Janir brought to the table.
Yeah, Janira, sure, she's looking pretty good. That board looks amazing. She also had a really good heat this morning, so into her second heat of competition already. But she's last year I thought both her and her sister were surfing very well, but I feel like she's lifted her game a little bit this year, looking a touch quicker and a bit sharper through those turns. And there's the replay of Sol as well, looking good. So yeah, definitely under the pump early is our South African surfers, but it does look like Sarah Baum possibly had a wave as well at the start.
Well, Greg, we've only 4.5 minutes into this encounter, and a nice quicker start. We've had a few heats that have had slightly slower starts, but this one with coinciding with a few approaching sets has got the scorecard ticking over. Judges thinking about scores for that lady on screen, Yanir Gonzalez Echeverry from the north coast of Spain. Of course, a score due now for an opener for Sarah Baum. And as we sort of cue it in, here goes Yanir again. Little tumble on that at the 15-minute mark. But we've got a feeling as we start to see indications of scores arriving that already this lady, Yanir, is on her way to establishing some good numbers, and it looks like Sarah Baum's going to join that discussion as well, Greg. A 5 for the opener of Sarah Baum, and already back with the priority. We'd like to see how far Sarah Baum can go in the Challenger Series in a few days' time. But right now, nice start in the QS in the qualifying series event here with 14.5 minutes to go for one of the South Africans in Sarah.
Yeah, and Sarah's come off a win at the Vic Bay Pro couple of weeks ago, so she'll be feeling very positive in sort of good competitive form at the moment. A couple of good boards. She's been looking sharp on her equipment as well, so I think she's in a good place. And what's good for her is coming into the challenge, the first challenger, and actually all the South Africans, is the fact that we've had a couple of events to run into it. So the Vic Bay Pro then a week or so to sort of contemplate how your contest went and regather, and now straight into the Ballito Open, and then they'll hit the big one, the Ballito Pro.
Well, local events like the one in Port Alfred a few months back now really got the local interest fired up, got the momentum going, and of course that Vic Bay Pro just to tap it along and get our surfers to this point on the calendar. And we'll see how Sol Aguera navigates her lineup here. This one just a little stuck behind, still stuck behind. It'll be a throwaway. But let's talk of her opener, a 6-point ride to get going. Meanwhile, Sarah Baum will drive through that turn. You spoke of her on her equipment. She opened up with a 5, and we just come back to action and see Sarah just hacking that power turn. And that's going to fetch a decent number from the panel.
Wow, I saw a point of difference there, Giggs, and we'll chat it through the replay, but I don't even know if that was just a single turn. If it is, it's going to be a good score. If there's anything else before that, I think we've been for a really solid score. But just what we saw on picture there was a lot of rail work. The way she drove through that turn was impressive. We see this is Sophia Jackson up and riding on her second wave.
Well, let's have a look what the young South African brings. Of course, she's been growing in stature as well. Of course, a surfing dad in Mark, and having spent a lot of time on that coast around, you mentioned Victoria Bay. These days, she's based in Cape St. Francis, amongst a whole hotbed of surfing talent there. So the Jacksons just will all be shouting and willing their daughter through this experience. But let's have a look at this one, Greg.
Oh, so she connects the first turn. But watch this. Watch the rail work all the way down. So we've seen a lot of surfers get the quick rotation off the top and just ride it out. Sarah on that turn, the point of difference that I saw is how much rail work she pulled all the way through down that turn and the amount of spray. So I feel I haven't seen a turn as committed as that on the backhand today. That's just my feeling. There was a point of difference there.
Well, 2 South Africans and a fair amount of years between them. Sarah Baum with that experience. Of course, Sarah going all the way to a 5th here in Ballito and a 5th as a wild card in J-Bay back in 2023 for her highlights. And she'll be inspiring young goofy footers like the South African Sophia Jackson. And of course, Sophia still a young teenager. So great stories to unpack here with a little over 11 minutes to go. But Greg Emsley next to me is sitting staring at the judge's scorecard here, waiting for that number so he can yarn on about the 2-turn combo of Sarah Baum. And we are expecting a very solid number for it.
Yeah, I'm very sold on that turn. I just feel it was... You know, it's just I can't believe I extended and how much rail she got to use, because often the backwash on this wave and the bit of warp stops you from doing that.
So we've had a 6-point ride in the lineup from Janier on her backhand. She attacked that lip for her opening score, but Sarah Baum's gone a whole bunch better than that, Greg. An 8.33 and a nice strong lead now to establish herself as the heat leader. Sarah Baum, as we approach the halfway mark. And our lady in the red singlet, Sarah, who grew up in the area, is going to be feeling right comfortable right now as she gets these warm-up heats on the qualifying series going in the right direction.
Sure. She's more than going in the right direction. Getting an excellent score out here today has been very tricky. And, we spoke it up. We knew that wave was going to go excellent. It was just such solid surfing. She's looking sharp on her feet. She's feeling at home, because she is at home.
Well, home is Newcastle these days in Australia, but Sarah Baum, as we mentioned, growing up in the area. Here's the young South African Sophia just trying to find her way through the wave selection process here. She is down on the priority ladder. And she should just settle into this experience now with 9.5 minutes to go. And a couple of softer scores for Sophia. She'll look back at this heat and she'll learn a lot from the experience. Sarah Baum, though, smashing the performance level with the 8.33. She's got plenty of time to back up the 5 as well. And let's have a look where Janier Gonzalez and Sol Aguera sit in the picture, Greg, because they have the experience to fight back here, and especially Janier for the heat win. She's holding the priority right now, but she does get stretched with a requirement of a 7.34. So it's going to be a nice journey to the finish line between Janier and Sol to see who gets that second place position.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight battle. Of course, Janeiro with the upper hand of that 6-point ride. I do feel Janeiro is looking very sharp and on form, but Sol is also looking, like she's got some sting in those turns. It just also comes down to wave selection. Who can get those open face waves? And again, that 833 from Sarah Baum, as well as she surfed it, it was also a really big faced wave, and it had a nice clean face on it. This is the replay from Sophia Jackson now. So that one just not allowing her to get that finishing maneuver.
So that she could chalk that up as an error. There's no reason to turn around on a wave like that on her way out. So she'll, as I say, she'll take this experience, she'll look back at it, she'll be able to pull it back on the YouTube platform as well. And no need to sort of start second guessing yourself. Stay with the plan, and that's what you coaches will be telling surfers as they grow through their experiences, Greg.
Yeah, and learn from surfers like Sarah Baum, and she's grown up surfing in South Africa. She can do it. She can get the scores. Look at Bianca Buitendach, what she's done, and getting the Olympic silver medal. And then you ask yourself, okay, would Sarah be here without Bianca? Would Bianca have got the silver medal without Sarah? You think of their battles as youngsters together.
Yeah, great talking points here. Lots of talent in and around the South African scene, and of course the generations move through as well. Think of father of Sarah, Chris Baum, still an active surfer today. Mark Jackson, like a grommet, still in the lineup at Seal Point these days. And certainly so many stories to unpack here. With a little over 7 minutes to go, Sol Aguero right now, Greg, has found herself into priority position. So it's going to be interesting to see how she plays this one out, because she only needs a 257 right now to attack that second place of White, Janier.
Yeah, and given a little bit of an opportunity, a bit of space here now with a mistake from Janier on that last wave. So Sol will think, okay, time to capitalize on that right now.
Well, we're having a look at waves moving through the lineup. What we can say, Greg, as we move around to just before 3 p.m. mid-afternoon here in Ballito, is that there's now a consistency to the heats. There seems to be lots and lots more waves on offer. We're seeing no real soft patches in the heats. We had a couple of heats earlier on today where things did get a little slow, and then we had heats that sped up. But seeing quite a rhythm to the ocean now as we get towards the low tide.
Definitely. And Giggs, I know you didn't go back to our flat because I didn't see you there in our break, but I did. And I went up and going onto the balcony, our view is beautiful. But you'll notice from this morning's view to the afternoon view, the swell angle, how much it's changed. It's actually quite a nice sort of talking point. I thought from a coaching perspective, getting that height advantage just to look and see how it's changed is very important as well.
Well, about 3 hours ago, as the high tide turned, I got a message from Heather Clark. Of course, everybody will know Heather Clark's name. She's a few hours south of us here, and she said that it went to overhead swells. So she let us know here true to point, those swells are already arriving here, Greg.
Sure.
So, we've got lots of action to unpack this afternoon for the remainder of round of 32. Of course, this tees up a great discussion for tomorrow. But a look at more South Africans coming up next as well, Greg.
Yeah, coming up next, we do we saw Anastasia Fentig preparing there. So she's been surfing really well. I've enjoyed her form over the last couple of events. Leah Lepront, she's bounced back from a bit of a wipeout over the last the Rookie Rippers. She's amped to get back in the water. We did have some stronger surf there, and the youngsters really had to deal with a lot of water moving. But of course, Ella coming through from those winds this morning, that's going to be a tough battle.
A loaded heat coming up next, 4.5 to go here to decide who moves forward into the round of 16. Right now, Sarah Baum has a stronghold on this heat, care of the big 8.33 score. We loved that one, and it was also a quick start for her. Only 2 waves, point to note, 2 waves on the scorecard for Sarah Baum, both of them the only 2 rides she's caught. So she's managed this start to finish, and she's also holding priority right now. So this is perhaps becoming a discussion for the battle of second place.
Yeah, so this is a well put together wave for what it is, and it's going to put Seoul. I'm sure it's going to bump her up into that second place position. So with just under 4 minutes to go, wanting to get into that spot and put a bit of pressure on Janire, but it does mean that Janire is probably going to get a higher priority and also probably not requiring too much of a big score.
Well, 4:07 in for that last ride for the Peruvian in green. She does jump up to second, so top left of screen, it is updated now. Judges are up to date with the numbers, and you see the position change there. Janire Gonzalez Echeverry is now down into third, and she doesn't chase a big number, Greg, of her own. Now she too must just find a 2.34, and you start looking at the other scores that both second and third place are holding. It is that 6-point opener for Janire that has her in a strong position to sort of counter punch here with 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's and we've seen this throughout the day where surfers needing these small scores haven't got it. So, Janire wants to...
Still holding a 0.83 in third.
I tell you what, with a lot going on in the ocean, look at that little wave, the bump, that can bounce you off. So, yeah, you got to be thinking, try and fight that score sooner rather than later so you have another opportunity if need be.
Well, we're watching both white and green in the lineup here. It's going to be a tight battle here. Sophia Jackson down in fourth, could still do it, but she'd need to go well out beyond her momentum right now. 6.84 required for the young South African in blue. But all cred to Sarah Baum. She's out front. And, does that 2.34 come the way of Janire in white? She's going to have a look at this one. She's going to switch focus. She's going to go left and use the forehand. Bangs into it nicely, and based on sort of what we've seen through the day there, Greg, you might just think that the judges will nudge that one towards more than the requirement, but using the left-hander and watching the clock on the way.
Yeah, it was a smaller wave. There was one section on offer, but she didn't hold back on that turn. She pushed through that maneuver very nicely. She timed it well. She pushed the tail, and it was a dynamic turn. So one would think it's going to be enough to get the score.
All right, paddling and also changing direction is young Sophia Jackson. She'll allow that to be a throwaway score as we hit the 90-second mark here. Scores awaiting to arrive for the forehand attack of the goofy footer Janire Gonzalez. Did she get the requirement, Greg?
Yeah, so it's a chunky enough section, and there was spray, there was commitment. I think it was a one solid maneuver. I certainly feel it's going to be the score quite comfortably. So Sol Aguirre would need to... I think Sol knows that. Sol's going to have to hunt something here.
Sol will be looking for her own reply to that requirement fetch from Janire. Meanwhile, your heat leader on picture will just go victory lapping towards the shoreline here. Just under 1 minute to go. Where is Sol Aguirre in the lineup, Greg, with 45 seconds to go? We feel and we speculate that the 2.34 is she's going to easily hurdle the requirement. Will Janire? And it's coming in slowly now, Greg, and it's more than a requirement request. It's 5 points, easily up to second, and that puts the requirement for Sol Aguirre as a 6.73. She's bumped down to third with 20 seconds to go. Wow.
Yeah, one solid turn, 5 points. It's... it was a good section, and she hit it hard. She didn't hold back at all. She didn't surf for the 2.37 she needed. She went, I'm going to do it properly.
Well, scorecard open. Let's have a look at what happened for Sol Aguirre here.
Wow, good first turn. Didn't quite see the second turn, but it looked like she was on her way to two good maneuvers there.
Well, the judges didn't miss any of that. Let's have another look at this.
Wow, so big section, drives off the bottom, big whack off the top, straight up into a finish. Wow. And we know that was a big wave because that was wide of Sarah's wave. It was a nice solid set wave. And sure,
a great surf-off between Janire and Sol either way here, Greg. Scorecard open, waiting for the requirement. Reminders that the Peruvian in green is looking for a 6.73. You've seen the replay. What do you folks think at home? Greg, you fence sitting, you're rocking backwards and forwards. 6.73 is a big number in the lineup.
Yeah, I'm happy with her getting that score.
Okay.
I tell you why. That first turn, she pushed that tail. I think about Kiera Gold on that one, on her excellent wave earlier, how she pushed the tail on that first turn.
Shall I bet the other side of the coin? I'm saying it's just a touch short.
Touch short.
Yeah, it's the second, you're right, the first turn technical. I mean, it's your job to analyze it, but my reflection on it, perhaps just a few shekels short of the price tag. We'll find out shortly. We're going to stay with this moment here. But all credit right now to Sarah Baum on screen. You see her making her way back to the competition area. It is late in the afternoon here, and she's done a great job of nailing that. And, well, I can tell you right now that it is official. Sol Aguirre got you're 100% right, Greg. It is an official result in the bag, because Sarah Baum gets the win, and Sol Aguirre did jump up with the requirement. And that is how that heat is going to unfold. So it's about to become official. We'll put it in the books. Either way, in the foreground, Sophia Jackson with a great experience to chalk up. We're going to sit back and allow this heat just to fold flat, and then we'll start with the round of 32, Heat 8. It is the World Surf League's qualifying series. Let's hear what Sarah Baum has to say.
I spend quite a few weeks out of the year here, and yeah, I've been here for like the last 5 weeks surfing surfers and hustling my dad at Bog, and yeah, the waves have been so fun. This is like a sort of iconic South African winter that we've had, and yeah, super stoked and happy to be here.
Nice. And obviously with this being home, I've seen you surf for a million years, but every year you come back, it feels like you're coming back stronger mentally, physically, you're surfing. What are you sort of changing up at the moment?
Yeah, geez, I've had quite a roller coaster ride of a career. Honestly, I'm just trying to I am falling back in love with surfing. As I said, I've been through so many roller coaster rides of loving and hating it, and my boards feel so amazing at the moment, thanks to me and Gunther back in Oz, and so that's just making it a lot easier. Like, I just love going and surfing, and you know, if your equipment feels good, and yeah, just working on my body as well. Been seeing Ash, and yeah, honestly, just stoked that I can be here and I can go surfing.
Nice. Well, loving surfing, loving home, and good luck for the next round. Cool. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Emma. Thanks, Sarah. Reference to two important aspects, Greg, of the sport: equipment and, of course, physicality and mental state. And we'll take quite a lot away from that interview with Sarah Baum. Either way, she's on her way to the round of 16 as we tee up a new heat on deck here, folks. Welcome to the afternoon action in Ballito. It's the round of 32, heat number 6, as we move deeper into the afternoon. Reigning world junior champion Isla Huppatz out of Australia is up against two South Africans, and of course Ella McCaffrey, two South Africans in this one. You said you're enjoying the surfing of Anastasia Fenter in 2026, and then of course the younger Leah Lapront, just 16 years of age, from Scottsboro down the coast of the region here, is also part of it. And we'll follow that action with Anastasia getting her campaign underway here. First ride with around 16 minutes to go. It's a good afternoon. Gig Cilliers and Greg Emsley to break it down. Trust that you're enjoying the show with us.
Yeah, so it looks like we got a couple numbers on the board very, very early on in this heat. Quite impressive, actually. Only 4 minutes gone. But Isla Huppatz already with a 4.17 to start, and backed it up with a 6-point ride. Where was she in this lineup that she could find these waves under priority so quickly.
Well, I'll tell you where she was. She was behind Sarah Baum and Emma Smith somewhere in the lineup. While we were at interview there, Isla Huppets into a quick start here. Opened with the 4.17, backed it quickly with a 6. And just like that, she's on the 10.17 total in, Greg, as you mentioned, just around 4.5 minutes of surfing.
Crazy. And back to that interview with Sarah, and she did reference the board, the Timmy Patterson she's on, made in Australia by Gunter Ron. Sure, he's been a really good supporter of South African surfing. And I personally had probably the best board I ever had in my life from Gunter. And it took me from a very average QS surfer back in the day to qualifying for the championship tour. Literally on one board that I just got in it and it was magic.
Well, big shout out to Gunter Ron as we get the replays going here, Greg.
Whoa. One very big committed turn from Isla, just looking so sharp on those maneuvers. Comes through the inside and absolutely hammers that closeout turn. And I think that's been the big talking point of today, how hard you're pushing on those closeout maneuvers. Yeah, we go as well. This is Leah Leprant. So getting that board up into that first section. And this is Anastasia Fenta on her first wave. The one turn a little bit got stuck on that turn. Didn't manage to bring that board around as we saw Ella doing on her turn. And I think that's the point of difference that I can see with the South Africans, getting that quicker rotation and getting the board to change direction and that quick spark on that rotation off the top.
Yeah, talking of boards, big shout out to Gunter Ron. If you want to pull out Greg Emsley's old file and shape and then just add sort of 20% literage and volume, send him another one. He'll be very happy. No, we're just teasing. It's under 14 to go. And Greg, you saw how quickly back-to-back scores for Isla Huppets. We got the replays going there. Leah Leprant's single backhand turn for the 3.17. Of course, Anastasia Fenta, she grew up amongst it in the action of Melkbos over on the west coast, if I recall, before relocating to the Jeffreys Bay area, if I'm not incorrect. Maybe some of my mates can update me on that.
No, that's correct. And, her dad, Nick Fenta, surfs the Masters and surfs. He's actually
absolutely a stoked surfer, old Nick.
And he's originally from Jeffreys Bay, so he sort of moved them to his home.
and Nick's son as well, Anastasia's brother.
Christian.
He's also a good surfer.
Christian's ripping at the moment. He's actually, now that he's a bit older and filled out a bit, he's doing his best surfing. And then coming up next is the other sibling, Jasmine Fenta. And then the youngest of the siblings, little, what's his name now? Still under 12, absolutely ripping. And I'll get his name now, but he was stayed at my guest house a couple of months ago for a surf event, and he was walking around at 4 a.m. in his wetsuit, bothering everyone to get in to the beach so he could get into the water. Sammy Fenta's his name. There we go. Young Sammy as well. So and of course, Mom Nicola. So it's Nick and Nicola are the parents.
Well, it's almost like a soccer team making their way up the coast here. The Fenta soccer team. And certainly enjoying beautiful Ballito this afternoon, and let's hope the results follow that. Yeah, is World Junior Champ Isla Huppets. You got a win over Sierra Kerr for that accolade and title. And she finds herself with 12 minutes to go, just trying to up her own personal numbers. Now, Greg, trying to get rid of that 4.17 that she quickly opened up with.
Yeah, she loves that finner, that turn that she does. That could become very handy in her surfing career, keeping that going, because that's a dynamic maneuver. But
meanwhile, Leah Leprant, just a second wave underway for her. 3.17 to start for the young surfer. Also the Leprants, you talk of a number of surfers in the surfing family. And well, Leah Leprant, her older brother Luke, really just a stellar performer. Louise yesterday to the finals as well. So the Leprants and the Fentas could make up a whole sports team between just two families.
Yeah, and they're all loving life, and they're super chilled. They're really cool. Family. I really enjoy them. And wow, we saw Ella McCaffrey with a nice, strong single maneuver off the top. That actually worked for her in the earlier round of 48, where she had a slow start and she focused on one big hit, getting a 6.33 earlier. So let's see where that opening wave of Ella goes.
Well, moving towards the halfway mark in this heat. Two South Africans very involved here against the highest level of junior surfing in Isla Huppets. And Ella McCaffrey, whippy turn of her own. The young surfer from Encinitas, California, brings a lot of experience here in her campaign in 2026. So this is a loaded heat for the South Africans to navigate, Greg.
Yep, but I guess we are at that part of competition now where these heats are all very loaded, very competitive. And it's almost a bit tougher when you've got these top international surfers having a little bit of a warm-up round in round of 48, because they're actually gathering even more momentum, aren't they?
Well, let's have a look how Leah Laprante approaches that. Of course, a lot at stake for her here in this particular heat. If she can navigate her way to a third or better, she'll get the nomination for a wildcard entry into the Challenger Series. Of course, it was between herself and Gabby Herbst. But Gabby having fallen out of the draw here already as we get to this round of 32, she will be passing that torch on to Leah Laprante. We'll see if Leah can find the results and get perhaps that Challenger Series experience, Greg.
Yeah, it's a huge honor to get into the Challenger. So that will be, wow. I'm not sure if she would have been told that before the heat, because that would be added pressure, and probably as a surfer, better not to know, right?
Yeah, exactly that. And, well, just talking to that score of Ella McCaffrey as well, just a zippy, stinging turn for a 4.17. So everyone building their numbers here as we move into the second half of the heat, just over, apologies, just under now, 9 minutes to go. And no clear story yet, except perhaps the 6-pointer from Isla Huppets and the early lead. We are waiting for another score, though, from her, Greg. Judge's scorecard, I see, is open. So, well, we'll wait for numbers to settle. Meanwhile, the South African on screen has moved up into second at this stage. And that one, just a slopey wave. She'll quickly want to move through and back to the takeoff zone. And, well, as I say, Isla Huppets just waiting for another score to land. We feel that she's going to drop her 4.17, Greg. And she does.
Yeah, so Isla, yeah, looking so strong with those maneuvers.
5.83.
Yeah, 5.83, and we saw Ella as well getting that 4.17 for that single maneuver. So let's not forget she's only on one wave. So she's going to be attacking that second place spot as well. So I just feel Leah Laprante, I know we were talking about that wild card situation. She needs to maybe just settle and look for some better wave quality here.
Well, let's have a look what Anastasia Fenter has to say about all of this as she navigates her way. Lovely pushing turn there. Tries to wrangle it and hold on to it. It's going to come unstuck. So just trying to put a little bit more intensity into things at the 7.5 minute mark. Clock is ticking now quite quickly, and Anastasia Fenter needs to find some momentum on the scorecard. Really just the 1.83 that she opened up with, Greg. She's still sitting on a decimal score, and she's not really going to improve her numbers a whole bunch.
Yeah, she had one section, and I don't mind this, as we've been talking about what the South Africans need to do to match the internationals, and that is the type of maneuvers they need to do. So, yes, pushing on that tail and not getting the completion, but it was close. If she could make that maneuver, I think that's going to get her a really nice number, and the judges will look at the speed and the power and the commitment of that turn.
We've seen a few ways to build scores in the lineup here, all the way from the high tide this morning through to the lower tide and the increased southerly sea breeze this afternoon. But the one consistent thing, Greg, that you mentioned there is single maneuver scores have played a part, and perhaps, as you mentioned, just a completion there, she would have brought herself a reasonable category score.
Yeah, definitely. She would have been in the conversation, yeah, but still a bit of time for her to make a comeback.
Ella McCaffrey establishing now her second ride. As we mentioned, that sort of boiling lower tide there, that whitewater just snatching her from completion. She says a quick look at the watch. It'll show just over 6 minutes to go. It's quick returns to the lineup as well. I mean, we saw Huppets with 2 waves back-to-back in inside 4 minutes. So this is those kind of heats that can go all the way to the wire, and anything can change the story.
Yeah, and just watching Ella, yeah, she's so quick through these turns. She loves attacking that heavy sort of closeout section. I know she's from the Encinitas area, and also getting coached here at the moment by Jim Hogan. So yeah, doing a lot of work, and she's the 2 heats that I've seen her have. She looks very structured, very calm, and sort of just trusting the process.
Well, let's see how the process unfolds here. This is the heat leader, World Junior Champ Isla Huppets, the Australian, rock solid in performance. We saw her basically this morning get her momentum going in that opening round of 48 and now through to the round of 32, and it looks like without too much problem she's on her way to the round of 16 tomorrow. But Huppets did improve her opener, Greg, previous to this wave we've just seen, a 5.83, and momentum all in the way of the heat leader Isla Huppets, because the judges owe her a new score, and that last turn was rock solid.
She looks like she's quite enjoying these walls, like she's having fun in the heat. Sets up that snap and drives through that like she's stoked on it. She's riding waves. She's having a good time.
Let's have a look at on screen. One of the 2 South Africans not bringing a completion, Anastasia Venter, younger surfer into her 20s now. Of course, the other South African, Leah Lapront, just 16 years of age. So a couple of years separate these 2, a couple of years in experience as well. Anastasia's been doing this for quite a while, Greg.
Yeah, she's been surfing competitions since she was well in the sort of in the grommet divisions. I've obviously been friends with the family, and our families have been at surf contests together, so I've got to watch her from a very young age, and she's always been a very dynamic surfer. I mentioned she's been surfing very well this year, I feel. Watching these couple of turns, just looking at those close-out turns, I feel like she's going a touch high on the waves. She could bring that rotation slightly lower on that close-out turn. And at times that board's just getting stuck on the back of the lip line, causing her to fall backwards. So just bring that rotation down a bit, and I think she'll get that completion.
Well, on screen is your heat leader, the Australian. Didn't improve on her 5.83, her last ride not factoring in. Last ride, though, we enjoyed that strong turn at the end there, Greg. Just fetched to 5 on that bit of a broken wall, we could say. A little over 3 minutes to go. It's pretty much a steer to the finish line now for Isla Huppets, holding the 6 and the 5.83 for the heat total. And Ella McCaffrey has found her way up to second, as we mentioned. Back-to-back scores. We feel that there's room to move for her as well. Nice whippy turn there. She tries to ditch the 2.27, Greg, and add a little bit more to the requirements of Leah Lapront, who's going to bring her own answer to the story. Around the corner, nice, structured surfing, nice pace, and not looking too flustered as Leah Lapront.
Yeah, she's looking calm, and that would have felt good. But her requirements definitely going to jump. I think Ella really connected well with that single maneuver, and surfing to the lie of the heat is Ella. She knows with time winding down, improve that scorecard, and there we go, a little bit of a paddle battle. So right now, if the judges give priority, they'll give it to green. Just because, even though it's pretty much neck on neck, because
in the rotation of waves in the lineup.
Yeah, exactly. So because blue had the last wave, it will be fair to. Generally, it will be fair if it's a close paddle battle to give it to the surfer that never had the last wave.
Well, both of those surfers on screen in the paddle battle, waiting for scores from the panel. Hard jam on the tail for the World Junior Champ, who is just setting the pace for this heat here as the clock's down to 1:45. And Ella just keeping that scorecard ticking, Greg. It's going to be an interesting set of numbers now. It looks like Leah Lapront's one is in at a 2.73. She remains in third, so no matter the score for Ella McCaffrey, who did get the higher priority on the paddle out as well, Greg. So nice little shift, nice mini story within the context of this round of 32 Heat 6. It is advantage McCaffrey, not only on the position on the heat, but also in the paddle and also on the scorecard.
Ella well out in front, but where's that last score going for her? That was a big wave with 2 huge turns. I think we're going to see a score somewhere very close to excellent for that.
Well, Ella is in green, Ella is in white, and it's pretty much looking like with 1 minute to go, it is a higher priority for green over blue here in the heat situation. We did get the notification from O'Neill, the presenting sponsors of the Ballito Pro, that if Leah Lapront gets third or more, she will get that wildcard invitation. So that'll be a big moment to talk about for the South Africans as we start moving towards the final seconds of this heat. And, well, as we say, Ella Huppitz's scorecard is open. I know you want to see a replay of it, Greg.
I'm waiting to see the replay. I think she, whoa, and there we go. That's the replay of the 427 from Ella. And this is the wave behind from Leah. So just didn't connect with the first section setup and got a nice little click, smaller wave. And then let's hopefully see Ella's wave. Check it, this one. Watch how vertical as she goes on this first turn. Whack! Look at the spray, comes around and then committed into that final maneuver. So read that wave really well. There were two very good bowly money sections on it, and she connected both of them very well.
Well, the World Junior Champ will get the highest score of the heat with the 7.5. She'll make it official. Isla Huppitz and Ella McCaffrey are on their way to the round of 16. Stay with us. More surfing coming your way after the break.
And welcome back to live action here at the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. Big thank you to Gig Saliers and Greg Emsley taking us through the last couple of heats. And it's been a great opening day of competition so far at the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. So round of 32, heat number 7, and we are straight into action here. Introducing blue, it's Jasmine Venter being joined by Natasha van Grienen in the red. We got Sophie McCulloch in the green and Daniela Rosas in the white. So being joined in the studio here, it's Mike Frew, and we've got two South Africans here coming up against the international field of an Australian and a Peruvian.
Yeah, it's a split heat, 50-50 international and local, like you said, Johan. And we saw Sophie McCulloch and Daniela Rosas in earlier heats. They carry some nice form and momentum from the day into this heat. This is the first round of surfing today for Jasmine Venter and Natasha van Grienen. It's 3:20 local time here in South Africa. They've had to wait the whole day to surf their heat, are the two South Africans. And let's see how they go against the Australian competitor in green and the surfer from Peru wearing the white singlet.
And in picture there is Natasha van Grienen, the local lady here from Cape Town. And she's had a third place finish at the Vic Bay Surf Pro just a couple weeks ago. So this is the second regional qualifying series event of the year for the regional Africa qualifying series. And in picture there, we've got some of the Water Patrol safety crew on the water. A big thank you to them, keeping our surfers safe and monitoring the beaches. And there was a wave that we missed here, Mike. This was Natasha van Grienen, and she was looking for a decent finish. Unfortunately, she couldn't find a section to hit in the end, but she puts a score on the board. It comes through to 2.17, so just getting warmed up here.
Yeah, Natasha almost sort of coming unstuck on that first turn. Again, that wave had a bit of a warble on it. A lot of water moving on that bank, and with a full low tide now, you're getting a little bit of a backwash on that sandbank, and that's what affected that wave in Natasha. But she navigates it well and manages to get a score to build the rest of the heat on.
So that score does come in at a 217. And we also missed the opening score for green, Sophie McCulloch. It comes through at a 5.67. So, Mike, we've been looking at conditions throughout the course here on day number 1. And specifically in the afternoon, I mean, we saw Sarah Baum with an excellent ride. But other than that, a 5.67 is a pretty decent wave to have in your scoreline to open up for the Australian.
No, absolutely. It's certainly a base you can build on. It's a good mid-range score. We haven't seen a lot of waves in the last 2 rounds touch into that excellent range. So judges really looking for something quite special to give an excellent score, but plenty in the sort of 4 to 6.5 scoring range.
Yeah, if you've got a score like a mid 5 to 6 in your scoreline, it's definitely a keeper, as you were mentioning. I think we've only seen 2 excellent waves today, and the one of which was a couple of heats ago with Sarah Baum, and then of course we watched Kiara Gold probably a couple hours ago with an 8-point ride on a right-hander. So still some scoring potential. The Australian taking advantage of a decent wave. We might catch a little replay of that pretty soon. It came in at a 5.67, and keeping patient out the back is young Jasmine Fenter. We just watched her sister Anastasia Fenter surf, and she is looking to advance through to the next round, and of course Daniela Rosas, the Peruvian surfer, as well. So it's a good heat, and still plenty of people still on the beach, and it's still a great afternoon here in Ballito. It's been pretty warm throughout the course of the day, so it's been an absolutely peach of a day in the middle of winter here in Qualification, and we've still got 40 minutes of surfing to go here on day number 1.
Yeah, so this is like you say, the penultimate heat of the day. It's been a stacked day of surfing. We've got through men's round of 80 and 2 rounds of the women's surfing. Sophie McCulloch leading this heat. She's also an O'Neill team rider.
Mm-hmm.
She actually flew into South Africa this week, and her boards arrived. Her bag didn't arrive though.
That's a challenge.
I know she was up at the O'Neill Concept store in Ballito, stocking up on a couple of items.
Yeah, that's the challenge. I think that's just one of the challenging things about being a professional surfer, traveling with 6 to 8 boards in your board bag. Sometimes you run the risk of your boards getting damaged or lost while you're flying around the world. And I mean, these surfers that's quite literally, they are flying around the world. I mean, in a week's time after the culmination of this event, they'll be flying straight up to Huntington Beach. So travel is just part of the game here.
We have a paddle. This is Daniela Rosas. Daniela trying to get around that section, and she does manage to navigate it, but doesn't quite get that end section closeout that she was looking for. So a lot of work that she did all the way across the sandbank there for not too much reward, Johan.
Yeah.
She did well to get around the section. In frame, that is Natasha van Grienen, Natasha's second wave of the heat. So if the ladies get through these heats now this afternoon, having a look at the waves on screen, we expect it's going to be quite a lot bigger tomorrow. And this Ballito break that we're surfing at here, Willard Beach, or surfers, will be set up much more like a point break tomorrow with the type of swell that we expect.
Definitely, we're anticipating that. And I know, Mike, you've been checking the cams in J-Bay and checking the conditions throughout the day. Well, we all have, and we're looking forward to seeing some bigger surf tomorrow morning, specifically for those later rounds here in competition at the Ballito Open. And we just saw Jasmine Fenter dipping into that one. It comes in at a 1.43, and here's the replay for Daniela Rosas. This is the wave that didn't quite line up. She got around the section, she was looking for something, and she opted to kick out the back. So resetting, replay here, and this is Jasmine Fenter, the surfer from Jeffreys Bay, or currently residing in Jeffreys Bay. Her family originally from Melkbos, just north of Cape Town. And Jasmine is a surfer that's competed in the Rookie Rippers. She competed in the Pro Junior, and of course her older sister Anastasia has represented on that Challenger series. So still strong contingent are the Fenter family, course, Anastasia being the older sister, Jasmine being younger, and then Christian, who's the older son as well. So always great to see the Fentive clan down in Ballito and at all of the events. And Last Blue just comes in at a 1.43. So at the moment, the surfers trying to put something of significance on the board, and I think Sophie McCulloch is going to just sit and try and see if she can catch a better wave than her current 5.67. She put a 2.67 on the board, Mike. So what do you think her strategy is going to be, specifically thinking about the fact that she's got the highest number on the board? Do you think she's going to sit and wait for something and be a bit more patient, or do you think she's going to kind of hustle on the inside and try and just work upon that lower number?
You can see Sophie, she's on the left-hand side there, paddling out in the green singlet. So she'll know she's in the lead, and through the beach announcer, she'll know she has a 5.67, but she'll definitely want to get rid of that 2.67, which she just posted now. When she gets out to the back, obviously she's going to be in fourth priority. So you see how she's paddling across to the left. Either she's looking for a wider right there, or she's looking for one of those lefts. But she'll stay away from the rest of the competitors and maybe try and sneak something away from them to improve on the score. If a set of waves comes through and all three of the other girls get away quickly, you'll see Sophie quickly get across to the right-hand side of the break there. She'll be certainly wanting to post another wave like that 5.67 and drop the 2.67.
Yeah, a little bit of a wide playing field. So she's sitting all the way to the left of the peak, and that's Jasmine Fenter all the way to the right of the peak. So as you mentioned, this onshore has started to come through, and it's very much a 1 to 2 section wave at the moment on the lower tide. So if these surfers do get about 3 sections to throw down 3 turns, it's quite a long wave. So I think we're going to see a lot of waves that are just single turn waves and potentially 2-turn waves. Jasmine Fenter up and going here. A little bit of a longer one, but it's a bit of a smaller one. So I think Sophie is going to just wait out the back and potentially wait for one of those bigger waves where she can just get one strong maneuver. And we've been seeing the judges rewarding quality over quantity. And of course, that's one of the things in the criteria as well. So interesting to see what she'll do. If she'll just wait it out and try and catch a big one and get one big turn, or she'll try and hustle the inside and get it 2 or 3 turns, but those ones are a little bit more rare, the bigger ones where you can get multiple maneuvers on a wave.
So Sophie has made her way across to the right-hand side of the beach. There she's in screen. That's the current heat leader, like you were saying. And I reckon she'll just stay there now and wait for a set. This is the last one of Natasha van der Kreen, and I really liked how Natasha hit that. She went up quite late at the section, managed to control the maneuver well. This one was a long running wave for Jasmine Fenter. The only issue, though, it was quite a foamy, frothy wave, not the best quality wave that we've seen ridden in the heat so far, but she made the best of what she had, and it comes in as one of her top 2 as well, Johan.
Yeah, Last the Blue at 2.83 as we see surf in the white. Daniela Rosas from Peru. She's currently sitting with a 0.57 and a 0.77. So she's off to a bit of a slow start in this heat, but she's done well to come through to the round of 32. She's made it through a couple heats already today. So I'm sure that she'll improve upon her scores as that last one for white drops in. And with 7.5 to go, still in the lead here is the Australian Sophie. And surfer in the red, Natasha van Groenen holding on to that second position. Jasmine Fenter only looking for a 2.42 to advance, with Daniela Rosas score to come in requiring a 4.47. So there's one of those waves you were talking about, Mike, that's sort of coming in and providing a bit of a bigger wall, although that one sort of fizzles off. So it looks like Sophie's sort of sitting and she's trying to wait for one of those.
Yeah, you see how Sophie had a good look at that one. You can't paddle for it, because if you paddle for it with any kind of intent, you're going to lose that priority. So she had a good look at it. You can see she's having a look at how that thing broke down the line, but opting to rather be a bit more patient. This is Daniela Rosas. Wow, that was a nice turn. I like how she flared the tail out into another one. Good 2 turns there on that wave for our Peruvian competitor, Daniela Rosas. And score drops in, Johan. It's a 4.33, so it's starting to edge up into the same sort of bracket of scores that Sophie has got.
Yeah.
But Daniela's only got that one wave, so that's why she is in third place. In terms of one scoring wave, she's still carrying a 0.77 and a 0.57, which are really, in the context of the talent of surfers out there, those are real throwaway scores.
Definitely, and she's definitely going to replace that one and look to replace that 0.77. I mean, a 4.33 is a pretty decent score to have in her scoreline right now. It's the second highest score of the heat, and she's only looking for a 0.91 to advance. But that was some neat surfing there from the Peruvian in the white. 2 turns, did pretty well, 4.33 in her scoreline. So something to build upon for white, currently in third. And now blue, Jasmine Fenter, drops down to third, looking for a 2.42. But here we go. This is Surf in the Green, your heat leader.
So Sophie McCulloch uses her priority. The wave goes a little flat. She's now going to have to rely on that inside section. She gets the one turn in, goes through a bit of a backwash section. So it'll just be the one turn for her. And we'll look to turn around, get straight back out there. Let's see if the judges think that one turn was better than a 2.67, because then she will improve. If not, situation's going to stay the same. You know what's quite interesting is if you have a look at that wide shot like that, there's that Red Bull buoy. There it is there. It's actually been pulled across from right to left on screen. That southerly wind and the southwest wind creates a bit of a drift. I'll get back to that as we see a replay of Sophie's wave. She was definitely looking for more of a section to start. However, she tags it nicely. Good control on that wave.
Yeah, she would have looked to...
Oh, there's a nice one from Daniela Rosa. It's a like how the camera cut to that and you just saw the speed coming out of that turn.
For sure, yeah, that looked like a really nice section and she tagged it. So, I mean, Daniela Rosas is looking to drop a 0.77, and I think both of us would confidently say she's going to drop that score and she's going to look to advance up on the leaderboard. But yeah, back to Sophie McCulloch. She was sitting on that peak looking for a couple turns. She only got one, but it was a pretty decent turn as we see red up and riding. So I think that score has dropped in for green. It comes through to 3.8 on our scores, so that does go into her top 2, and that's a stronger backup than her previous 2.67. But here's a replay, Mike, last of white.
It was just the one turn, okay, and the judges also have access to the replays in the screen that we see, so I'm sure that they will be watching that over and over. Sometimes if a score takes quite a while to drop in, what that means is the judges are requesting replays of it and they're watching it and really, really breaking it down. And for me, that was potentially the turn of the heat so far. A lot of speed, power and flow through the turn, and that's what I think. Let's see what the judges thought of it, Johan. But a really nice sparky turn there from Daniela Rosas from Peru.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely watch a lot of surfing. We aren't judges, but that was a pretty decent turn, Mike. So I think you're on the right track there with your thinking. She's looking for a score to really take it away from Surfer in the red and blue, and I think that there's a good chance she's going to make it tough for Natasha van Groenen and Jasmine Fenter. Here we go, it's Sophie McCulloch. Nice opening carve.
She's got a great section ahead of her. Very nice. If she can complete this, it's going to be a good score. The wave sort of backs off a little bit on the sandbank, but she does complete it. And from what we've been watching all day, Johan, it's very important that the surfers complete that final turn. So it rounds off the wave really nicely, and the judges see it as a fully, nicely completed wave. So Sophie could potentially look at dropping that 3.8 there. Got a couple of maneuvers in that first cutback, then got through that sort of flattish section, and I thought that thing was going to unload on the sandbank. It backed off a little bit, but she did finish off the wave well. So let's see if Sophie McCulloch can improve her situation. Still haven't got that wave of Danielle Rosas for the one turn, and the judges will be comparing that to the first wave of Sophie McCulloch, which was her highest score so far.
Here she goes. I like the opening carve, and just got flat through the midsection of the wave, but picked up here, little snap to the pocket, and got a little bit slow down the inside, but she stuck with it, and she got a final snapping maneuver. So I think in terms of what she had on offer on that wave, she really gave it 100%. I don't quite see how she could have served that any better. So Sophie McCulloch is going to drop another score on the board, and it might potentially help her improve that situation. She's looking to drop a 3.8 to take it out of grasp for the surfers in the red, white, and blue. And of course, the danger lady right now is Daniela Rosas, because she's holding on to a 4.33, and she is going to put another score on the board with that strong single frontside hack of a maneuver to finish off, and it does just come through, Mike, at a 5.0. So situation change. Peruvian lady in the whites up to second.
Yeah, so the judges give that one maneuver a 5. They compare it to Sophie McCulloch's first wave and give it a mid-range score. Now we're still waiting for that one long wave of Sophie's to drop in, the one that came all the way through to the inside. Meantime, live action. This is Jasmine Fenter.
Jasmine needs something pretty big to try and reach that score of a 6.5. So I just think the wave size there let her down. She completed it, but she needs a bit more of a significant wave with a critical section to stand a chance to advance in this heat. And similar position for surf in the red, Natasha van Grunen, who's dropped down to third. Up and riding, Daniela Rosas. And she's getting to work here. Currently in second. She wants that top spot in the heat. And this one's coming to a conclusion. And she's going to ride that one in. So that was the Peruvian surfer ending off. We are going to wait for a couple of scores here, Mike. One for green and one for white to decide the official positioning of first and second.
So yeah, it definitely does look like Sophie and Daniela getting through. That last wave with Daniela's, I like how that board looks on her first turns. That board's looking very sharp for her out there. She's got a great top turn, the way she flares the tail out. And, you know, if the conditions improve in size tomorrow, I'd love to see her flying down the line and doing that on some bigger waves here in Ballito.
Definitely. We've got a lot more to see in the next couple of days. This is just a replay. It came through to 3.7, so nice opening jam, and found the finish. And it's not going to go into a top 2, so it's definitely going to look like it's going to be the Australian Sophie McCulloch advancing in first, and Daniela Rosas advancing in second in the white. So if you guys have been with us, thank you so much. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. We'll be right back for the next heat. And welcome back, ladies and gents. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. If you guys are just tuning in, it's an awesome afternoon here in Qualification, the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal. We've got some balmy water out there and some nice conditions. A little onshore and challenging for our surfers at the moment, but it's been a great day so far. And this is actually the final heat of the round here in the round of 32, heat number 8. Introducing these surfers in the blue, we've got Camilla Hua taking on Louise Leprance in the red, Sanoa Dempfle Olin in the green, and Sierra Kerr in the white. This is going to be a great heat to watch, Mike.
Yeah, sure is. We saw Sanoa and Sierra, about an hour and a half ago in the previous round, and Sierra really getting some great high scores there through into this round. And here they come up against two South Africans, Louise Leprance and Camilla Hoyer. So Louise actually placed second in the Pro Junior, which finished was it yesterday, Johan, that the
Yeah.
Pro Junior finished? And that was the first time that she's made a Pro Junior final here in Ballito, Louise Leprant. And then also coming into this event, Louise Wright won the under 18 division of the Rookie Rippers. And so she's already won, or she won one event and second in another one leading up to this heat today. So I'd say she's got some great form coming into this heat. Of course, Sanoa and Sierra both surfed the heat this morning already, and they're carrying that form. And then we've got Camilla Hoyer in the seat. And if I'm not mistaken, Camilla won the under-16 division of the Rookie Rippers a couple of days ago. So all these ladies are carrying great form into this heat. And now the next 17 minutes will determine which two surfers go through to quarter-final stage of competition here at the Ballito Open.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see it unfold in the next 17 minutes. Mike, up and going. This is the young Louise Leprant, 17 years old, from just down the road here on the south coast in Scottsboro. And it was great to see her on good form yesterday in the Pro Juniors. And that's not going to be too crazy of a wave for her. She's going to put another smaller score on the board. There is Louise Leprant. But she's a super talented surfer, of course, competing alongside her siblings here. And that's another surf family that have been around for quite a few years, the Leprant family. Been competing all over the country, and of course Louise representing on that Challenger series, representing the South African flag. So she's going to look for a good result here as she heads into that Challenger series. Watching a paddle here, it's Sierra Kerr up and going.
So a nice flaring turn there. Just the one maneuver for Sierra, but like we saw in that last heat, Johan, the last heat, Danielle Rosa scored a 5 on her one wave for just the one maneuver. So the judges more than happy to reward a single maneuver wave. So you really got to flare it out, speed, power, flow. And I think that for Sierra, reasonable start for her.
Yeah.
Judges give it a 4.17. So just the one maneuver there, straight up at the lip, flares it out. You can see how she drifts the tail around, so she doesn't ride the maneuver straight down. She actually flares it out by putting a bit more pressure on her tail pad. And that little bit of extra is what the judges are looking for, and they give it a 417 out of a maximum 10 points. So she's on the scoreboard, and she is currently established a very early lead in the heat, has Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, and that's the difference between a 2.5 and a 4.17 is that flare that you're talking about. And she just throws just a little bit of extra sort of finesse into that turn, even though it's just one single maneuver. A 417 is a pretty decent number in her scoreline. So 15 minutes remaining. The opening score for green did come through at a 3.5 for Sanoa Demphley Olin. And off to an early start here is white up and riding once again.
So Sierra wasting no time. She would have gone to 4th priority, getting back out there. And a little wave came through, and she decided to quickly take advantage of it and get a second score on the board. Just prior to that, we saw a couple of people sitting on the beach. You saw that board. There was Josh Kerr, Sierra's dad. He helps her as a caddy and a coach, and he's always down on the water's edge there helping Sierra. Of course, he has an immense amount of experience to share with Sierra. He was on the World Championship Tour for many years. And there on screen, that's Shane Thorne on the right, Quinton Jones next to Shane. And I think that's Sarah Baum.
Yeah.
It's a successful heat for her earlier on today. And then two of South Africa's coaches there, Shane Thorne and Quinton Jones. Quinton, of course, successfully coached Luke Thompson to the title here last year.
Yeah.
And then Shane down in Jeffreys Bay area is one of the high-profile coaches in KZN. Those guys put in so much time helping our young surfers around the country get results. Both so passionate about surfing, and both of them, of course, incredible competitors. Shane Thorne won the Billabong, the old Billabong event at Jeffreys Bay back in the day.
Yeah, Shane Thorne, definitely a good guy to have in your corner. Of course, Quinton Jones. So just watching some of these heats and coaching some of these youngsters in South Africa, and great contributors to the sports in the country. Meanwhile, this is surfer in the blue, Camilla Hoyer, up and riding. She gets one turn. So under 16 girl, as you mentioned, she took the title in the Rookie Rippers, and that was a nice strong turn for her. But meanwhile, this is Sanoa Dempfle, and she is going to find a nice couple turns on her backhand, and that's going to be a pretty nifty number in her scoreline, Mike.
She really knifed those two turns, used the rail completely from rail to rail on both of those turns. I was just thinking about Camilla Hoyer's first wave, or rather her second wave there. She went into it with a lot of speed, almost came unstuck, managed to ride it out. It'll be interesting to see what she gets for that wave compared to Sierra Kerr, who had that little bit of extra flair on a very similar closeout turn.
Definitely, I like the speed that Camilla carried through to complete that turn, and that one did come through to 3.10. So that currently is her highest score in her bag right now. Camilla, the South African in the blue, at a 3.1, and here she goes once again, Mike.
So Camilla Hoyer, you can see she's also got the O'Neill branding on the front of her board, rides with O'Neill wetsuits. And Camilla bringing a lot of that momentum she established in the Rookie Rippers in the early stages of the Ballito Pro. She has a title, one of those big Zulu shields that she's already taken home. And she'll be really wanting to get through to ladies' quarterfinal stage of competition. At the moment, she's in second.
Up and riding. This is just a replay. Louise Leprance. This must have been her last wave, potentially, Mike. Yeah, it was a 1.6, so that's not going to be a keeper for her. And, I mean, you were talking about the Zulu Shield. The trophies are so cool at this event, Mike. Tell me, what's the story behind them?
So the trophies that we had for the Rookie Rippers and for the Ballito Pro Junior are actually made by local craftsmen. Paul Canning actually gets them commissioned by local craftsmen. They're made out of Nguni hide. It's an authentic replica of a Zulu fighting shield. And of course, we're in the Quadakuza municipality, the Quadakuza region of KZN. It was the birthplace of King Shaka. And it's got real significance, those trophies, and representative of not just the region and the culture of the region that we're in. So it's a great thing for the surfers to get rewarded with when they win titles here in Ballito. There is the big Ballito Pro trophy, which is modeled off the same sort of thing.
Yeah, it's so cool to be celebrating the culture as well, and definitely a culture, the Zulu nation and the Zulu culture here in the north coast of KZN that's well known for just their strength and unity in fighting together. So definitely a symbol, and it's great to see those awesome trophies that get dished out. So scores have come in. Last of green, Sanoa Dempfle Oland comes in at a 6.67. So that makes it a little bit interesting, Mike. She catapults up to first. Camilla Hoyer dropped at 2.83 for her single maneuver. So she's currently in second. And Sierra Kerr looking for a small 1.76. Camilla's going to get up and going here.
So Camilla had the priority over the surfer in the green singlet there. She takes off. And just the one turn, sort of a check turn, not quite a full committed maneuver there. So I'm not sure if she will improve on her previous best score there, Johan. Maybe a backup wave there for Camilla. It was a bigger wave, but it had a weird wonk on it as it hit the bank. Didn't really give her that opportunity of a big closeout smash like we've seen on some of the other sets. So here you go. She goes into it. It almost goes over a wave in front of it. Gets that turn in. Looks a lot more impressive actually on the replay. So the judges are seeing the same thing.
Yeah, this is Sierra Kerr now throwing her hat into the ring. And she's not looking for a big number to move up the leaderboard here. So gets a couple turns, does Kerr in the white. And she's going to look strong to move up the leaderboard here. In picture there is surfer in the red, Louise Leprant. She's been a little bit quiet in this heat so far. She's only sitting with a 1.6 and a 1.0, sitting down in fourth position. But with 8.5 minutes, what quite could we expect from the likes of Louise Leprant, Mike?
Well, Louise has by her standards, not really got going here. Her highest score is a 1.6 back set up with a 1. So she'll be looking for something, a set wave, something that doesn't have too much of a wall on it, because you want that open face to do the maneuvers. If you don't get that, you're going to have to go on a bigger closeout and then do that one big turn and try and get a sort of a 5 or a 6 with that one big turn. But she does have a bit of work to do. 12 minutes have passed in the heat so far, and Louise is in 4th place at this stage, requiring something edging almost on the excellent range now to get into the advancing position. So Sierra Kerr has taken that 2nd place away from Camilla Hoyer.
Yeah, it comes through, Mike, at a 5.17. So situation change. It is the Canadian in first, with the surfer representing Australia, Kerr, now into 2nd position. She needs a 5.01 to move into first. And of course, the South African surfers in the blue and red, a little bit more under the pump now. So Camilla Hoyer looking for a 6.24, and Louise Leprant requiring a 7.74 to advance through this round of 32, heat number 8. 7 minutes remaining. Louise Leprant has definitely got the capability of getting a score like that. Here she goes.
Oh, so that's kind of what you were looking for, a big closeout turn there. Comes unstuck on the white water, so she'll need to reset, get straight back out there. She's got 7 minutes remaining, probably enough time to catch 2 waves. You know, if you break it down, maybe 3.5 minutes each. So plenty time for Louise, but the pressure is building a little bit.
Yeah, she needed to land that turn to feel a bit more confidence going into the next one. But here we go with green. Wow, that was a real hollow sort of section, Mike. It's dropping out as this tide is sort of started to go out.
Strange looking section, that's Camilla Hoyer now. She's found a nice insider. It's got a lot of water on the face, and also just comes unstuck. So out of those 3 rides that we saw from red, blue and green, there's nothing of any significance, no real talking points on those waves. Certainly doesn't compare to the best waves we've seen in the heat so far. Sierra Kerr, what does she need to take the lead here? Johanna 5.01. And she has priority. So I would say Sierra can control the heat quite nicely here in the last 6 minutes. She's going to want to take her off on a set wave if she's going to take that lead from Sanoa. You don't want to get those insiders unless you've got something spectacular like an aerial or something to do on the inside. You definitely want to be on those set waves. And of course you got to finish it.
Yeah, I think Sierra Kerr, even though she's sitting in 2nd, she's sitting in a pretty decent position here, Mike, especially with blue and red looking for scores of a 6.24 and a 7.74. So in the back of her mind, I think she's going to be sort of watching the ladies, but at the same time, she knows they need pretty big requirements. So she's just going to try and wait patiently and sort of mix it up between trying to make sure that they aren't on the good ones, they aren't on the set waves, and making sure that she's on it so that she can potentially look at that lead to get a 5.01, which is a very big possibility. So 5 minutes remaining, and you can see Kerr to the right-hand side of the screen. Louise Leprant is going to be sitting under priority, and she's actually paddled right up to Sierra Kerr. So interesting tactic there. She's going to paddle right past her and try and establish her own sort of little zone to find a decent wave in. So maybe a smart move there from Louise Leprant. And Camilla Hoyer is now sitting in 2nd priority behind Sierra Kerr. So if I were those surfers, I would be trying to sit a little bit further down the beach and try and catch something under Kerr in the white.
Problem is down the beach, it's just that sort of closeout section. So you really got to... So Sierra uses her priority there and loses her priority with 4 minutes to go. Now, who does priority shift to? Camilla Hoyer with Louise Leprant in 2nd. Sure. So the 2 South Africans got priority and 2nd priority. Out of the 2, Louise Leprant probably has the most experience. She's a little bit older than Camilla Hoyer. Louise has traveled on the Challenger Series. She's been at ISA World Surfing Games before. So even though she is still a junior, she has years of international experience. This was just a quick in and out there for Sierra Kerr. So Louise has 2nd priority. She's sitting just to the right of Camilla. Camilla's going to have to use that priority very wisely in the next 3.5 minutes, because if she gets a set wave with 3.5 minutes to go, it's unlikely she's going to get back out there to get another set wave, because priority will shift to all the other surfers. So a lot of pressure on Camilla for whatever she catches in the next 3 minutes. And if you consider what we've been watching all day, it's probably quite likely that we're going to see a set within the next 3 minutes.
Definitely. So 3 minutes remaining in this one. Of course, the last heat of the day here at the Ballito Open, presented by O'Neill. Day 1 of competition. What a great day it's been, Mike. We've seen a few excellent rides, and we worked through the opening rounds of the men's division and, of course, the ladies' divisions as well. And we are really anticipating a great day, number 2, with some good swell. So as this heat sort of comes to a conclusion, 2.5 minutes remaining. Priority is with blue. She's going to give way. And up and going here is the Canadian athlete in the green. That's going to be a throwaway score for green. So, I mean, all the pressure right now is on surfer in the blue and surfer in the red. They're looking for decent-sized scores with 2 minutes to go.
So a clever decision there by Camilla when that wave came through. Initially, when it presented itself on screen there, I thought, why is she not going? You know, it's a set wave and she's going to let green go. But she could see what we couldn't down the line. It was a closeout, not a great wave. So a good call there from Camilla Hoyer. Have a look at Louise Lepront. That's not Louise Lepront there, but out in the lineup, it looks like Louise has moved away from Camilla. So she's obviously feeling the pressure now. She's in second priority. She wants to get away from Camilla and try and find a wave to get that 7.74. Let's just have a look at those requirements again, Johan. Green leading, white in second. Camilla is looking for a 6.24. If she gets that, it'll be the second highest wave score of the heat. Louise Lepront is looking for a 7.74, which would be the highest single wave of the heat. So pressure on our two South Africans here. Is our Canadian and Australian surfers going to be able to hang on to this, Johan?
You know what, looking at this right now, the ocean is going to have to dish up something special for blue and red. So as time winds down, it's going to be a little bit more pressure on those athletes. And if I was green, Sanoa, I'd be feeling pretty confident. Taking a look at this one, this might be the last opportunity here for Louise Lepront. Here she goes, Mike.
Right, so Louise Lepront, big section ahead of her. And that is not going to be a 7.74. So now, where is Camilla Hoyer? With 30 seconds to go, you'd have to paddle very hard to get another one, young Louise Lepront.
Yeah.
Unlikely with 30 seconds. There's our heat leader. It's Sanoa Dempsey-Olin.
Yeah, this one's winding down. 20 seconds.
Not much she can do, though, because if Camilla gets a wave, she could potentially still take it with a 6.24.
Yeah, will there be an opportunity here for blue? Camilla Hoyer looking for that 6.24. 10 seconds remaining, and this one is going to count out. So in picture there is Sanoa Dempsey-Olin representing Canada, and it does look like she is going to be advancing in first position over Sierra Kerr. I don't think surfer in the blue, Camilla Hoyer, got an opportunity to catch a wave there, Mike. And it is going to be the surfer in the green taking out the heat win here. So a big thank you to everybody for hanging out throughout the day. Mike, it's been such an epic day. Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And Mike, we are going to be back tomorrow morning, Friday, 10 July at 6:55 a.m. for the call for a possible 7:15 a.m. start. We'll start with the men's round of 64. The men's round of 32 straight after that. So any last final thoughts as we cap off day number 1?
Been a great day surfing. It's been awesome to have the international surfers against the South Africans here, Johan. And we saw some great scores. It was great to see a couple touching on those excellent score range. And I was very impressed by all the women surfing we saw. We saw 2 rounds of women. And then we had that 1 round of men's this morning. The other cool thing to see was the way the swell built through the day. You know, when it started this morning, there were 2 heats where somebody actually WhatsApped me and said, do they call off a heat if nobody catches a wave? Do they resurf it? That's how we started the day. And then we ended the day with, if I look on the screen there, probably almost 30 waves ridden. So it's been a great day of surfing.
Yeah. Any specific highlight throughout day number 1 that's apparent to you?
I'm trying to think. It was some of those men's airs. I think Luke Swanson's air early this morning really impressed me because I couldn't wait for those kind of guys to come to Ballito. I was looking forward to seeing that level of surfing, and we were just talking about it, and he boosted that one big air during that heat this morning. I really enjoyed that.
100%. I think from my side, I really found the ladies impressive. I think it was Kiara Gold with an excellent 8-point ride, and of course it was Sarah Baum with an excellent score as well in the afternoons in the more tricky conditions. So guys, we're going to be back tomorrow morning bright and early. That's just a picture of our beach. And maybe just to remind us, Mike, before we sign off, what are we in for tomorrow morning in terms of the swell?
So having a look at the long range forecast, or just say let's just look at the next 2 days of the Ballito Open. We've got a southwesterly wind, southerly, southeast at times. But if you look out on the pulled back map of South Africa, there's a nice big chunk of swell moving its way up the east coast of South Africa. I had a look at the videos and the live cams of J Bay about half an hour ago. It's probably 4 foot, maybe some bigger sets down there, and I think that's what we're going to see tomorrow morning. So I think the swell angle is going to change. We're going to have bigger lines coming through the Ballito lineup, and set for another amazing day surfing. 100%.
We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning for a potential start just after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. This is the Ballito Open presented by O'Neill. We'll see you guys bright and early for day number 2 of action. Have a beautiful day further.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers, it's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an event tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team building destination, which is enabled by its close proximity to King Shaka Airport. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, KwaDukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to KwaDukuza today.